before going to the autochef. "A teddy bear, was it?" "Peabody said, or something in that realm." "I think we both might leave that one up to Cairo. No doubt she'll know just the thing. Just let either her or me know if I should come down to Central or meet you at their place." She was strapping on her weapon harness when he turned. "It's a pity you couldn't have appeared on Nadine's show like that. The shirt sleeves, the weapon at your side, sexy and dangerous." Eve only snorted, then sat to put on her boots. He crossed over to set down their plates, and after one steely warning look at Galahad, pulled Eve to her feet. "Sexy," he repeated, "dangerous, and mine. Better back off, Ace. I'm armed. Just the way I like you. What do you say we do the obvious and cliched for Valentine's Day? A romantic dinner for two, a great deal of champagne, dancing, and incredible amounts of inventive sex. I might be available for that." When the hell was Valentine's Day again, she thought. He laughed, reading her perfectly. "The 14th, my sentimental fool, which would be the day after tomorrow. If work interferes, we'll just have a very late dinner for two, and so forth. You're on." And because it just felt right, she laid her head on his shoulder. She missed the first sentence or two the chirpy on-air reporter said. Even when Rourke's name was announced, and her own, she might have let it slip. But he stiffened against her so she focused on the screen. The air inside her body simply evaporated and left her hollow. He stood with Magdalena, stood close, looking down at her. Just the barest hint of a smile on his face, a face Magdalena held intimately in her hands. "Identified by our sources as European socialite Magdalena Purcell, recently divorced from Georges Fayette, a wealthy French entrepreneur. It appears Ms. Purcell has an eye for wealthy men, as she was seen lunching with Rourke only days ago at the exclusive Sisters 3 restaurant here in New York. According to our sources, the pair enjoyed seasonal salads and a great deal of intimate conversation. We wonder if Lieutenant Eve Dallas, one of New York's top cops and Rourke's wife of the last year and a half, is investigating." "Fuck me," Rourke muttered. "What bloody bullshit. I'm sorry they—" He stopped whatever he was going to say as she was pulling very slowly, very deliberately away from him. And he saw her face. It was sheet white, her eyes dark and shocked against the utter pallor. "Christ Jesus, Eve, you can't—" "I have to go to work." The words jumped so in her throat, in her head, she wasn't sure they came out in the right order. "Bollocks to that! To all of this! I did nothing, and you should know it. Damn it, you should know without me saying it. I walked her out of the building. She came to see me, and I gave her less than 10 minutes before I showed her the door. I felt small doing so, if you must know, but I'd rather hurt her feelings than cause you a moment of unhappiness." She spoke as slowly and deliberately as she'd moved. "I need you to back off." "Fuck that! Fuck it, Eve! Am I to be tried and condemned because some moron had a vidcam at the right moment? A moment when a woman I once cared for said goodbye? Do you think I'd have embarrassed you or myself come to that in this way?" "You did. You did embarrass both of us this way, but that's not important. That's not the point." "Damn if I'll apologize for helping a woman into her car on a public street in the middle of the bleeding day." He dragged his hand through his hair in a gesture she recognized even now as absolute frustration. "You're too smart for this. You know there are people who love nothing more than to spread dirt about people like us, and you would accuse me—" "I haven't accused you." "Oh, aye, you have, of all manner of things." Frustration turned on a dime to rage and insult. "And you do it without a word. I'd rather have the words, as hard as they might be, than that look on your face. It's killing me. Let's have this out, then, once and for all, and be bloody well done with it." No, I don't want to be here right now." Carefully, she picked up her jacket. "I don't want to be with you right now, because I can't fight right now. I can't think. I've got nothing, so you'll win if that's what you need, because I've got nothing." "This isn't about winning. The utter misery on her face, in her voice, drowned the temper. "What I need to know is you believe me, that you trust me, that you know me." Tears were coming. She wouldn't be able to hold them back much longer. She put on her jacket. "We'll get into it later." "That one thing, Eve," he said as he turned away. "Answer that one thing. Do you believe I'd betray you with her?" She drew in what little she had and turned to face him. "No. No, I don't believe you'd betray me with her. I don't believe you'd cheat on me. But I'm afraid, and I'm sick in my heart, that you might look at her, then at me, and regret." He took a step toward her. "Eve, if you don't let me go now, this will never be right." She made it out of the room, down the stairs. She heard Somerset say her name, and kept moving. Get out was all she could think. Get away. "You need your coat." As she yanked at the door, Somerset draped it over her shoulders. "It's very cold." "Eve." He spoke her given name quietly, and nearly shattered her last line of defense. "Will you let her use you both this way?" "I don't know. Her communicator beeped. "Oh, God, oh, God!" She bore down. "Block video," she ordered. "Dallas! Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve." She shoved her arms into the sleeves of the coat as she was ordered to Sarah Child. She responded as she strode out to the car. And she felt Rourke watching her from their bedroom window as she drove away to do the job. Eve stood over the body of Reed Williams and blocked out everything but the work. She knew Eric Dawson, who'd found Williams floating and had jumped in to try to save him, was currently in the locker room with a uniform. The med techs who responded had fought to revive him, even after Dawson's attempts, then Nurse Brennan's, as CPR had failed. So her crime scene and the body had been severely compromised, and Reed Williams was still very dead. She crouched down, examined the bruise and shallow laceration along his jaw. Otherwise, from her exam, his body was unmarked. He was wearing black swim trunks, and a pair of blue lens mini-goggles floated in the pool. As Peabody hadn't yet arrived on scene, she turned the body herself to study the back, the legs, the shoulders. No visible trauma other than the jawline, some superficial scratches consistent with being pulled out of the pool on the back. No sign of struggle. She rose, began to walk around the pool. No visible blood. Might have been blood, and it was washed away. Frowning, she looked around for a weapon that might have caused the wound on the jaw. Vic stands near the pool. Somebody strikes out. Vic falls back into the water. Lost consciousness and drowns? Maybe. But the bruise isn't that severe. But maybe. She kept walking and studied the edge of the pool. Walked back, hunkered down again, and used micro-goggles and a penlight to get a better look at the wound. Flat. More a scrape than a cut. In the water already, maybe. Yeah, it's the right angle, isn't it? Vic's taking his swim, gets to the wall, holds onto the edge for a minute. That's what you do. Slips, loses his grip, knocks his chin on the skirting. But why? Just clumsiness? Didn't strike me as a clumsy guy. And does that knock end up drowning him, or did he have help? She went back to the body, shook her head. There's no skin under his nails, no sealant, no nothing. Clean as a damn whistle. What do you do if somebody holds your head under? You fight, you scratch. And if I'm standing on the skirt of the pool, holding some guy under, for instance a strong guy, a guy who works out regularly, I'm probably going to give his head a good thump against the wall, for instance. Easy to mistake a head knock for accidental. Frowning again, she began to search, to feel the back of Williams's head. No bump, no laceration, no trauma. Looked simple, looked easy, looked accidental. And she thought, no fucking way. Bag and tag him, Eve ordered and straightened. ME to determine. Priority request for Morris. I want the sweepers to go over the edging. I'm looking for blood or skin." She moved off, into the locker room where Dawson sat in a baggy sweatsuit drinking hot coffee. "Officer." Eve nodded to the uniform. "Detective Peabody should be arriving momentarily. Director here." "Yes, sir." "Mr. Dawson." He was floating. Dawson's hands began to shake a little. He was floating. I thought at first he was just floating the way you do. Then I saw he wasn't. "Mr. Dawson, I'm going to record this. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." "Mr. Williams was already in the pool when you came into the area?" "Yes, he was." He drew a long breath, set the coffee cup aside. "Actually, I was looking for him. I'd seen Arnett, Principal Mosley, and she asked if I would take Reed's 4th period class today. That's my study period. She told me he'd been suspended, and she was going to initiate termination proceedings unless he resigned within the next 24 hours. I felt terrible about it." "You were friendly with Mr. Williams?" "We all got along here. We were all friendly. There was never any trouble here. Until... oh, God." He dropped his head again, pinched the bridge of his nose. "I agreed to monitor the class, but asked if I could speak with him, to get some idea of his lesson plan. I don't know." He braced his head, hair still damp in his hand. "She said she assumed he was cleaning out his lockers. I glanced in the lounge, but he wasn't there, so I went into the fitness center. His locker was still activated, but he wasn't on the machines. I just stepped into the pool area to see—" "What did you see?" "He was floating, face down. At first, I thought... I maybe said, 'Damn, Reed, this is a damn mess.' He kept floating, and I realized... I jumped in. You're supposed to grab a flotation, but I didn't think. I just jumped, and I turned him over, towed him to the side. I got him out. I had to get out first, then haul him out. I did mouth-to-mouth, CPR. We're all required to know how to do it. I don't know how long, but he wasn't breathing. I hit the intercom, called Karen. 'Nurse Brennan?' I told her to call 911 and to come to the pool." "Which she did." "Yes, she came right away. She tried when she got here. She tried. Then the MTs tried. But they said he was gone." "Where are your shoes?" "Shoes?" He looked down at his bare feet. "I forgot shoes. I had my work clothes on when I went into the pool. The police officer said it was all right for me to change. I forgot to put my skids on, I guess. Maybe if I'd gotten there sooner, just a minute or two sooner, if I hadn't looked in the lounge first." "I don't think so, Mr. Dawson. I think you did all you could." "I hope I did. I nearly drowned once when I was 10. My family always went to the Jersey Shore in August. I went out too far and I couldn't get back. The waves just kept pushing me farther out and I couldn't stay up. My father pulled me back. He got to me and pulled me all the way back to shore, blistered my ears for swimming out that far. Then he cried, just sat down and cried. I never forgot it, or how scared I was. It's a scary way to die." "Yeah, but mostly they all are." She questioned him further, but if he'd been responsible for Williams's death instead of traumatized by it, she'd eat her badge. She released him, then accessed Williams's locker for another search. One of his good suits, she noted, with shirt and tie, dress shoes. So he'd been planning to dude up for the day. Didn't sound like resignation time to her. Could have had another appointment, she mused. She searched through his toiletry bag, found nothing out of line, then hauled out his briefcase as she heard the sturdy strides of Peabody's winter boots. "Williams is our DB," Eve said without looking over. "Found floating face down in the pool, past reviving. Bruised and scraped on the jaw. Could be he got clocked, but it looks to me as if he wrapped himself on the edge of the pool. Some scrapes on the back consistent with being pulled out. No other visible trauma. So it looks accidental. Looks like. Isn't, or I'm a dancing monkey. We'll want to go through this disc, but by the looks of his briefcase, it appears he was set to resume his teacherly duties today. Now she looked over at Peabody. Witt's statement claims Williams was suspended, and termination proceedings were set to begin if he didn't resign within 24.
But he comes in, uses the school facilities.
Peabody poked her head into the locker.
And from all appearances was going to tough it out. Who'd he see this morning?
That's what we're going to find out, but my money's on Moseley. They tracked the principal down in her office, easily cutting through the admin, who sat bleary-eyed and sniffling. Moseley paced the room as she spoke on an earpiece. She held up a hand, signaling Eve and Peabody to wait. Yes, of course. I will. The police are here now. I'll get back to you as soon as I've spoken with them. Moseley took off the earpiece, laid it on her desk. The chairman of our board, she said, and rubbed her fingertips between her eyebrows. This is a very difficult time. If you'll give me a moment, I need to arrange for classes to be dismissed for the day. Nobody leaves, Eve said flatly. I beg your pardon. We've had a second death. You can't expect the students to— Nobody leaves the building until I clear it. Nobody else comes in unless I clear it. What time did you speak with Mr. Williams this morning? I'm sorry, my head is splitting. She moved to her desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small enameled case. She removed what Eve recognized as a standard blocker. After pouring herself a glass of water, she sat down, took the pill. It would help the headache, Eve thought, and also gave Moseley a few moments to gather her wits and decide what she'd say and how she'd say it. I signed in at 7 or shortly after. To be frank, Craig Foster's death has generated a great deal of concern among the parents and the board. I've held a number of conferences and came in early today to catch up on other administrative duties, including preparing termination proceedings on Reed Williams. Yes. She pressed her lips together. It seems cold now, but there was no choice. He'd been charged with possessing illegal substances and is, or it appears he was, under heavy suspicion for Craig's murder. He was obviously an unacceptable risk for our students, as I told him clearly yesterday when he returned to the school. Yesterday? He came back here after his bail hearing? Correct. I suggested, initially, he take some leave, but he was adamant about going on as if nothing had happened. Though most of the students had left by that time, I was worried about him causing a scene, so I asked him to speak with me in here, privately. Moseley brushed a hand over her hair, then tugged down the jacket of her suit. It was unpleasant. I'll be frank about that as well. I explained the need to avoid any more scandal. We've had 3 parents remove their children from the school and demand their tuition be returned. Once it became public that a teacher was arrested— She trailed off, shook her head. How'd he take it? Eve asked. Poorly. It's within my rights to suspend a teacher for suspicion of illegal or immoral behavior, but termination is trickier. He knew it. He stalked out, claiming that between his lawyer and his union rep, he'd squash any attempt I or the BOD might make to have him fired. Wouldn't have gone down well with you. No, it did not. It did not, Moseley repeated, with some fire in her eyes. While I believe we could and would have succeeded in the termination, it would have been an ugly mess, and would have resulted, no doubt, in the loss of more students. And more revenue. Yes, without revenue we can't provide the education the students expect and deserve. But he came in today regardless. Did you have words with him in the pool? You've been swimming this morning, Principal Moseley. She waited while Moseley blinked. Your towel, still damp, was in the locker room hamper. Women's side. 1 towel. As I've stated before, I often swim in the morning. I did see Reed, yes, as I was getting out of the pool, and yes, we had words. I told him I wanted him off the premises, and he informed me he was going to take a swim, then have some coffee and a muffin before he began his classes. Defying your authority, Eve prompted. He was very smug and arrogant about it. I don't deny we argued, or that I was very angry, and he was diving into the pool very much alive when I left. I showered, dressed, then came directly here to contact the chairman and relay the situation. What time was that? It would have been around 8 when I got to my office and made the call. When I'd finished, I found Eric, Mr. Dawson, and asked him to monitor Reed's 4th period class today. I also spoke with Mary and Dave, assigning each of them to one of Reed's classes. She stopped, sighed. A small scheduling nightmare. I had intended to wait for Reed to come out of the locker room, give him another chance to leave on his own. Then, as ordered by the board, I would call security and have him escorted out of the building. I didn't know Nurse Brennan had made the 911 call until the medical technicians were rushing in. I had no idea what had happened. You know the routine by now. I need the names of everyone who was in the building between 7 and 8:30 a.m. My partner and I will begin interviews. But this was an accident. Eve smiled thinly. That's what you said about Foster. There was little variation as far as staff on premises, Eve noted, but it was very interesting to learn that Alika Straffo had signed in with her daughter at 7:32 and hadn't signed out again until 8:12. Her gauge had put William's time of death at 7:50. She mulled it over as she set up to interview Mary Halliwell. I don't know how much more we can take, Mary began. This place, it's like a tomb, like it's cursed. That sounds dramatic, but that's how it feels to me. Why were you here so early? I show you signing in at 7:15. Oh, drama club. We're meeting before classes, in the theater. Discussion, a bit of some scenes from our town. I'll need a list of the students and staff present, parents and guardians. Of course, no problem. I was the only staff there. Did you leave the theater at any time during the meeting? No, I was there from 7:30 to 8:15. Actually, a little before 7:30 as I set up the vid, and probably a few minutes after 8:15 as I broke them down. I didn't hear about Reed until I was back in my classroom. You knew Williams had been arrested yesterday. Everyone knew. She lifted a shoulder. I can't say I was surprised, and maybe, I probably shouldn't say this, but maybe a little pleased. Comeuppance, you know, but this, drowning the way he did, that's horrible. I just don't know how it could have happened. We're going to chat with the fragile and lovely Mrs. Straffo. Eve got behind the wheel. I wonder how she handled the irony of having her husband defending the guy she dicked around on him with, and what she was doing in the building for 45 minutes. Straffo wasn't on Halliwell's memory list of parents in the theater during the meeting. Peabody shifted a little, kept looking straight out the windshield. So, how are things? What things? I, happened to have the screen on this morning when I was grabbing a bagel. Caught that stupid bit about that blonde and Rourke. Anybody could see it was bullcrap. Then why do you bring it up? Sorry. No, Eve said after a minute. No point in slapping at you for it. It's outside the box right now, that's all. And it's staying outside the box because it's not part of the job. Clear? Sure. I can't let it in right now, Eve said after another moment of screaming silence. I can't think about it right now. Okay. I'm just going to say this one thing, then lock the lid. Bullcrap. Thanks. Okay. Why did Mrs. Straffo take the kid to school today? Why not the babysitter? That would be the au pair on their level. Good question. Eve pulled up in front of the apartment building. Then let's ask it. She had to cut through the doorman, who tried to block them. Mrs. Straffo has her penthouse on privacy mode, door and links. She doesn't want to be disturbed. Pal, I don't know what kind of Christmas bonus you get from the Straffos, but now's the time to ask yourself if it's worth you getting hauled into Central and held for obstruction of justice. This is a badge. Read it and weep. Now step back, or you're going to be sitting in holding for the next several hours. I'm just doing my job. Aren't we all? Eve moved by him, then paused. Have you seen the au pair this morning? Cora? She went out about 9. Errands. She said Mrs. Straffo wasn't feeling very well and activated the privacy mode. She hasn't come back yet. What about Mrs. Straffo? What time did she get back this morning? About 8:30, maybe a little later. Didn't look well either. On foot or by car? Walking. Walked the kid to school. It's about 10 minutes away. They were scooting some. The kid said she'd be late for a meeting if they didn't hurry.
Doesn't the au pair usually take the kid in, pick her up? Peabody wondered.
Most of the time, sure, the doorman confirmed. One of the Straffos takes her now and then.
Riding up to the penthouse, Eve worked on the timing. Leaves the school, walks home. Takes a good 15 minutes to do it. Not hurrying then. Goes upstairs, gives the au pair errands to run. Shuts down. Wants privacy. At the penthouse, Eve pressed the buzzer. The security blinked, and the computer clicked on. We're sorry. The Straffo family has activated full privacy. If you care to leave your name and contact information, one of the family will return your call when available. Eve held her badge to the scanner. This is police business. You're ordered to override privacy mode and inform Mrs. Straffo to open the door. One moment, please, while your identification is verified. ID verified. Please wait. Eve was just toying with the idea of pounding a fist on the door when it opened. The doorman had it right. Alika Straffo didn't look well. She may have been dressed in silk lounging pajamas, but they were wasted on her as she stood pale and hollow-eyed. Please, can't this wait? I'm sick. You were well enough to walk your daughter to school this morning. Something happened there that made you sick? Or maybe you've been feeling a little off since your husband agreed to defend your lover. He isn't my lover. He was a mistake. Please leave me alone. Not going to happen. Eve laid a hand on the door before Alika could close it. You fixed that mistake this morning? I'm tired. Tears began to gather and fall. I'm just sick, and I'm tired. I just want all of this to go away. So you helped Williams go under for the 3rd time? What are you talking about? Oh, God, come in then. Just come in. I'm too tired to stand here arguing with you. She turned away from the door, went to the living area to sit on one of the sofas, dropped her head in her hand. I was such a fool, such a stupid fool, ever to let him touch me. Now, how much am I going to have to pay for that? Did he put the squeeze on you for money? Money? She lifted her head. No, no. That he would call Oliver, convince Oliver to defend him. What kind of a man is that? And he had those vials in his bedroom? Now, how can I be sure he didn't use them on me? I feel sick. So you confronted him this morning? No, I intended to. I tried to talk Oliver out of representing him, but Oliver's determined. I had to know what Reed said to him, had to convince Reed to find another lawyer. Eve sat. Let's get this on record, just so everyone's protected. I'm going to read you your rights. But you're married to a lawyer. You know how this works. Record on. Eve recited the revised Miranda, watching Alika's face as she did. Do you understand your rights and obligations in this matter? Of course I do. You took your daughter to school this morning, arrived about 7:30. Yes. I thought if I took her in, and Reed was there. I saw that he was, on the sign-in screen. So I walked Raylene to the theater, and I went back. I thought, at that time of the morning, he'd be in the fitness center. But I didn't see him there. I decided to check the pool. I heard them as I stepped through the doorway of the locker room. Heard who? Reed and Principal Mosley, arguing, shouting at each other. She told him he was done, that he would no longer be attached to the school. If he didn't resign, she'd see he was terminated. Why would that upset you? Eve asked. It didn't. I mean, it wasn't pleasant, but that wasn't what upset me. I started to leave. I didn't want her to find me there, but then he said, Try it, Arnett. He said it like he was so amused. I think he even laughed. She shuddered. I'd never heard him speak like that. So hard, so ugly. He was always so gentle and charming with me. Even when I told him I'd made a mistake, he was very understanding, but this...
What else did you hear?
Alika moistened her lips. He told her he wouldn't be the only one out on his ass. Push him, he'd push back. How did she think the board would feel if they found out she'd fucked him? That's exactly how he said it. She'd fucked him, one of her own faculty members, in that very pool, on sacred school grounds, and in her office. It made me sick to hear it, to hear him start to describe what they'd done together.
And Moseley, Eve began. How did she react to the threat of exposure?
I don't know. I ran out because I was sick. I went to one of the bathrooms and threw up.
She pressed her fingers to her lips, squeezed her eyes shut.
I was so ashamed. Ashamed and disgusted with myself, with what I did. This was the kind of man I've betrayed my husband with? And now he was using that, using Oliver, because he knows I'm too big a coward to tell Oliver what I've done. He knows I'll keep quiet, and I suppose Principal Moseley will too. So he'll just go on to the next.
No, he won't. He's dead. Alika stared at Eve. Then her eyes rolled up, and she slid bonelessly to the polished floor. Chapter 13. When Alika revived, she careened directly into hysteria. The sobbing, the shaking, the wild eyes could have been guilt, a good act, or shock. Eve decided to reserve judgment when the au pair rushed in, carting market bags.
What is it? What's happened? Oh, God, is it Raylene?
Kid's fine. Eve waited while Cora dumped the bags on the floor and hurried to Alika's side. Calm her down. Trank her if you have to. We'll finish the interview later.
Mr. Straffo?
He's fine, too, as far as I know. Calm her down, then come back. I've got a couple of questions for you.
All right, then. Shh, darling.
In the way of women who are natural caregivers, Cora tuned a voice to a soft song.
Come on with Cora now, won't you? Everything's going to be all right. It's all falling apart, Alika sobbed as Cora drew her up. He's dead. My God, he's dead.
Cora's gaze zipped to Eve's. Another teacher, Eve told her.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Yes, sweetheart, come and lie down a while.
Cora led her toward the elevator rather than the staircase. She had her arm around Alika when the doors closed, bearing the other woman's weight as though she weighed no more than a child. Contact Moseley, Peabody, Eve said with her eyes trained on the second floor. I want her to come down to Central. Make it pleasant, apologetic. You know how to play it. Just a few more questions. Better for everyone if we talk away from the school. Got it. As Peabody got out her pocket link, Eve walked casually up the stairs. Just checking on a possible wit, possible suspect, she thought. Perfectly understandable, perfectly acceptable, perfectly legal. And if she took her time, looking into the other rooms from their doorways, it wasn't a violation. She scanned what she assumed was Straffo's home office. Spacious, slick, touches of pricey chocolate-brown leather. Good view, with privacy screens engaged. Small sofa, not what a guy would stretch out on for a nap. All business, then. Across from it was what she supposed would be called Alika's sitting room. There was a small desk with dramatically curved legs, a matching chair. Pastels, she noted, pinks and greens, and a pretty little fireplace. On the mantel were framed photos. She could see several of the kid, the family, one of husband and wife, younger, softer, beaming out. But there was no photo of a little boy. The doomed son. Privacy screens again, but with soft green drapes flanking them. A little footstool, a fancy tea set, flowers. In the room beyond that was what looked like a playroom. Kiddie domain, Eve thought. Toys, a scaled-down desk, lots of bright colors, so heavy on the candy pink it made Eve's teeth ache.
The kid rated her own comp, Eve noted. Her own screen and entertainment center, her own tea set with table and chairs. The desk area had been fashioned like an office for the school generation. Disk files, art supplies, which had likely been used to create some of the pictures on the wall. The room adjoined, Eve saw through an open door, a large, cushy bedroom. Very, very girly, very, very frothy with its pink and white theme, its collection of dolls, doll furniture, which struck Eve as a bit creepy. What did dolls need with chairs, beds, tables, unless they came to life in the dead of night and used them? Yeah, definitely creepy. She moved on, past the door Cora had shut. Eve could hear the woman murmuring to Alika, crooning to her. She found a guest room that would have passed muster at a 5-star hotel. That made 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. No doubt the master bedroom claimed its own, playroom, sitting room, office on the 2nd floor. She glanced up, wishing she had an excuse to wander up to the top level. Instead, she waited until Cora slipped out of the master bedroom. Cora put a finger to her lips as she eased the door shut. "No soundproofing," she whispered, and gestured for Eve to follow her to the steps leading down. Why no soundproofing in a place like this? "Mrs. wouldn't have it, I'm told. She wants to be able to hear Aileen in the night. They had a son, you know, and he died." "Yeah, I know about that." "I gave her a tranquilizer, as you said. She should sleep a couple of hours. I told her I'd call her husband, but she said I mustn't and cried all the harder. I don't know what I should do." "How's it been between the Straffos the last day or 2? "Ah, well." Cora pushed at her bright hair. "She's been nervy. I guess since you're the police, it's not talking out of school to say she didn't like him lawyering for that teacher who'd been arrested. They had some words about it yesterday. She was upset, no doubt, and demanded what he'd do if this man was to be charged with Mr. Foster's murder. He said it wasn't her place to interfere with his profession." "No soundproofing," Cora added with a wry smile. "It's the first I've heard them argue in that way since I came here. I went up to distract Raylene from it, but she was in her playroom at her desk doing her schoolwork, as she does before family dinner each day. Had her music on." Cora tapped her ears. "The headset. So she'd have been spared hearing them fight." "And this morning?" "Tense. As it was during dinner last night as well. But there was no talk of it while Raylene and I were about." Cora glanced at the bags she'd dropped when she'd come in. "Would you mind if I took these back to the kitchen, put things away?" "No, fine." Eve signaled Peabody with a glance, and picked up one of the bags herself. "I'll take this one." "Dining room through archway," she noted. "Lots of silver and black, with a wide terrace beyond. The kitchen, same color scheme, with splashes of electric blue through the door to the right." "Mrs. Straffo took Raylene to school today," Eve began, and set the bag on a wide stainless work counter. "Thanks for that. She did, yes." Cora began to put supplies away in glossy black cupboards or the huge silver fridge. "One of them will, now and then, though it's always planned out before. They're considerate that way, letting me know if I'll have a bit of time to myself. But the missus told me this morning, just after the mister left." She closed the last cupboard door. "Can I get you and your partner something, Lieutenant? Some tea, perhaps?" "No, thanks." "If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to get myself a cup. I'm that upset. Another teacher dead, you said. And things come in threes, such things do." As she programmed the tea, she sent Eve a sheepish smile. "Superstition, I know. But still... Oh, God, Raylene! Should I go get her from school? But I shouldn't leave the missus." Her father was going to be contacted. "All right, then. Sure, that's best." She took out the tea, sighed. What a state of affairs. How was Mrs. Straffo when she came back from walking Raylene to school? She looked poorly, and said that she felt that way as well. Cora slid onto a stool at a short eating bar to drink her tea. "She gave me some errands to run, and said she wanted the flat on privacy so she could sleep undisturbed. I made her some tea and then went out for the errands." "You run a lot of errands for her?" "Oh, indeed. It's part of my position." I don't mean it to sound she works me half to death, for she doesn't. Eve thought of the elaborate playroom, bedroom upstairs. And you spend a lot of time with Raylene. I do, yes, and she's a pleasure. Most of the time, Cora said with a laugh. But the missus doesn't leave the rearing to me, if you understand me. And some do. They spend considerable time together, this family, work and play. She's a lovely woman, the missus, and very kind, as is the mister. Still, I have to say, it seems to me the mister shouldn't have been defending that man if it upset the missus so. And now he's dead. She told me he was dead when I tucked her in bed. Poor lamb. Her nerves are just shattered by all this. When they left the penthouse and Peabody informed Eve that Moseby had agreed to a follow-up interview at Central, Eve thought she'd see who else's nerves she could shatter that day. Her own stretched and threatened to fray when she walked into her bullpen. Several conversations took a hitch, that telling beat of silence, before they continued. Gazes flicked her way, then aside. Not one smart remark was made about her appearance with Nadine the evening before. Because that wasn't the top story, Eve thought as she strode straight into her office, forced herself not to slam the door. The top story was now the lieutenant's spouse and a stunning blonde. She programmed coffee, noted she had messages from Nadine, from Mavis, from Mira, from the on-air reporter who'd relayed the gossip piece that morning, and he could fry an everlasting hell, Eve thought. She ignored the guilt when she ignored Mavis and Nadine, brought up Mira's. Eve, I have your more detailed profile, which I've sent to you. I hope, if there's a personal matter you'd like to speak with me about, you'll get in touch. I'll be available. No, I don't want to speak about it, Eve mumbled, and shut down the message. Instead, she contacted her commander's office for permission to give an oral. She'd deal with the written later. Check with Morris, she added as she headed out again. Take another pass through Williams's apartment. Put Feeney on the electronics. She knew what to do, how to run the case, how to close it. It was the rest of her life she didn't know how to run. She took the glides up. She may have felt looks aimed her way, but it was better than having them drilled into the back of her head in the confines of the elevators. Whitney's admin avoided her eyes altogether. You can go right in, Lieutenant. He's expecting you. Whitney sat behind his desk of command. Big shoulders, big hands. His face was somber, his dark eyes direct. Lieutenant? Sir, I believe there may be a break in the Foster homicide that connects it to the drowning death of Reed Williams. He sat back as she gave her report. Let her complete it uninterrupted. You opted not to bring Alika Straffo in for questioning. Not at this time. We wouldn't get anything out of her, Commander. I think pressuring Moseby will give us more juice. While they both have motive and opportunity, it's easier to see Moseby helping the Vic into the water, or under it. They both had something to lose, but the tone of Straffo's statement prior to being informed of Williams's death gives it credence. She could have used the time between the murder, if it was murder. Yes, sir, if it was. She could have used the time to prepare, to plan how she would deal with questioning. I'm still looking at her, but Moseby fits more cleanly. And Foster? It's possible Williams poisoned him. Williams doesn't like being pushed, and we know Foster pushed, at least on one occasion, on the sexual activities. With this new information, that Williams had been sexual with Moseby, and if we can verify that Foster was aware of that, it turns it. Moseby had more to lose. Foster's knowledge compromised her position and her sense of authority. Nobody likes their private issues made public, particularly by those under their command. True enough. His eyes remained level with hers. Use it and squeeze that juice. Yes, sir. My wife and I watched you on Nadine First's new program last night. He smiled a little. You did very well. Your demeanor and your answers were a credit to the department. Chief Tibble has already contacted me this morning to say the same. Thank you, Commander. It's good public relations, Dallas, and you handled yourself. It can be difficult to become a public figure,
to maintain and handle the inevitable invasions of privacy that go hand in hand with any sort of notoriety. If you feel, at any point, that pull and tug is affecting your work, I hope you'll speak to me about it."
"It won't affect my work." He nodded.
"I'll observe the interview with Moseley, if possible. Otherwise, I'll review it at the first opportunity. Dismissed." She started out. "Dallas, gossip is an ugly and insidious form of entertainment. Maybe that's why people can't resist it. A good cop knows it has its uses, just as a good cop knows it's often twisted and pummeled into a different shape for the purpose of the purveyor. You're a good cop."
"Yes, sir. Thank you." Though she knew he'd meant it kindly, the sting of embarrassment plagued her all the way down the glides. Her pocket link signaled a message straight to voicemail before she stepped into the bullpen. She drew it out, saw from the display it was from Rourke. The urge to simply delete without checking made her feel small and cowardly. She cursed and played the message. His face filled her link screen, and those lethal blue eyes burned into hers. "Lieutenant, I didn't want to disturb you. If you can carve out some time today, I'd like some of it. If it's not possible, if you're just too bloody stubborn to make it possible, I expect to have your time and attention tonight. At home. I'll end by saying this much. You piss me off, and still I love you with everything I am. I'd best hear from you, Eve, or I swear I'm going to kick your ass." She stuffed the link back in her pocket. "We'll see whose ass gets kicked, pal." But her heart had twisted again. In pleasure or in pain, she just didn't know.
"Hey, Dallas."
Baxter pushed away from his desk, strode after her.
Nice job with Nadine last night."
"You got something to say to me that applies to a case, Detective?"
"Not really, Listen, Dallas, you don't want to pay any attention to—"
She closed her office door in his face, but not before she saw the look of concerned sympathy on it. She put another lock on the lid of her emotional box, sat and focused on writing her report until she got the signal that Arnett Moseley had arrived. When she walked in, Moseley scowled.
"Really, Lieutenant, I assumed we'd do this in your office."
"You haven't seen my office. There's barely enough room for me in there, much less the three of us. Appreciate you coming in. I want to cooperate, both as a private citizen and as principal of Sarah Child. The sooner all of this is cleared up, closed away, the better for the school." "Yeah, the school's important to you."
"Of course."
"Just let me set up. Record on. Interview with Moseley, Arnett, conducted by Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody, Detective Delia, all present in the matter of the death of Williams, Reed on this date." Eve took her seat. "Ms. Moseley, are you here of your own volition?" "I am. As I said, I want to cooperate, and we appreciate it. To ensure your protection, I'm going to read you your rights." "My rights? I don't—" "It's routine," Eve said casually, and ran through them. "Do you understand your rights and obligations in this matter?"
"Of course I do."
"Okay, then. Again, we appreciate your cooperation."
"Reed's death is a shock to all of us. A loss for all of us," she added, "particularly coming so close on the heels of Craig's."
"You refer to Craig Foster, who was murdered in the school you head?"
"Yes. It was and is a tragedy."
"Oh, sorry. You want coffee or anything?"
"I'm fine, but thank you."
"Both these men," Eve continued, "Foster and Williams, were known to you?"
"Yes."
Moseley folded her hands neatly on the table. Her nails were perfectly manicured and painted a pale coral. "They served on the faculty of Sarah Child, where I stand as principal." "Are you aware that Reed Williams was questioned in the matter of Foster's death?" Her jaw tightened into a stern expression Eve imagined laid little licks of fear in any student's belly.
"We all were, yes.
I was aware you'd spoken to him and that he'd been arrested on other charges. The possession of illegals, specifically 2 banned substances that are most commonly used in sexual activities."
"They're rape drugs."
Moseley's mouth went razor thin.
It's appalling. I respected Reed as a teacher, but this information about his personal life, it's shocking. You confronted Mr. Williams on this matter. I did. And here was the pride and authority in the lift of her chin, the chilly hauteur in her eyes. When he was arrested and charged, I contacted our board of directors to inform them of same. It was agreed that Reed should be immediately suspended, that his resignation be called for. If he refused to tender it, I was to begin termination proceedings. Those are complicated and often difficult, and given the circumstances would generate considerable undesirable publicity for the school. Yes, but under the circumstances there was no choice. The students are our first priority in every matter. Understanding the rhythm, Peabody poured a cup of water and offered it to Moseley. Some parents had already pulled a couple of your students, Peabody commented. You've probably had to reassure plenty of others. It's happened under your watch. You must have gotten some heat from the board, too. The board's concerned, of course, but has been very supportive. It would have murked it up even more, though, if Williams made a stink. You know how it is, Lieutenant. Somebody gets out of line, then tries to take the whole ship down with him. People like that, Eve agreed. They don't want to go down alone, and don't care what they break on the way. You stated earlier that you'd seen and spoken to Williams this morning in the pool area. Yes, I was leaving as he came in, and I reminded him, firmly, of his suspension, again asked for his resignation, and explained the consequences should he refuse. How did he respond? That he was confident his lawyer and his union rep would block any termination. She shook her head in obvious disgust. I left him there to contact the chairman of our board, and I decided to have Mr. Williams removed by security. You just left him there to paddle around in the pool? Eve said. After he'd defied your authority? I could hardly remove him bodily myself. Guess not. Frowning, Eve flipped through her file. You don't mention a shouting match with him? I may have raised my voice, but I'd hardly call our conversation a shouting match. Really? I like to get good and loud when I argue, especially when I'm being threatened. You didn't mention that either, that he'd threatened you. There was a quick flicker as Moseley's gaze slid away from Eve's. I don't recall that he did. You were overheard. He threatened you all right, Arnett. Threatened to make it known that you and he had used that pool for more than swimming laps, had used your office for more than lesson planning. How do you figure the board of directors would take that information? How long would you stand as principal when Williams told them you'd had sex with him? This is absurd. Her throat worked on a swallow, and her neatly folded hands unlinked to press palms against the table. This is insulting. You know, I had to ask myself how it was that a woman so staunch, so proud of her reputation and the schools she served, would allow a scumbag like Williams to stay on staff. I wondered about that. You had to know he'd been dipping. There was never a complaint filed. Oh, let's can that, Arnett. You knew damn well he was engaging in extracurricular activities. Your watch. Eve pointed at Moseley across the table. Your ship, but you let it go. How could you bring the hammer down on him for it when he'd already nailed you? Rock in a hard place, Peabody agreed. Go to the board on it, and you leave yourself wide open. Say nothing and have to tolerate his behavior. Still, the second option preserves reputations. Yours, Eve continued, and shifted to sit on the side of the table, crowding Moseley a little. The schools. Did Foster come to you, off-record, unofficially, to tell you Williams was harassing Lena Sanchez? Did he ask your advice on how to handle it? I think I should have an attorney present before I answer any more questions. Sure, you can pull that chain. Of course, once you do, things are going to get stickier. How do you think that vaunted board of directors is going to react, Peabody, when they find out Principal Moseley needs a lawyer? Not good. Peabody pursed her lips, shook her head. They probably wouldn't react well. There's no reason for this. Moseley held up a hand. We'll straighten this out here and now. There's no reason to involve a lawyer or the board. No lawyer, Arnett? No, let's just... I'll tell you what I know. Yes, Craig came to me last year. He was upset and concerned. He said Reed had been pressuring Lena for sex, had been making her uncomfortable, and had touched her inappropriately. He said he'd spoken to Reed himself and warned him, but as he knew Reed had made other inappropriate remarks and approached other staff members, he wanted me to make the warning official. Did you? I called Reed in. Yes. He was unrepentant, but he did stay away from Lena. He was annoyed with Craig, and amused by me, as shortly after I came on as principal, We had a sexual encounter. It was a terrible mistake, a moment of weakness. It should never have happened, and I swore it wouldn't happen again. But it did, Eve said. Last month, during my morning swim. He came in, got into the pool. Things simply happened. She lifted her water, took a long drink. Then she lowered her lashes. I blamed myself. I was sick at my lack of judgment and control. Now I realized that it happened because he drugged me. She looked up again, and Eve saw the lie in her eyes and the calculation with it. He gave me the rape drug, and I'm sure he did the first time. I held myself responsible, but I wasn't. No one is under those conditions. How'd he slip it to you? He offered me a bottle of water, as I recall. While you were doing laps, you stopped, and while treading water, drank water? I wasn't in the pool. Obviously, I haven't been clear. I got out when he came in. Though we worked together well enough, I wasn't comfortable being with him alone in that situation. But comfortable enough to take a bottle of water from him. I was thirsty. Then I felt hot and strange. I can barely remember. She lowered her head, braced it with her hand. We were in the water again, and Now, like choreography, Moseley covered her face with both hands and began to weep. I've been so ashamed. Yeah, I bet. Say you play that tune and we dance to it. What happened when you were done being taken advantage of? How can you be so callous? Years of practice and enjoyment. Craig Foster told his wife shortly before his death that he'd seen Williams with someone he shouldn't have been with. I vote he saw him with you. Foster used the pool routinely. Moseley closed her eyes. Eve wondered what was going on behind those closed lids. He did see us. After Reed laughed and said that Craig really got an eyeful this time. It was horrid. What did you do about it? Nothing. Nothing. I'd hoped Reed was lying, saying it to make me more afraid, more guilty. Then, pretty damn conveniently from your stand, Craig ends up chugging bad hot chocolate. Convenient! Moseley's shoulders reared back. Her eyes went hot. Craig's death was a tragedy on a personal level and a potential disaster for the school. Spared your ass, though. With him out of the way, nobody knew about your indiscretion but Williams. He's mum on it because he likes his job, the security of it, and the field of play. She swung around the back of Moseley's chair, leaned in, leaned hard. But once that job's threatened, he'd drag you down into the muck with him. You and the school. You're a strong, healthy woman, Arnett. A strong, healthy swimmer. I bet you could, especially pissed, find the muscle to drown a man. He was alive when I left the pool. He was alive! She grabbed at her water with a hand that trembled. Yes, I was angry, but I walked away. He could threaten to tell the board that we'd had sexual intercourse, but how could he prove it? It would be his word against mine. The word of an illegals user who had seduced or attempted to seduce members of the staff, or the principal, whose reputation is unblemished. I had every intention of securing his termination. I believe you, and he's well and truly terminated, isn't he? I didn't kill anyone. I was raped. As a rape victim, I'm entitled to privacy and to counseling. I'm requesting both at this time. If you make my rape a matter of record, using my name, I can and will sue this department. Unless I'm charged with a crime connected to my rape, you're required to preserve my anonymity. I want to see a rape counselor. I can't answer any more questions now. I'm too upset.
As per subject's request, interview end. Peabody. I'll set up the counselor. Peabody curled her lip as she started for the door. Then she stopped. Off record, I can say what I want. You're a disgrace, she said to Moseley. You're an insult to every woman who's ever been forced. One way or the other, we're going to nail your sorry ass. Moseley lifted her chin as Peabody stomped out. It's horrifying how the victim is still forced to bear the guilt of sexual abuse. Eve thought of the child she'd been, of the nightmares that had dogged her all her life. You're nobody's victim. Bitch! Lying bitch! Peabody steamed her way down the corridor. I want to fry her ass! When Peabody paused in front of a vending machine, Eve waited for her to kick it, really hoped she would. But in the end, Peabody dug out credits for a tube of Pepsi and one of the no-cal variety. Why is she a lying bitch? Come on! No, I'm asking you. Peabody sucked on the tube, then leaned back against the machine. You jolted her when you pinned her on having sex with Williams. She figured she was in the clear there. Then the wheels start turning. Geez, you could see them. Clack, clack, clack. Bitch, she repeated, and took another gulp. She used the fact that Williams got busted for having illegals at his residence. Her reactions were all off, Dallas. There's no rape victim in her. No misplaced shame or guilt, no anger, no fear, no sign whatsoever of personal violation. Body language, tone of voice, facial expressions. It may pass with her famed board of directors, but it's crap. Peabody paused for breath, then blew a long one out before she chugged Diet Pepsi. Williams was slime, but she's just another form of slime. A user, a manipulator, a coward, and a hypocrite. She's bitch slime. What a proud day this is for me. Eve laid a hand on Peabody's shoulder. Yeah, she's bitch slime. She went into the synchronized swimming round with Williams of her own volition. Tough to prove otherwise, seeing as he's been eliminated from the competition, but we know what we know. But is the bitch slime a murderer? Probably. She had motive and opportunity on both Vics. We'd like her to be the killer, Eve acknowledged. As righteous bitches to bitch slime, we'd love to take her down for a couple of murders in the first. But we don't have enough to lock either one. The next thing we have to do is verify our own infallible instincts and prove Williams was murdered. Oh, yeah. Peabody hunched her shoulders. I sort of forgot that little step. It's the little ones that trip you and send your face into the concrete. Let's go to the morgue. Chapter 14. She swung through the bullpen, then into her office for her coat. Stopped, kicked the desk lightly. She wasn't answering those messages. She wasn't a frigging saint. But she could do something about something else. Pulling on her coat, she walked back into the bullpen and straight to Baxter's desk, where he was slugging back cop coffee and reading a sweeper's report. I saw you close the underground case. Got a murder, too. Trueheart handle the interview? Yeah, he did good. She glanced over to the cube where the undeniably adorable Officer Trueheart was pecking away at paperwork. Trueheart. He swiveled around immediately, blinked at her. Sir. Nice work on the Sykes interview. He flushed. Thanks, Lieutenant. Taught him all he knows, Baxter claimed with a grin. Hopefully he'll overcome that. As for earlier, I appreciate the sentiment. Let's leave it there. Got that. Satisfied, she left to study the dead. Welcome back. Can I offer you some refreshments? Morris was in pewter today, with the purple shirt and braided pewter tie. His hair was in a long tail that made Eve think of glossy thoroughbreds. Rather have a ruling? Eve glanced down at Williams's body. Homicide. I have fudge brownies, home-baked by the lovely hands of a southern goddess. Eve's eyes narrowed on the mention of brownies. She swore she heard saliva pool in Peabody's mouth. Then the southern goddess mention struck. Detective Coltrane? Morris laid a hand on his chest, thumped it to mime a beating heart. And Eve thought, what was it with men and blondes with big tits? Morris wiggled his dark, sharp eyebrows. Our transplanted magnolia bakes for relaxation, it seems. Huh. Eve cocked her head. What, you smitten, Morris? Who wouldn't be? I could eat like a half a brownie. Morris smiled at Peabody. In the personal fridgie over there. Help yourself. Then he turned to Eve. Accident or murder? You be the judge. It's murder. Well, well. He stepped back from the body, gestured. What do you see? A superficial wound under the chin. Cracked it on the pool edging. Sweepers found some of his skin on the tile. It would have smarted, but I'm damned if it knocked him unconscious and caused him to drown. More superficial wounds on the back. Consistent with injury sustained when he was dragged out of the pool. More skin found. That's post-mortem. It is, my canny student. We have a very fit individual, other than his being dead, of course. Excellent muscle tone. Your on-scene notes indicated he was a swimmer, that there was no sign of struggle, yet you cry murder. I say it, straight out. And knowing you wouldn't send me a body unless you had a strong case, we've proceeded accordingly. His talk screen isn't back yet. Shortly, as I flagged it. What do you think's in him, and how did it get there? For the what, we'll wait. For the how, have a look. He handed her goggles, then gave her a finger curl. When she walked to Williams's head, she noted Morris had shaved a circle of hair away on the crown. Man, would he hate that. Bald spot. And looky. She bent closer, and with the goggles could just make out the faint mark. Pressure syringe, she said. Barely shows, and on the scalp with a head full of hair, the naked eye isn't going to see it. Speak for yourself. Now she glanced over at Morris, grinned. Yours accepted. I missed it. I looked over his body, between his fingers and his toes, even checked his tongue, the inside of his cheeks, but I missed it. Nice catch. I ate a whole brownie, Peabody confessed. Who could blame you? Morris patted her arm when she joined them. We got our homicide, Peabody. Vic's doing laps, maybe finishes up, or just stops when he sees someone. Grips the edging, maybe says something, hey, what's up? But there's no time for conversation. Have to get it done, get out. It's a risk, but like with Foster, calculated. All you do is bend down, pump the syringe. Drawing off the goggles, she pictured it. Had to be quick. No poison this time. He didn't show any symptoms of any poison, I know. Maybe the shock of the buzz on the scalp had him lose his grip, wrap his chin. But not a sedative, too slow. He might have been able to make it out, or try. If he'd clawed at the edging, we'd have seen signs of that on his hands, his fingers. Numbed him, that's what it did. Like the stuff MTs and doctors use to block pain and movements for some treatments. You're awake, even aware on some levels, but you don't feel anything. You can't move anything. And we are once more in accord, Morris nodded. I believe the tox results will come back with a standard surgical paralytic substance injected through the scalp. Strong, fast-acting, and quite temporary. Not temporary enough for him. He would have struggled. Strong guy. He'd have been able to keep his head up for a while, maybe try to float. There's a set of stairs about 5 feet from where the sweepers found the skin. If he'd thought of it, tried to get there, prop his head, the killer might have had to help him out a little, hurry the process before someone wandered in. There are some long poles in there, nets, brushes. Wouldn't have taken much to nudge him under, keep him under until it was done. Then you just walk out, slide right back into the mainstream. Slime bitch, Peabody said with relish, but Eve frowned. Morris, do you figure they keep paralytics in the nurses' station at a private school? They would probably have low doses of a basic number for pain relief, but I can't imagine they'd be authorized to have anything like this. More likely, the killer brought it in rather than took it from the school.
So impulse, passion, is again unlikely. Prepared and calculated and controlled, while able to take risks. She'd run probabilities. She'd go back over every point, reevaluate timelines and wit statements. But for now, she looked back down at Williams. You were a sleazy son of a bitch, but you weren't a killer after all. Whoever did Foster did you both. At Eve's order, Peabody put in a request for a warrant to search Arnett Mosley's residence. Eve tapped her fingers on the wheel as she drove back to the school. Tag Rio back, she decided. I want a warrant for the Straffo residence. You really think Alika Straffo might have done them? I figure beautiful women know how to play, how to act the victim. I also figure Oliver Straffo's a tough nut. Maybe he finds out his wife's diddling the teacher, and he finds out Foster knows and is considering blowing the horn. Protect the home front. Protect their reputation and your own personal pride. Stretching, is it? She sighed. If I'd known about that vid they aired this morning, I'd have been tempted to hunt down the operator, the reporter, the producer, whoever I needed to find, and do them some bodily harm. I'd have rather kicked ass than feel humiliated publicly, then have to walk into that bullpen and feel it all over again. Sorry. Can I just ask why that Magdalena Horslet wasn't in line for bodily harm? I'd have saved her for last. Eve's fingers tightened and released on the wheel, which means I'd have probably blown my wad before I got to her and still feel the way I do now. What's the point? Don't say that, Dallas. You can't. It's going back in the box. Where it should have stayed, Eve reminded herself. I only brought it out to illustrate a possibility we have to consider. Straffo's a lawyer, and to give him his due, he's a damned good one. He plans, he calculates, he strategizes, and as a defense lawyer, he often knows going in that he's doing all this to set the guilty free. Lack of conscience. We're cops. We like to think that of defense lawyers. But it's the job. That's what it is. It's their job, and it's the law. But you have to have some stones to work at getting a killer, a rapist, an illegals dealer a walk, or a deal for that matter. So he fits the profile, and we take a closer look. Just to be certain, Peabody checked her notes. He wasn't signed in this morning at the school. No matter how good the security, there's a way around it. She'd learned that from Rourke.
This is disc number 7.
The security at the school is no more than decent. Something else that needs to be checked out more carefully. She'd have asked Rourke to help out in that area. That was a habit she'd fallen into, another kind of rhythm, she supposed. But she'd just do it without the aid of her expert civilian consultant this time around. At the school, she uncoded the locks with her master, then stood inside, hands in her pockets, studying the security scanner. The student, or visitor, was obliged to use the thumb plate. All prints of authorized students, guardians, staff, and faculty were on file. Guests were required to be cleared before entry. Bags were scanned for weapons and illegals. In a facility like this, Eve imagined the scans probably worked 90% of the time. In the state schools of her education, they hadn't worked 90% of the time. So money, as money could, brought a certain edge of safety. At the same time, she imagined the system could be caused to jam or hiccup by a 5-year-old with reasonable e-skills. Let's have EDD go over the security, dig down in it to see if it blipped at any time. Her bootsteps echoed as she walked the halls. Empty schools were like haunted houses, she thought. If you listened, you could hear the sound of voices, the rush of bodies. Generations of kids, she imagined, trooping along in whatever footwear met the current fashion criteria. She stopped at the nurse's station, unlocked the door. Inside was a short counter, a stool behind it, a comp unit. There were 4 chairs and 2 cots covered with crisp white linens. Under the counter were standard first aid supplies. Packs of new skin, cold packs, heat packs, temperature gauges, a home version of the suture wand the MTs carried, gauze, swabs. In a drawer neatly stowed were diagnostic aids for checking pulses, pupils, ears, throats. As innocuous as they were, she had to block a shudder. Medicine in any form wigged her. All drugs, kid and adult dose blockers, nausea remedies, fever reducers, cold tabs, were under lock in a cabin that required a master like hers or a thumbprint and code. Nothing inside fit her requirements, though she did study the individually wrapped pressure syringes. As far as she could see, Nurse Brennan ran a tight ship, tight, safe, and secured. Since the comp was passcoded, Eve tagged it for EDD. "Kind of creepy in here, isn't it?" Peabody said from behind her. "Schools are always creepy. Anything fun in Moseley's office?" "Nothing jumped, but I tagged the electronics and boxed up her disk files. She had the blockers, case we saw her use earlier, and a couple of soothers in stock. Tagged her admin's stuff, too, just in case." "Good. Let's go back through the lockers in the fitness area. And just for jollies, we'll go through the kids' lockers." "All of them? It'll take hours." "Then we'd better get started." She could have called a team in, probably should have. They found a mountain of discs, a good chunk of them graphic novels rather than textbooks. Enough candy and salty treats to stock the shelves of a 24/7. Memo cubes, comp games, moldy apples. Flashlights, hairbrushes, lip dye, art supplies, an ancient sandwich of indeterminate origin. Doodles, sketches, empty wrappers, a number of mittens and gloves, neck scarves and caps. Photographs, music vids, smelly socks, fashionable sunshades, broken sunshades, loose credits, and a forest of chewed-on pencils. They also found a bag of poppers and 3 joints of Zoner. "Jesus!" Peabody shook her head. "Oldest kid in this place is barely 13. Eve noted down the locker numbers, confiscated the illegals. "Top dealer when I was in 5th, or maybe it was 6th grade, was an 8-year-old named Zipper. You wanted it, he'd score it." "I never even saw a popper until I was 16. Then Peabody waited while Eve answered her link. "Dallas." "Rio. Warrants in on Moseley. Took a little time as she tried to block. Still working on Straffo. He's having a lot more luck bogging the works. You're not going to get that one through tonight." "We'll start with Moseley, thanks." She clicked off. "Match the locker numbers with the students on those illegals, Peabody. Don't file anything yet. We'll talk to them first." "Parental notification?" Eve shook her head. "We'll talk to them first." "Better. I'll pass them to Detective Sherry in illegals." "Oh, scary Sherry." "Yeah, she'll have them crying for their mommies and taking the pledge." Eve checked her wrist unit, calculated the time. "Let's call in a team to help with Moseley's." "Coming up to end of shift." Peabody rubbed her hands together in gleeful anticipation. "Whose evening plans would you care to screw with?" "Baxter and Trueheart just closed one. Tap them. And go ahead and tap McNabb on the E-work there if he's clear." It infuriated Moseley to have a small platoon of cops in her space. A very nice uptown space, Eve noted. Private school brass did just fine, particularly when they were divorced with no kids of their own to pay to educate. She had a female lawyer at her side who squinted at every word in the warrant, then made noises about police insensitivity and harassment. It was interesting that under the conservative suits, Moseley, from the contents of her drawers, preferred sexy to slutty lingerie. Interesting that among the literature disc and collection of paper novels, she had a supply of popular romances. And it was too damn bad they found no illegals, no poisons, no paralytics. They trooped out with boxes of discs, electronics, and paper files. Eve handed the receipt to the lawyer, then heard, with some surprise, Moseley burst into what sounded like genuine tears just before Eve closed the door behind her. "Everything in my vehicle," Eve ordered. "I'll take it back to Central, log it in. Baxter, you and Trueheart are off the clock. Let's chow, my young apprentice. Baxter slung an arm around Trueheart's shoulders. I know a place not far away where the food is questionable, but the waitresses are delicious. Well, I could give you a hand with the carting and logging, Lieutenant. Eve shook her head. Go eat and ogle, Trueheart. I've got this. I'll dump you and McNabb at Central, Peabody. Excellent. She didn't say it would make more sense for them to snag a radio car and haul the boxes downtown since her lieutenant lived only a few blocks away. Eve tuned them out on the drive. Obviously her partner and the e-geek were off the clock, too. Their conversation was primarily about a vid they both wanted to see, and if they should go for pizza or Chinese. We'll give you a hand with this, Dallas. Peabody climbed out in Central's garage. We're thinking about going for pot stickers, mugu, and Chinese beer after. Our treat. God, was all Eve could think. She must look pathetic. I got it. Go on. I want to put a couple hours in while I'm here. I'll see you tomorrow. It'll take you 3 trips at least. McNabb pulled out his communicator. I'll tag a couple of uniforms for the hauling. Eve started to object, then shrugged. It would take her 3 trips, and that was a waste of time and energy. Sure you don't want to grab a bite? Peabody asked. You didn't even snag a brownie today. I'll grab something here. Peabody's hesitation told Eve she wanted to push, but she backed off. If you change your mind, the place we're going's only a couple blocks down, Beijing South. She wasn't going to change her mind, but Eve found, after the evidence was logged, she wasn't going to put in a couple hours either. She was done, finished, out of steam. But neither could she face going home. So she went where she supposed she'd known she'd end up. She went to Mavis. It had been her apartment building once, and one Rourke owned. Just one more of the links between them, she supposed. Not long after she'd moved in with Rourke, Mavis and Leonardo had set up house in Eve's old apartment. They'd worked a deal with Rourke months before and had expanded their unit by renting the one next to it and taking out walls, building more. With Mavis, a hot-ticket music star, and Leonardo, a major fashion designer, they could have lived in any exclusive building, bought any trendy house, but this was where they wanted to be, with Peabody and McNabb as their neighbors. She'd never been attached to the apartment, Eve thought, as she headed up to it. She'd never been attached to any place she'd lived, just a place to dress and sleep between shifts. She'd tried not to become attached to the warm and magnificent glamour of Rourke's home, but she'd lost the battle. She loved it, every room, probably even those she hadn't been in yet. She loved the sweep of the lawn, the trees, the way he used the space. Now, here she was, back at the start, dragging her heels about going back to the house she loved. And the man. Leonardo answered. She saw it in his eyes, those big liquid eyes of his, the sympathy. Then he simply enfolded her. The gesture had tears rushing to her throat that had to be brutally swallowed down. I'm so glad to see you. Those enormous hands rubbed, gently as bird wings, up and down Eve's back. Mavis is just changing bell. Come in. He laid his wide hands on her cheeks and kissed her. How about some wine? She started to refuse. Wine, empty stomach, stress. Then she shrugged. Fuck it. That'd be good. He took her coat and, bless him, didn't ask how she was or where Rourke might be. Why don't you go back and see Mavis and Belle? I'll bring you the wine. Back to the nursery. He beamed a smile. His face was big, like the rest of him, the color of burnished copper. His at-home wear was a pair of brilliantly blue pants with legs as wide as Utah and a silky sweater in snow-blind white. When she hesitated, he gave her a little nudge. Go on. To the right, through the archway, then left. Mavis will be thrilled. The apartment looked nothing like it had under her style.
There was so much color it was dizzying, and yet it was cheerful. So much clutter it was impossible to see it all, and yet it was happy. She passed under an archway that struck her as probably Moroccan in style, then turned into the nursery. She thought of Raylene Straffo's pink and white and frothy bedroom. There was pink here, too, and some white. And there was blue and yellow and green and purple in flashes and streaks, rivers and pools. There was everything. It was Mavis's rainbow. The crib was swirled with color, as was the rocker system chair Eve had given Mavis for her baby shower. There were dolls and stuffed animals and pretty lights. On the walls, fairies danced under more rainbows, or around fanciful trees bursting with glossy fruit or flowers. And Eve saw stars sparkling on the ceiling. Under them Mavis stood, bent over a kind of high-padded table, singing in the squeaky voice millions loved to a wriggling baby. No more poopy for Bella Eve. You have the prettiest poopy in the history of poopies, but my beautiful Belle's butt is all clean, all shiny. My beautiful, beautiful Belle. Mommy loves her beautiful ballerina. She lifted the baby now, who wore some sort of dress in pale pink that fell in soft folds and flounces. There were bows in the shape of flowers in the baby's soft crop of dark hair. Mavis nestled and swayed, then did a little dancing turn, and saw Eve. Her face, soft with mother love, went bright and happy, and told Eve everyone had been exactly right. She should have come here before. Poopy? Eve commented. You say poopy now? Dallas! Mavis rushed over in green slippers that were made to look like grinning frogs. With the baby cradled in one arm, she hugged Eve hard with the other. She smelled of powder and lotion. I didn't hear you come in. Just got here. Eve made the effort, and found it wasn't as hard as she imagined. She took a good look at the baby. She's bigger, she observed. Looks more... Mavis lifted a glossy black brow. You were going to say human. Okay, yeah, because she does. She also looks like some of you, some of Leonardo. How do you feel? Tired, happy, weepy, thrilled. Want to hold her? No. For 1 minute, Mavis insisted. You can time it. I could break her. You won't break her. Sit down first if you're nervous about it. Trapped, Eve avoided the rainbow chair and took the traditional rocker in neon pink. She braced herself when Mavis leaned over and laid the baby in her arms. No poopy, at least, Eve reminded herself, and stared down as Belle stared up. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Like she's planning something. She's figuring you out, that's all. Mavis turned and beamed as Leonardo came in with drinks. Where he was big, redwood big, Mavis was a pixie, a little ball of energy with an explosion of hair currently the color of ripe apricots. She wore a lounge suit with more frogs hopping over her legs and a crowned one in the middle of her chest. You can rock her, Mavis suggested. I'm not moving. Something may happen. And at that moment, Belle poked out her bottom lip, then scrunched up her pretty face, then let out a pitiful wail. Okay, time's up, Eve decided. Absolutely. Come and get her, Mavis. She's just hungry. I was going to feed her before, but she needed changing first. To Eve's relief, Mavis took the baby and sat in the rainbow chair. Then, to Eve's astonishment, Mavis tugged at the frog prince. Her breast popped out, and Belle's mouth latched on like a hungry leech. Wow. There you are, my baby. There you go. Mommy's milk train is in the station. You both really got the hang of that. We're a mag team. Leonardo, would you mind if we had a little all-girl time? Absolutely not. But he bent first to kiss his wife, then his daughter. My beauties, my angels. I'll be right out in my studio if you need me. He set something frothy in the holder of the system chair, then gave Eve her wine. In the ensuing silence, all Eve could hear was an active sucking sound. So, Mavis nursed and rocked, nursed and rocked. Why haven't I heard any media dirt about a blonde fuckhead found floating in the East River? Eve lifted her wine, set it down, and did what she'd needed to do all day. She cried like a baby. Sorry. When she had herself under some control, she scrubbed her face. That was bottled up, I guess. She saw Mavis had tears of sympathy on her cheeks and had shifted Belle to the other breast. I shouldn't be here like this. It probably screws up the milk or something. My milk's completely uptown. Tell me what's going on. I don't know. I just don't know. Fuck, Mavis. Fuck. You're not going to tell me Rourke's doing her because NPW, no possible way. He wouldn't. All guys have the same small jerk gene. It makes them guys, but only some have the big jerk gene. He doesn't. No, he's not doing her. But he used to. I used to pick pockets. You used to arrest me. It's different. Yeah. Eve told her some of it. The red dress, the look she'd caught in Rourke's eyes, the meeting in her office, and so on. Uber bitch came there to flip you. Yeah, she did. Knowing it, Eve thought didn't make it better. Mission accomplished. Give me, like, a rundown on her. What kind are we dealing with? She's kick-your-dick-up gorgeous. Smart, sexy, sophisticated. Multilingual, rich, slick, and polished. Eve pushed out of the chair to pace. She's a custom fit for him. Bull-poopy. You know what I mean, Mavis? The image? She's everything I'm not. Eve threw up her hands. She's the anti-me. That's good. That's completely mag. Good? Mag? How? Because if you two had solid common, it could be said, I wouldn't, but it could be said, that Rourke hooked on you because you reminded him of her, that you were the type he went for. But see, you're not. He went for you, not for a type. I bet that burns her surgically shaped ass. Eve dragged a hand through her hair. I don't get this female business. Or it takes me a while. It would burn her ass that I'm the anti-her? That he didn't keep looking for her, so to speak? We have a winner! Mavis slid the baby up over her shoulder and began to rub and pat Belle's back. Bet the bitch goes frothy at the mouth every time she thinks about it. Right, Bellissimo? In answer, Belle burped firmly. That's my girl. That's why she set up that vid. Set up the vid? Mavis's frog-green eyes popped. Jesus, Dallas! You must be knotted up like last week's hairdo if you missed that. I may have been out of the game a few years, but I know a con when it smacks my adorable post-pregnancy ass. Did you look at it? I guess I got knotted up. Hold on. I'm going to put Belle down. Get your wine. We're going to view the evidence. She didn't want to watch it again, but there was too much curiosity in her to refuse. In the living area, Mavis turned on the screen, hit the replay for previous programming, and queued up the piece from that morning. Now, watch like a cop instead of the injured wife. Even as she said it, Mavis slid a comforting arm around Eve's waist. He's looking down at her, yeah, because she's talking to him, angling up at him. Making sure he's looking at her while the camera rolls. Now catch it? The way she shifts, so they're both turned just enough for the camera to zoom onto both their faces. Then she even cheats hers out. She what? Cheats her face. Turns it a little more, so the camera can catch that soulful expression she's plastered on it. Slick, but obvious if you pay attention. She's playing you. Both of you. Mavis drew back. Go kick her ass. There's a problem with that. If I kick her ass, it gives her weight. Shit. Mavis puffed out of breath. It does. Another problem is he feels something for her. That already gives her weight. She knows it. You're on the other side of the scale, Dallas. Head to head, she doesn't have an ice fizzy's chance in hell. Maybe not, but she's drawn all the blood so far. I'm bleeding, Mavis, and he doesn't see it. Go make him. Even as Eve shook her head, Mavis walked over to get Eve's coat. Time to stop letting her run the game, Dallas. And FYI, she shoved the coat into Eve's hands. Rourke called here about a half an hour before you showed up. He did? Real casual-like. Asked about the baby, like that. I may not have seen it if I hadn't been looking, because he's just that good. But you're not the only one bleeding tonight. Chapter 15. Rourke reached for the link again, cursed himself for a fool, then turned away from it. He wasn't going to keep calling her, her friends, her haunts, hoping for a scrap. Bugger that. She'd be home when she came home, or she wouldn't. Christ Jesus, where was she? Why the hell was she putting him through this? He'd done nothing to earn it. God knew he'd done plenty along the way to earn her wrath, but not this time, not this way. Still, that look on her face that morning had etched itself into his head, on his heart, into his guts. He couldn't burn it out. He'd seen that look once or twice before, but not on his account. He'd seen it when they'd gone to that fucking room in Dallas, where she'd once suffered beyond reason. He'd seen it when she tore out of a nightmare. Didn't she know he'd cut off his own hand before he'd put that look on her face? She bloody well should know it. Should know him. This was her own doing, and she'd best get her stubborn ass home right quick so they could have this out as they were supposed to have things out. She could kick something, punch him if that would put an end to it. A good rage, that's what was needed here, he told himself. Then they'd be done with this nonsense once and for all. Where the fucking hell was she? He considered his own rage righteous, deserved, and struggled not to acknowledge it hid a sick panic that she didn't mean to come back to him. She'd damn well come back, he thought furiously. If she thought she could do otherwise, he had a bulletin for her. He'd hunt her down, by Christ he would, and he'd drag her back where she belonged. God damn it all, he needed her back where she belonged. He paced the parlor like a cat in a cage, praying as he rarely prayed for the remote in his pocket to beep, signaling the gates had opened and she was coming home. "Shall I bring you something to eat?" Somerset asked from the doorway. "No." "No word from her, then?" "No. And don't you saddle your high horse and think to ride it here. I did nothing to cause this." The hurled ball of fury merely bounced off Somerset's composure. "And nothing to prevent it." "Prevent what?" Rourke whirled. Here, at least, was a target for the rage. "My wife's sudden turn into an unreasonable, jealous mass of moods?" "Your wife's astute reaction to the manipulations of a clever woman, which you'd recognize if you weren't so hell-bent on being right." "Bollocks! There's nothing astute about thinking I'd prefer Maggie over her, and manipulation be damned." "The video was well-timed." "What the fuck does that mean?" "Perfectly timed, perfectly executed," Somerset said coolly. "She was always good." "Staged it, did she? For what possible purpose?" "You're here, alone, angry, worried about your wife, your marriage." Somerset ignored the cat, who skulked in to wind through his legs like a bloated ribbon. "I imagine the lieutenant is somewhere in exactly the same position. That, Rourke, is pinpoint accuracy." "That's bloody nonsense." But it pushed a very small seed into his mind. "There's no profit in it for her. No point." "Retribution and entertainment." "Retribution for what?" At that moment, Rourke felt he might very well be going mad. "You may have forgotten, but she left me. She betrayed me and left me hanging by the balls." "No, I haven't forgotten. I'm glad to know you haven't either." "There's been enough talk of Magdalena in this house, and I'm not the one who keeps bringing her in." He strode out, and riding on temper, went down to pummel a sparring droid to broken bits. He wore himself out, but it didn't help. It didn't reach the rawness in his gut. He showered off the sweat and the blood on his knuckles. He changed and ordered himself up to his office. He'd work, he told himself. He'd just work, and if she wasn't home in another hour, He hadn't a clue. And when he saw the light was on in her office, the relief made him so weak it seemed the world tipped and shuddered for a moment before going solid again. And the weakness refired his temper on all circuits. He stalked in, his mind already flexing its fists for battle. She was at her desk, comp humming, data scrolling on screen. Her eyes were closed, and the shadows under them etched fatigue against pallor. It nearly stopped him. Perhaps that unhappy weariness would have. But then her eyes flashed open. "Lieutenant, I'm working. It'll have to wait. Computer off." "Hey! Is this how you handle things? How you punish me for crimes you've decided I've committed? I'm not even granted an interview? Look, I'm tired. I need so the bloody hell am I." He looked it, she realized, as he so rarely did. "Then go to bed. I'm going to—" "If you think about walking out on me again," he said, voice dangerously soft as she started to push out of the chair, "think again. Think carefully." She knew the heat, and the more deadly ice of his wrath when it was fully formed. She felt the blast of it now, and it chilled her to the bone. "I'm going to make coffee. You can wait for it, as I've waited half the goddamn night for you." He stepped toward her, those eyes piercing like sabers. "How am I supposed to know you're not dead in some alley, and the next time I open the door there'll be a cop and a grief counselor on the doorstep?" She hadn't thought, not for an instant, he'd worry she'd gone down in the line. She hadn't meant to punish, just to get through the day. So now she only shook her head. "You should trust me to handle myself." "Oh, now I should trust you when you've shown such undiluted trust for me. You've no right and no cause to put me through this." "Same goes." "Through what?" He braced his hands on her desk, leaned down. "What am I putting you through? What the bleeding hell have I done? Be specific." "You looked at her." He stared, and for a moment those molten blue eyes were simply astonished. "Well, as I haven't been struck blind in the last day or two, I've looked at any number of women. Castrate me. Don't diminish my feelings, my instincts, or what I know. Don't you make a joke of this or me. You looked at her, and for a second, the first time you saw her again, you gave her what's supposed to be mine. You're wrong." "I'm not." She shoved up now so they were eye to eye. "I'm a fucking trained observer, and I know your face, I know your eyes, I know what I saw. And your police training tells you that this look I gave her, for a second, you say, is cause for this irrational bout of jealousy. It's not jealousy. I wish it were. I wish it were that stupid, that shallow, that definitive. But it's not jealousy. It's fear." She dropped down in her chair again as her voice began to crumble. "It's fear." That stopped him, had him straightening again. "Can you really believe this? Believe that I'd regret what we are, what we have? That I'd regret it was you and not her? Haven't I told you enough, shown you enough that you're everything to me?" She struggled for calm, fought for the words. "She's not like the others. The connection, it matters. You know it, and I know it. And maybe worse, she knows it. The connection, this history, they show. Show enough that people looked at me with pity today, that I was humiliated, walking through my own bullpen to my own office. And what of our connection, Eve? Our history?" Her eyes were swimming. She would never use tears as some did, he knew, and was battling them back even now. Her struggle not to give in to them made it all the worse. He walked over to her window, stared out at nothing. So they wouldn't rage at each other until it was burned away, he realized. They would pick their way through it, uncover it. Then they'd see. "You need to know, is it? What it was, how it was, and how and what it is now?" I know, you think you do, he corrected. And maybe you're not altogether wrong or altogether right. Do you want it? No. God, no, she thought. But I need it. Well, then, I'll tell you. I was, 23 or thereabouts, doing business, as it were, in Barcelona. I'd had considerable success in the game, and in business by that time. Always I'd enjoyed keeping a foot on either side of the line. Light and shadow, you could say. Such an interesting mix. He said nothing for a moment, then went on. And it was there, in Barcelona, she and I crossed paths with the same job in mind. He could see it now, as he looked through the dark window. The noisy club, the coloured lights. It had been sultry in September, and the music had been a pulse in the blood. She came in where I was watching the mark for a time. Walked in, a red dress, an attitude. She flipped me a look, then moved straight in on my mark. Within minutes he was buying her a drink. She was good. I barely saw her pinch his passkey. He turned from the window. It was rubies. Bloody red rubies, you see. The starred display of a gallery. 3 passkeys required, and I had 2 of them already. What she did, she pinched his, then slid off to the loo, made a copy, and slipped it right back to him with him none the wiser. Neither of us could get to the damn jewels now, and it pissed me off. Sure. I waited for her to come to me, which she did the next day. We did the job together in the end, and stayed together for a time. She was young and fearless, passionate. We liked living fast, travelling, riding the wave, you could say. Did you love her? He crossed over to get them both a glass of wine. I fancied I did. She was capricious, unpredictable. She kept me on my toes. The legitimate bits I was involved in bored her. He set a glass of wine on Eve's desk. She could never understand why I bothered, why I wanted what I wanted. What she understood was the game and the thirst for money, for the shine. She didn't understand what it was to come from nothing, as she'd come from a decent family, a decent home. What she wanted was more, then to move on and pick up more somewhere else. What did you want? Her, of course. I don't mean that to hurt you. It doesn't. I wanted the more, for different reasons, I suppose, but I wanted the more. He studied the wine before he drank. I wanted respect and power, and the shield and walls and weapons that ensured I'd never be nothing again. You know. Yeah. She didn't. Couldn't. That was the crack in the jewel, I imagine. The flaw, he thought, he'd seen even then. And still it was shiny enough that we worked together, played together, stayed together. Until Nice. The Mark had an exceptional art collection, with 2 Renoirs, among others. It was the Renoirs we wanted, had a buyer set for them. We spent weeks on it, with Maggie moving to the inside by seducing the Mark. To stop him, Eve held up a hand. She slept with him? That didn't bother you? Knowing she was with another guy? It was work, and he was more than twice her age, and the Renoirs, they were worth a great deal. She wasn't yours, Eve murmured, and something inside her unnodded. You never thought of her as yours. Did you think otherwise? Yes. Not altogether right, he repeated, and eased down to sit on the edge of her desk. I had complicated feelings for her, and I believed she had them for me. I thought because of those feelings, and that wave we rode, I could trust her. And there I was altogether wrong. As he drank, Eve could see he was looking back. The night before we were to make the score, she didn't come back to the villa where we were staying, nor did she come in the morning. I was afraid something had gone wrong. She'd done something foolish and been caught. Then I got word she'd run off with the Mark. Left me for him. Not only that, but if I'd gone through with the job that night as planned, there would have been a number of gendarmes waiting to scoop me up. She ratted you out. As I said, she was capricious. I was angry. I was hurt. My pride was battered. She'd played me as we'd played so many others. Why didn't you go after her? He studied his wife, those tired brown eyes, sipped his wine. I never considered it. She'd done to me, and that was that. I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of it. I should add here, leaping forward a number of years, that I'd planned to hunt you down if you didn't come home within another hour. Hunt you down, drag you back. I never considered not going after you. She took a breath to steady her voice. Did you ever get the Renoirs? I did. His lips curved. Of course I did. 3 years later. And in those years and the ones after, I had a lot of other women as well. I enjoyed them, and I never, not purposely, hurt one of them. I gave them what I had to give and took what they were willing to give back. But there was nothing there. But you didn't forget her. Not altogether wrong, he acknowledged. No, I didn't forget her. She left a hole in me, Eve, one I didn't want filled. Why risk that? Once again, she hunted for the words, the right ones. She had a major influence on you. That's part of what I feel, part of what I see. I won't deny that what she did, what I gave her the power to do, had some influence on the way I approached relationships. I said I didn't forget her, but neither did I actively think of her after the first weeks had gone by. Do you understand that? Yeah, I get it. I had work. I like work. I had money, then more of it. And the power, the respect. I built this place and a great deal more. I cared for the women I was with, but they were never more than momentary pleasure. She hurt you a lot. She did. And seeing her again, I remember it, and in fact, those complicated feelings that made her able to hurt me. It helps, Eve managed, for you to tell me that, for you to lay it out instead of brushing it off. Difficult to admit, to myself, to you. But I didn't lie when I told you it was done, and still, I'll lay this out as well. I remember, too, the beautiful young woman in the red dress gliding into a crowded club. The moment of it, the vibrancy of it. It may be that's what I saw for that second. The memory of that might be what I was looking at. I can't erase what was from mind and memory, Eve. No, okay. We're not done here. You'll hear me out. As if to hold her in place, he laid a hand over hers. I had that hole in me, that empty space. I could have lived my life with it, content enough. I wasn't an unhappy man. He kept his eyes on hers as his thumb brushed lightly over the back of her hand. Then, one day I felt something. A prickle at the back of my neck. A heat at the base of my spine. And standing at a memorial for the dead, I turned, and there you were. He turned her hand over, interlocking fingers. There you were, and it all shifted under my feet. You were everything I shouldn't have, shouldn't want, or need. A cop, for Jesus' sake, with eyes that looked right into me. He reached out, just a whisper of fingers on her face, and the quiet touch was somehow wildly passionate, desperately intimate. A cop wearing a bad grey suit and a coat that didn't even fit. From that moment, the hole inside me began to fill. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop what rooted there or what grew. She put it in me. You filled it. Can you understand that's part of this, the connection you worry about? Can you understand that whatever it was I felt for her, it's nothing? It's so pale, so thin and weak compared to what I feel for you. The tears came now. He watched them drip down her cheeks, wondered if she were even aware they leaked out of her. She was part of my life. You are my life. If I have a regret, it's that for even an instant you could think otherwise, or that I allowed you to. When I saw you with her on screen, I was saying goodbye to the girl I'd once fancied, and I think to the man I'd been who'd fancied her. Only that. Don't cry. Here now. He brushed her tears away with his thumbs. Don't cry. I feel so stupid. Good. So do I. I love you. Scary. She pushed up again, and this time into his arms. So fucking scary. I know. She felt him tremble when he pressed his face to her neck. Don't leave me again. God, don't leave me again. I didn't. Part of you did. He moved her back, and his eyes swarmed with emotion. Part of you left me, and I couldn't stand it. I'm not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Needing to soothe, she worked up a smile. Besides, you'd just drag me back again. Damn right. Or try. She closed her hands over his and felt the abraded skin on his knuckles. Lowering them, she studied. Wow. Beat the hell out of someone? Just a droid. It seems to work so well for you when you're pissed at me. You should get your R&D department to come up with one that regenerates or something. She touched her lips to his knuckles. You should put something on them. You just did. Look how tired you are, he said, stroking her cheek. My Eve, worn to the bone. And I wager you didn't eat at all today. I couldn't. Morris even had homemade brownies, fudge brownies. We'll have some soup. I'm too tired to eat. All right then, no soup, no work, just sleep. He slid his arm around her waist, and she slid hers around his as they started out of the room. Will you let me back in there? Into the work? She'd shut him out there, she realized. They'd shut each other out here and there. Little doors closing. Yeah, I could use some help. Questions about a security system to start. I'm your man. She looked over at him, smiled. Yeah, you are. She slid into sleep, then before dawn lightened the sky, slid into love. His mouth woke her, warm on hers, sweet and warm and welcoming. And steeped in his taste, hers answered. His hands stirred her so that her heart seemed to sigh. Feeling the beat of his against her, she opened. In the utter quiet, in the soft, soothing dark, they moved together. Comfort was sought and found. Pledges were remade without words, and everything needed was given. She lay, tucked in the curve of his arm, drifting. I should have let you sleep. The way I feel right now, you did just fine. Pretty damn perfect. So perfect, she thought, she could curl there for the next millennium. What time is it, anyway? Nearly 6. You probably have to get up. I'm liking where I am at the moment. She smiled in the dark. I'm starving. Are you now? Seriously starving. I wish I had a damn fudge brownie. It isn't fudge your system needs. You want to bang again, Ace? I need coffee first. And he thought, we're back. The cat got the better part of 2 full Irish breakfasts yesterday. Why don't we try that again and eat them ourselves? You didn't eat either? I didn't, no. She smiled again. It was nice to know he'd suffered along with her. But she rolled, bracing on her elbows to look down at him. Let's eat. A lot. They ate in bed, sitting cross-legged, the plates between them. She shoveled in eggs as if they were going to be banned within the hour. There was color back in her face, he noted, and those shadows, those hints of wounds behind her eyes were gone. Then she aimed them at him, and he saw there was something else in them. What? I don't want to screw things up, but I want to mention something that's bugging me. All right, then. Red dress. Fuck. No! She waggled her fork, determined to get through this part without a fight or an emotional crisis. Just hear me out, okay? You said that when you first saw her, she was wearing a red dress. Are you going to buy the coincidence that she was wearing a red dress when you saw her again out of the blue? Well, I doubt she's worn red all these years, in case we cross paths again. You're not thinking. You've still got blinders on when it comes to her. Don't get pissed. It's hard not to. Somewhat irritably, he stabbed a fried potato. What's your point? My point is, she set you up. She didn't just happen to be in that restaurant at that time in a red fucking dress, Rourke. She knew you'd be there and wanted to give you the jolt. Remember, lover? Remember me? Well, how would she know what... He trailed off, and she saw the blinders fall away. It took considerable strength of will, and she congratulated herself on it, not to leap up and do a dance of joy and victory on the bed. You said she was good, and you probably taught her more. You knew the guy she was with that night. You do business with him. Not that hard, if you want to take some time, to pin down where Rourke has a dinner reservation. No, she could work that. Tags you at home, early morning, then it's lunch. Give me some advice, some help for old time's sake. I bet she was full of apologies and shame for what she did to you all those years ago. She paused a moment, then decided it would fester if she just didn't say it. And you're not going to tell me she didn't make a move on you. At least test the waters. The waters, he said, were not receptive. If they had been, I'd have drowned her in them already. Darling, that's so... you. Keep that in mind, she warned, and since she'd finished her bacon, stole a slice of his. That had to chap her thighs. Then there's the fact she's the anti-me. Sorry, the what again? Shaking her head, Eve ate the bacon. That's too complicated to explain. Forget that. But after you turned down the offer to see her tits, she has very nice ones, as I recall. You'd better shut up. And when he grinned, Eve felt warm all over. So when you turned down her generous offer, what did she do? Stanched her bitter disappointment with a vodka martini. No, Jesus, she bounced to me. Gave me a couple of good jabs, ended with the vid. Mavis said, Mavis? Eve toyed with what was left of her eggs. I went by there last night. I forgot the teddy bear deal. Forgot me as well. No, I didn't. I needed to see Mavis. I needed to talk to her. All right. He reached over to touch a hand to Eve's knee. That's fair enough. Mavis ran grifts for a long time. She wasn't half bad either. She spotted what Magdalena was doing where I missed it. But when Mavis pushed it in my face, I saw it too. She set up that vid, Rourke. If you look at it again, you'll see it. She angled toward the camera. Mavis called it cheating. She cheated her face so it caught her just right. It wasn't just some wild coincidence that some schmuck caught the two of you on camera and got it on screen. She produced it. Somerset said the same, and I blew him off. Even though a part of me thought, well, and sure she did. I blew him off. She wants you back. Eve took a vicious stab at her eggs, because even knowing what she knew, having what she had, that was a pisser. She's been through a couple of rich guys, got herself a nice cushion. But you're the grand prize, and she miscalculated before. Ditched you for the bird in the hand. Now you're... what's a really big bird? An ostrich? Yeah, but that doesn't sound right. Anyway, you're the bird in the big, shiny-ass gold nest. And she wants to cozy in with you. Just got to get me out of the way. Maybe see if you can pick up where you left off first. As I said, she may have intimated that possibility, which I, being a faithful husband, nipped even before the bud. And yes, he added with a nod, after which she went to see you, test the ground, make you wonder. It was well played, all in all, and caused considerable trouble and grief. Still, I'd made it very clear, I promise you, that you and I were a unit, and committed to being one. She might have figured she could, eventually, convince you otherwise. And in the meantime, she gets to cause trouble and grief. It's pretty much no lose for her. Yes, he replied. That would amuse her. She's bored by the ordinary, and what she perceives as the ordinary. Outlasted the terms of the prenups in both cases, she'd said. Marriage would be a means to an end, even a toy. How can I make this work for me? Eve suggested. Or failing that, just break it. I'm sorry. Sorry I didn't see through it. She miscalculated, Eve said, and took his hand. He linked his fingers with hers. That she did. I still want to kick her ass. Would it be unseemly if I wanted to watch? Men always want to watch. The problem is, if we make anything of all this, it's just slop for the gossip pigs. It's going to have to be enough to know ignoring it pisses her off. Let's just be done with her. Agreed. Meanwhile, I've got to... Get that, she said as her link signaled. Block video. Dallas. Rio, one more time. Got your warrant for Straffo's residence. Pain in the ass. As a courtesy, the judge agreed no one would enforce it until after 8 a.m. this morning. I can live with that. Thanks, Rio. Get something, Dallas. Straffo's gonna cream up in the media otherwise. I'll get something. Oliver Straffo? Rourke said when she'd clicked off. You suspect him in this teacher's murder? Teachers, as of yesterday. The suspect who was heading our list was killed. Ah. He was behind, he realized, and it was past time to catch up. Well, why don't we start off the day as we so often end it? I thought we just did. That was you who rolled off me a while ago, wasn't it? As memory serves. Not with sex, Lieutenant, though it is a lovely way to end and begin almost anything. Tell me about the case. She told him while they showered, while they dressed, while they wound their way to her office. And as they walked into it, his pocket link beeped. He glanced at the readout, put it back in his pocket. Is that how you want to handle her? Eve asked. At the moment. So your theory is Straffo killed Foster because Foster knew about the affair. I wouldn't call it a theory. It's one of the possibilities. The other being Straffo's wife did it, same motive, or Moseley did it because Foster knew about her affair. For a school, it's certainly a hotbed of illicit sex. It's still possible Williams killed Foster to preserve his career and reputation. Then either of the Straffos or Moseley tied it off by eliminating Williams. I was going to run probabilities last night, but one thing and another. You'd like me to verify that Straffo could have evaded the security for each murder. If the arrow starts pointing at him, it'll help if I had that in my pocket. Quiver, Rourke said absently. You keep arrows in a quiver. I'll check out the security for you, but it seems to me that killing Foster was putting the cart before the horse. Williams was the primary threat in your 3 possibilities. I know that, but I've got no evidence or indication that Williams threatened exposure until he used it on Moseley on the morning of his death. It's possible Foster pushed it. Then Williams says, screw the bastard, and kills him. Or one of the Straffos panics and does so. Or Moseley. Rourke worked to line up all the players in his head. Too many Indians, not enough chiefs. Replay? A lot of suspects, but none of them standing out as the one doing the real work. Yeah. There's a core problem with all of it. Foster. I can't find a strong, clear motive. Not really. So I'm going with the murky ones. He was a straight shooter, but he wasn't a troublemaker. I've got a wit who saw him and Williams the morning of Foster's death chatting amiably in the teacher's lounge. Foster couldn't have pulled that off, not to my way of thinking, if he and Williams were having serious trouble. You said Foster had reported Williams's harassment of Sanchez, Rourke reminded her. Yeah, but it was a knuckle tap. Foster told him, sometime before, to lay off the nutritionist. He laid off. Problem solved. Now, I know Foster saw Moseley and Williams playing Dunk and Dick in the school pool, and he tells his wife he's seen Williams with someone he shouldn't have been with. but he doesn't say who, or talk about confronting anyone about it. Circling the murder board, Rourke studied Mosley's picture. A formidable-looking woman, and being the principal, an authority figure. The nutritionist was support staff. She was upset by the advances. Mosley obviously wasn't. Yeah, because her rape claim is bogus. So why kill Foster if he's decided to mind his own? Why dump public scandal on your own doorstep? Eve shook her head. It just didn't fit, just didn't work. So I'm back to revenge or protection or just plain pissiness. I don't much like any of those pictures. Then you'll get a clearer one. You've been off your stride. And then some. Yeah, we'll see what a look through Straffo's penthouse brings into focus. Chapter 16. It was more than being off her stride, Eve decided as she worked and waited for Peabody and McNabb. The case itself had no solid point, no focus. It was the motives that were murky. The probability scans ran dead even between her primary suspects, with Alika Straffo dropping to the base according to profile. There was something just slightly off about the woman, something more than a stumble on the fidelity path. What did she know, Eve wondered? What did she think? What made her so vulnerable and skittish? The death of a child. Did that damage run so deep it left the foundation forever cracked and shaky? Maybe it did. How would she know? But Oliver Straffo appeared to have learned to live with the loss. Maybe it was different for a mother. But there was another child in the house, alive and well. Not enough, apparently, to keep Alika steady. The kid, the successful husband, the penthouse, the au pair, none of it was quite enough, so she slipped, and Williams had been right there to catch her. Maybe it wasn't the first slip. Maybe it wasn't, she muttered. And so what? So what? She turned and saw Rourke in the doorway between their offices. So what? She repeated. If it wasn't the first time Alika had grabbed for a little strange, wouldn't a man as astute as Straffo know the signs? People stray from marriages every day, and not all their spouses, however astute, know, or admit to knowing, or for that matter, Rourke added, particularly care if they do know. He's got pride. He's involved. He'd know. He'd care. And if it was the first time, is his reaction going to be to kill an innocent bystander? And were his daughters going to be touched by it? Two big hitches, Eve decided as she shook her head. It doesn't play straight for me, she continued. But if he knew, why would he agree to defend the man his wife strayed with? And, since he did agree, why would he turn around a day later and kill the son of a bitch? Maybe to have the primary on the case ask herself that very question. Well, it's working. Rolling the possibility around in her head, she tipped back in the chair. He's a slick one in court. Always has the angles figured, knows how to twist the... Wait a minute. Wait. Here's an angle. What if he agreed to rep Williams because he wanted to make sure he lost? He doesn't even have to drop the ball. He just has to make sure he doesn't kick it through the goalposts. He takes the case to ensure his client's found guilty. Clever and all but impossible to prove. Like I said, slick guy. He tried in order to overturn the warrant, suppress the evidence, and he had to know Rio would mow that down. Starts off weak. Rourke picked up her coffee from the desk, helped himself to a sip. A nice, tidy line of revenge. So why kill the guy if you were going to help put him in a cage anyway? After setting the coffee down, he reached out, tapped his finger on the dent in her chin. You're circling, Lieutenant. Yeah, I'm circling because there's something there, but I can't see it. There's something there. She shoved to her feet. I need my murder board. I wondered if you'd update the one up here. He walked to her then, slipped his arms around her. It cost you time. He pressed his lips to her brow, quietly pleased when her body leaned into his. What pushed between us cost you time. I'll make it up. They'd make it up, she corrected. That was part of the benefits of being a team. She linked her arms around his waist, watched him smile. What do you think about the security? The system's very basic. You were right there. Easily slipped through. Wrapped around each other, they both turned their heads to study her board. A weapon would be more difficult, but hardly impossible. A person would barely cause a blip if they knew anything about the system. That's something, anyway. I'll look at the disks for you, see if anyone jammed one of them for the second or two it would take. McNabb was going to look at that. You've got work of your own. I owe you time. Aw. Peabody stopped in the doorway. Sorry. Hi. Nice to see you. And she was grinning from ear to ear. Don't take off the coat. We're going. I'll see you later, she said to Rourke, then found her mouth caught by his. Aw, Peabody repeated. Later, Lieutenant. Good morning, Peabody. McNabb. Hey, how's it going? Don't talk to them, Eve ordered as she started out. They'll start begging for Danishes. With me, both of you. And stop smiling like that, she demanded as she strode ahead of them. What if it sticks on your faces and I have to look at it all day? It's scary. We're just happy. Things are good, right? Keep going, she told McNabb, then slowed just a little. Let's close this up with me saying I appreciate the year and the faith and the support. That's what friends do, and partners. Yeah, but thanks. She hesitated as they started down the stairs. You go on out with McNabb. I'm right behind you. But she paused, taking her coat off the newel where Somerset would have replaced it for her. She looked at him as she put it on. He's okay. We're okay. She's not going to be a problem for him anymore. Or for you. Or for me. I'm very glad to hear it. I know you are. Appreciate it. I've brought that unfortunate vehicle you've yet to wreck around in anticipation of your departure. I hope you won't leave it soiling the front of the house much longer. Kiss my ass, Scarecrow. There, he smiled at her. We're back to normal. She let out a snorting laugh, then strode out. Straffo met them at the door. He didn't elect to have his own lawyer present, as was his right. Pride, Eve decided. He was too proud to have someone else handle the legalities. It surprised her a little to note he hadn't sent his wife and kid and the au pair away. Went back to pride, she assumed. He was showing them he'd handle this nonsense, that he was still in charge of the household. He read the warrant thoroughly, taking his time about it, his face expressionless. Oh, but he was pissed, Eve thought. He was steaming under that smooth exterior. It's in order, he stated, then met her eyes. I expect you and your team to proceed with this in an expeditious and respectful manner. You'll be accountable for any damage. So noted. The record is on, and will remain on throughout. Detective McNabb will handle the electronics. If any of your possessions require confiscation, you'll be given receipts. Do you wish to remain on the premises during the execution of the warrant? I certainly do. That'll be handy. She nodded to McNabb, then to Baxter and Trueheart as they arrived. Baxter, you and Trueheart take the main level. Peabody, with me. She started toward the stairs, past Alika, who stood gripping Raylene's hand. Excuse me, Lieutenant? Eve paused, looked at the child. Yeah? Are you really going to search my room? We're going to search all the rooms, including yours. Wow. Could I, Raylene? Straffo's voice was quick and sharp. Let the police get on with what they came to do. Still looking more excited than abashed, Raylene lowered her eyes. Yes, sir. Eve started with the third floor. There was what she supposed was termed a family room. A couple of long, cushy sofas, double-sized chairs, oversized entertainment screen. A fireplace, currently cold, was topped by a wide white mantel that held copper urns and a grouping of family pictures in matching copper frames. The family at the shore, Raylene in school uniform, another of the kid in a pink tutu, the couple in black tie, looking polished and happy. Sectioned off from the lounge area was a home gym. Nicely equipped, Eve noted, and with a view of the city from a long ribbon of windows. There was a small second kitchen, mini-friggy, mini-auto chef, short counter with a couple of stools. A full bath, complete with jet tub and steam shower. There was no workspace. Still, she searched cabinets, drawers, cushions, took art from the walls to check backings and frames. "Looks clear," she said to Peabody. "McNabb will check the electronics." "Family sanctuary. Pretty juicy one." Peabody took one more scan. "They use this place more than the living area downstairs when they're going to hang. Watch some screen, play games on the table over by the window. Downstairs is more for entertaining. This is where they get together as a fam." "Yeah, I'd say." She glanced toward the fireplace again, studied the pictures on the mantel. "Let's take the second floor." They separated, with Peabody taking Straffo's home office and Eve taking Alika's sitting room. She studied the fireplace again, the mantel, the family pictures and portraits. Interesting, she thought, then dug into the room. It was all very female, Eve decided. Mags and discs on fashion and decorating and child-rearing. Memo cubes were reminders to send thank-you notes for parties or gifts, to send invites for dinner or cocktails or lunch, reminders to buy a hostess gift for so-and-so, or an anniversary gift for him or her whoever. The sort of thing the wife of a high-powered and successful man did, she supposed. The sort of thing she never did. Who did, she wondered. Did Rourke handle that himself, or Somerset, or Cairo? Alika kept separate date books for herself, for her husband, for her kid. Straffo's golf dates, dinner meetings, whether she was needed to attend or not, his salon appointments, doctor's appointments, meetings with his tailor, scheduled out-of-town trips. A family trip scheduled for March, which coincided with the kids' spring break from school. She compared it with Alika's. Shopping dates, lunch dates, salon dates, dinner with her husband, some with clients or friends, some without. She noted that neither of them had scheduled appointments during the time frame of either murder. The kids' appointment book was a shocker. Dance class, twice weekly, socialization dates, what the hell, 3 times a week with various other kids. Melody Branch was down for every Thursday afternoon from 3:30 until 4:30. Swapping houses, Eve saw. 1 week at the Branch place, 1 week here at the Straffos. There was soccer practice once a week beginning in March, and something called brain teasers the kid attended every Saturday morning, followed 2 Saturdays a month by a volunteer stint with an organization called From the Kids. In addition to the monthly schedule, there were additions of birthday parties, field trips, school projects, drama club meetings, doctor's appointments, museum and library trips, art projects, family outings. As far as Eve could see, the kid had more going on than both of her parents. No wonder they needed the au pair, Eve mused. Though it was a little odd that Alika had carried professional mother status from the time Raylene was born until the death of the son. Though she wasn't pursuing a career or even a paying hobby outside the home, Alika had let that status lapse. Eve bagged the notebooks. She wanted more time to study them and to verify all the names and groups and locations. She went through the little desk. Monogrammed stationery. So Alika hand-wrote some of those thank yous and invites, Eve mused. Huh. An organized by occasion selection of cards, birthdays, humorous, flowery, formal, youth, sympathy, congratulations, and so on. Spare discs and memo cubes, address book, a file of clippings on decorating. It made Eve think of the clippings Peabody had found in Lisette Foster's cube. Common ground, Eve mused. Something there? Maybe the women had crossed paths in their interest in decorating. She made a note to check it out, though she doubted Alika and Lisette shopped for doodads or draperies at the same level. Correspondence Alika had saved ran to cute little cards or notes from girlfriends, printed out emails from same or from the kid. There were birthday cards and feel-better cards from Raylene, all of them handmade, and with more style and skill, Eve admitted, than she herself could claim. Pretty paper and colors, some comp-generated, some hand-drawn. "Don't be sad, Mommy," one of the cards announced in big, careful printing on heavy pink paper. There was a drawing of a woman's face with shiny tears on the cheeks. Inside, the woman was smiling, with her cheeks to the cheek of a girl's face. Flowers bloomed all around the edges, and a wide rainbow curved at the top. The sentiment read, "I'll always be here to make you smile. Love, your own Raylene." Eve noted Alika had written the date on the back of the card. January 10, 2057. In the closet, she found some art supplies, a paint smock, clear boxes filled with things like glass marbles, stones, beads, ribbons, silk flowers. Hobby stuff, Eve supposed, all as organized as the rest of the place. And on the top shelf, behind boxes of supplies, a large and lovely fabric-covered box with a jeweled latch. Eve took it down, opened it. Found the dead son. Here were the photographs. From infant to toddler. A beaming and pregnant Alika, a dreamy-eyed Alika holding an infant wrapped in a blue blanket. Pictures of the baby boy with his big sister, with his father, and so on. She found a swatch of the blanket, a lock of downy hair, a small stuffed dog, a single plastic block. Eve thought of the memory box Mavis and Leonardo had given her in Rourke one Christmas. This was Alika's memory box, dedicated to her son. How often did she take it out, Eve wondered? Look through all the pictures, rub that blue fabric between her fingers, or stroke that lock of hair against her cheek. Yet she kept it all on a high shelf at the back of a closet, tucked away, and not one memento of the boy that Eve had seen touched the rest of the house. Why? She went through it all, every piece, then replaced it and put the box back. When she finished with the room, she stepped over to where Peabody was just winding up with Straffo's home office. "Nearly done here. McNabb started on the master bedroom up here, so we wouldn't get in each other's way. Boxed a lot of disks and files. Nothing's popped out, though. You find anything on the kid? Their dead kid?" "Who? Oh, right. Forgot. No, nothing here on their son." Peabody stopped, frowned. "Nothing," she repeated. "That's kind of odd, really." "One more thing. There's a stash of decorating clippings in Alika's sitting room. Lisette had some in her cube." "Yeah, she did. So maybe they crossed there?" Peabody frowned, shrugged. "Maybe. But I've got a stash of my own, and a bunch of decorating sites bookmarked on my home comp. Don't you ever—" "Forget I nearly asked," Peabody said when Eve stared at her. "It's worth checking out." Running the name by Lisette, showing her Alika's picture. "Okay. Do you want me to tag her now? Ask her?" "Yeah, let's cross that off the list. Then take the master bedroom next." She walked over. McNabb turned. "Anything shaking?" she asked him. "Steady as they go. A lot of incomings and outgoings, but nothing that pops. Mostly personal data.
banking, marketing, schedules, and like that on the main level units. Nanny's unit, more of the same. Talks to family and pals back in Ireland a couple times a week. Emails regular. All chatty, little bits on the Straffos and the kid, but nothing that'd make you jump. Keep looking. It didn't take long for Eve to discern that both Straffos preferred good fabrics and classic cuts, and plenty of it. The his and hers closets were spacious and pristine, and loaded. Shoes were organized according to type and tone, and all in clear protective boxes. Wardrobe was color-coordinated into groupings. Casual, work, cocktail, black tie. The more formal wear hung with ID tags that described the outfit, when and where it had been worn. If they liked sex toys, those playthings had been smuggled out before the warrant was executed. The nightstand drawers held book discs, memo cubes, mini-lights. But there was some very provocative lingerie in Alika's dresser, and a varied selection of body creams and oils. Since there had been a reminder in Alika's date book to renew her semi-annual birth control, sex was likely part of the regularly scheduled events. She found anti-anxiety and anti-depression medication and sleeping pills in Alika's underwear drawer. Eve took a sample of each medication, bagged it.
Lisette didn't recognize Alika's name or image, Peabody reported.
Long shot.
Yeah. Dallas, I know we're not supposed to get wound up in the personal areas of an investigation, but that woman, Lisette, just breaks my heart. She asked, the way they do, if we had anything new, anything we could tell her. I had to give her the standard line. She took it.
Sympathy, all those personal feelings an investigator is supposed to block out, resonated in her voice, on her face.
Held on to it like it was the only thing keeping her head above water right now.
Then we'd better follow through on the line, Peabody, and give her the answers she needs. Leaving Peabody, Eve headed down to find either one of the Straffos. He was pacing, talking on a headset, while she pretended to be absorbed in a magazine. The minute he spotted Eve, Straffo ended the transmission. Finished? No, you've got a big place. Takes time. There's a safe in the master bedroom closet. I need it opened. His lips tightened, just a little, and before Alika could rise, he waved her down. I'll see to it, he told her. Then looked at Eve again. Have you completed your business on the 3rd floor? It's clear. Alika, why don't you have Cora take Raylene up to the family room when they get back? All right. He stopped, and Eve saw something in him soften as he touched a hand to her shoulder. She thought, okay, he loves his wife. What does that mean? He didn't speak until they were far enough up the steps to be out of his wife's hearing. How would you feel, I wonder, to have your home turned inside out in this way, your personal things pawed over? We try not to paw. We've got 2 bodies, Straffo, both of whom you knew, one of whom was your client. She sent him a look, let a little sarcasm leak into it. Tough way to lose a client, by the way. A foolish way to dismiss one, he countered. And yes, I knew them both, casually. Maybe you're theorizing that I'm annoyed with Raylene's academic program, and I'm working my way one by one through her instructors. Maybe I'm wondering why you took a lowlife like Williams as a client. If I knew that, we might have avoided this. I'm a defense attorney. His tone was as cool and flat as hers. My client list isn't always the bright lights of the city. You got that. We all do what we do, Straffo. Yes, we all do what we do. He went into the bedroom, ignored Peabody, and went straight to the closet safe. I opened the one in the study downstairs for your associates, he said, as he plugged in the combination, finished with his thumbprint. Appreciate it. It was jewelry, his and hers. Pricey wrist units, some antique wristwatches, glittering stones, gleaming pearls. While he stood watch, Eve went through it, checked for false bottoms, compartments. When she was satisfied, she stepped back. You can lock her up. He did so. How much longer? Couple hours at a guess. I want to ask one question.
Lot of family photographs around the house. I haven't seen one out of your son. Why is that? There was a look in his eye, for only a moment, and the look was bleak. It's painful. And it's private. He turned and left. Questions and possibilities circled in Eve's mind as she watched him go. Have Baxter and Trueheart take the guest room up here, Peabody. You handle the bathrooms to start. I'm taking the kids' room. What was interesting, Eve thought, was that with the kids' schedule, Raylene had time to use the elaborate space. But it was obvious she did, from the art projects in progress, the schoolwork discs filed in her pink monogrammed case. A paper desk calendar with a pair of insanely adorable puppies was turned to the correct date. She had photos as well, one of which had to be her classmates at Sarah Child, all lined up by height, facing the camera in their spiffy uniforms. Another of a vacation shot, with Raylene flanked by her parents, all looking sun-kissed and windblown. Her own solo school picture, and another solo of her in a pink party dress. There were a couple of thriving live green plants on her windowsill in pink and white pots. Obviously, Raylene didn't tire of the color scheme, or had no choice in it. Eve was voting for the former. The kid had more clothes than Eve could have claimed for all the years of her own childhood put together. All as neat and organized as her parents had been. There were dance clothes, dance shoes, a soccer uniform, soccer shoes, 3 identical school uniforms, dressy clothes, casual clothes, and play clothes, all with appropriate shoes. There was a forest of hair ties, bands, clips, pins, and ribbons, all meticulously kept in a designated drawer. At least nothing was tagged to indicate where and when she'd worn anything. But a lot of items, notebooks, bags, stickers, writing tools, art cases, and so on, were labeled with her name. A big decorative pillow on her bed had Princess Raylene splashed across it, as did a fluffy pink bathrobe and the matching slippers. She had her own date book, with all of her activities and appointments plugged in, her own address book with the names of schoolmates, relatives, her father's various link numbers. Eve bagged them. "How come you're allowed to take that?" Eve turned, though she'd known Raylene was there. "Aren't you supposed to be someplace else?" "Yes." A smile curved, charming, conspiratorial. "Don't tell, please. I just wanted to watch how you searched. I think maybe I'll work in crime investigation one day." "Is that so?" "Daddy thinks I'd make a good lawyer, and Mom hopes I'll go into art or dance. I like to dance, but I like to figure things out more. I think maybe I'll study to be a criminalist. That's the right word, because I looked it up. It's somebody who studies evidence. You gather it, but then other people study it. Is that right?" "More or less." "I think anyone can gather it, but studying it and analyzing it would be important. But I don't understand how come my address book and stuff could be evidence." "That's why I'm the cop and you're not." The smile turned right down into a pout. "That's not a very nice thing to say." "I'm not very nice. I take things because I need to look at them when I have more time. Your father will get receipts for anything that leaves the premises." "I don't care. It's just a stupid book." Raylene shrugged. "I remember everyone's numbers and codes anyway. I have an excellent head for numbers." "Good for you." "I looked you up, and you've solved lots of cases." "It's closed. If you're going to work with cops, you have to use the right term. We close cases." "Closed," Raylene repeated. "I'll remember." "You closed the one where those men broke into a house and killed everyone in it but a girl younger than me. Her name was Nixie." "Still is." "Did she give you clues to help you close the case?" "As a matter of fact." "Shouldn't you go find your mother or something?" "I've been trying to think of clues for this one." She wandered to a mirror, studied her own reflection, fluffed her curls. "Because I was right there and everything. I saw, and I'm very, very observant, so I could help close the case." "If you think of anything, be sure to let me know. Now scram." Her eyes met Eve's in the mirror. A quick flash, then Raylene turned. "It's my room." It's my warrant. Beat it. Raylene narrowed her eyes, folded her arms. Will not. The kid's face was a study of defiance, arrogance, confidence, temper, and, Eve noted, challenge. Make me. Eve took her time absorbing it all as she crossed over. Then she took Raylene by the arm, pulled her out of the room. Taking me on's a mistake. Eve said it quietly, then closed the door, locked it. In case Raylene got ideas, Eve strode down to the other bedroom door, closed and locked that as well. Then she went back to work. She was undisturbed until Peabody knocked. Why'd you lock the door? Kid got under my feet. Oh, well, I had the guys haul some of the boxes we're taking out. They're labeled, receipts done. Unfortunately, we didn't come across any poison in the spice cabinet or blackmail notes in the library. But we've got some shit to cull over once we log it in at Central. You get anything in here? This and that. Here's what I haven't got. Her diary. Maybe she doesn't keep one. She mentioned she did when Foster was killed. I'm not finding it. They can hide them good. I can find them good when they're here. Yeah. Peabody pursed her lips, looked around. Maybe she doesn't keep one after all. 10's a pretty much between age for boys, and boys are the big topic of diaries. She's got an active, busy brain for any age. So where's the Mom and Dad won't let me have a tattoo, it's so bogus, or Johnny Dreamboat looked at me in the hall today? Can't say, and can't think what that would tell us if she had a journal going and we found it. Daily stuff. What Mommy said to Daddy, what this teacher did, and so on. The kid notices things. Got a snotty streak, too. Peabody grinned. You think all kids are snots. Goes without saying. But this one's got something in there. Eve glanced back at the mirror, saw again the way Raylene had looked at herself, then the flash in her eyes. If something pissed her off or hurt her tender feelings, you bet your ass she'd document. Where's her documentation? Well, maybe McNabb will find something buried on her comp. She's smart enough, she'd want to keep her observations and bitches where Mommy and Daddy and the au pair wouldn't find them if they poked around. Put a flag on that. Sure. Seems a little out there, Dallas. Maybe. She turned, studied the vacation shot again. Maybe not. Chapter 17. When the items from the Straffo residence were logged, Eve commandeered a conference room. There, she and Peabody spread everything out, grouping according to area, subgrouping by person or persons who owned or used the item. She dragged in her murder board, clipping up pictures of various items or groupings. She studied, she circled, she paced. Please, sir, I must have food. Distracted, Eve glanced over. What? Food, Dallas. I gotta eat something or I'm gonna start gnawing on my own tongue. I can order something in or run down to the eatery. Go ahead. Mago, what do you want? To nail this bastard down. To eat, Dallas. Food. Doesn't matter as long as it comes with caffeine. She had a box full of pictures. Sorry? Alika, in her sitting room, a big pretty box up in her closet, not quite hidden, but not out in the open. It was full of pictures of the dead kid. Had a lock of his hair, some of his toys, a piece of his blanket. Jeez. Peabody's tender heart ached a little. Poor woman. It must be awful. Not one picture of the kid anywhere in the open, but bunches of them in her box. Hers. Eve moved around the groupings again, stopped by the section taken or copied from Oliver Straffo's office. Nothing like that in Straffo's office, or in the bedroom, or any of the family areas. Peabody moved over to stand by Eve, tried to see what her lieutenant might be seeing. I had a second cousin who drowned when he was a kid. His mother got rid of all his things, all of them except this one shirt. She kept it in her sewing basket.
I guess you can't predict how anyone's going to handle the death of their kid. I'll bring food and caffeine. She zipped out before Eve could delay her. Alone, Eve circled the table, the board, and thought about the dead. The boy had been good-looking, fun-looking, she added. Big, goofy grin on his face in most of the pictures that weren't taken in infancy. Happy, healthy family, she mused, studying the picture she'd copied of one in Alika's box. The 4 Straffos grinning at the camera, kids in the middle, parents flanking them. Everyone touching some part of someone else, an attractive unit, somehow complete. She compared it to the one she'd copied from Raylene's room. One kid now, framed by Mom and Dad. And yeah, even though Alika grinned into the camera, there was a hollowness around her eyes, a hint of strain around her mouth. Something missing. Did she try to fill that void with social functions, routines, appointments, structure, medications, and men? Don't be sad, Mommy. Bright kid, that Raylene. Smart, perceptive, pissy. Eve couldn't hold the pissy against her. So Raylene had looked up her data, her service record, her cases. Easy enough to do, Eve mused, but interesting work for a 10-year-old. Nixie, she remembered. Nixie had been another bright, perceptive kid. Courageous kid. One who'd lost a brother, too, and her entire family, her entire world, in one horrible night. Nixie'd been full of questions, as Raylene seemed to be. Maybe they just popped out smarter and more full of curiosity now. At their age, Eve had barely started real school. Had she been curious, she wondered? Maybe, but she hadn't been one to ask questions. Not then, not for quite a while. For the first 8 years of her life, asking too many questions meant a fist in the face. Maybe worse. Better to stay quiet, watch, figure it out, than to ask and end up bloody. Something was going on in that house, Eve thought. Something was just a little tilted in that perfect space. She wasn't afraid to ask questions anymore, but she needed to figure out the right ones to ask. She ate something that might have once wished to be chicken inside cardboard pretending to be bread, and ran a series of probabilities. She was fishing and knew it, following various lines of logic and one knotted string of pure instinct. The computer told her that her instinct was crap, but that didn't surprise her. Then she ran a hypothetical, omitting certain details, and the computer called her a genius. Yeah, wouldn't that be a kick in the ass? She sat back. It was, of course, bullshit to run a hypothetical or probability without including known details or evidence, but she'd satisfied her curiosity. Intrigued, she copied it all to Mira and asked for an opinion. She sent copies to her home unit, then gathered what she wanted to take home before she headed out to the bullpen and Peabody's desk. I'm going to work from home. It's nearly end of shift. And your point is? Nothing at all. I'm swinging by the school on the way. Just want another feel of the place. Tell McNabb I want individual D&Cs from the Straffos dug deep. Any shadow, any smudges, I want to know. Day off tomorrow. Yours, mine, and ours. Valentine's Day, too. Jesus, consider yourself on call, detective. So be prepared to throw something over whatever embarrassing outfit you're going to put yourself into for McNabb's perverted delight if and when I tag you. Peabody gave a sober nod. I have a trench coat reserved for that purpose, sir. Eve considered it. I'm forced to say, ick. You don't head out until you get your report written and copied to my unit here and at home. I want your notes, too. Impressions, opinions. You've got something. Don't know. Between bouts of physical expression I can't bear thinking about, take another look at both Vic's student files, grades, discussions, parental meetings, the works. And I'd be looking for? Let me know when you find it, Eve said as she strode out. She took the glides down to the main level, cast a couple of wistful glances at the vending machine.
She wanted a Pepsi, but didn't want to interact with the damn machines. They hated her. Rather than squeeze onto the elevator, she jogged down the steps to the garage, pulling out her link as she went. She hit Cairo first, and Rourke's ever-efficient admin sent out a warm smile. "Lieutenant, how are you?" "Good enough. She stopped herself from shooting right to the point. "How are you's" required a "how are you doing" back. She kept forgetting those sort of details. "How are you doing?" "Just fine. I want to thank you for the use of your house in Mexico. Riva and I had a lovely mother and daughter weekend there. It's just beautiful, and the weather couldn't have been better. It was a perfect break from the winter for both of us." Ah, she didn't know Rourke had given Cairo and her daughter a couple of days in Mexico. That's good. Now she had to ask about Riva, didn't she? "So, how's Riva doing?" "Really well, thank you. She's dating again, casually. It's nice to see her enjoying herself again. I'm sure you'd like to speak to Rourke." Whew, she thought, navigated the chatty session of the program with no casualties. If he's tied up, you could just pass him a message whenever. "I'll check." Just a little worn out by the link socializing, Eve got into her vehicle as Cairo switched her to blue screen hold. Moments later, it was Rourke's blue eyes that blazed on screen. "Lieutenant." God, he was pretty. "Sorry to interrupt any world domination meeting. That was this morning. We're finishing up satellite and planetoid dominations just now." "Okay, then. I'm just heading out, going to swing by the school." "For?" "Not sure. I just want another run-through on scene." His smile was easy and still made her insides curl. "Would you like some company?" "What about satellite and planetoid domination?" "I believe we have that under control. I'll meet you there." "Good. Great." In fact, it was perfect. "See you." "Lieutenant." "Damn stupid traffic," she muttered as she fought her way into it. "What?" "I love you." Okay, that was perfect. "I heard that somewhere." "There's a rumor going around. I love you, too." "Goddamn maxi bus! Gotta go." She stuffed her link back in her pocket and enjoyed the armed combat of driving uptown. Once there, she scouted out, then fought for a parking spot, another type of warfare, then walked the block and a half to the school. He was getting out of a car when she was half a block away. Tall and rangy, long black coat billowing in the wind. As the car cruised off, he'd have arranged that so they could drive home together, he turned, just as he'd done the very first time. Turned as if he sensed her, knew she was there, and latched those wild blue eyes on her face. Just like the first time, the very first time, something inside her leaped. It wasn't her style, it wasn't her way, but there were times she thought you just went with the moment. She strode right up to him, gripped the front of his coat in her fists, and took his mouth with hers, strong and hot and real. He drew her in. He always drew her in. So they stood, drenched in the heat of the kiss while the cold blew around them, and New York's irritable traffic bitched and complained. "There she is," he murmured. "Yeah, here I am." She drew back. "You've got a great mouth, Ace. I happen to know your hands are pretty damn good, too. Get us in." He lifted his brow. "Are you suggesting a break into the school, Lieutenant?" "I'm ordering it, if you're standing as expert consultant, civilian." "I love when you pull rank. Stirs me up. A wink and a smile stirs you up, pal. Give it a shot." He strolled up to the door, removing a small palm device from his inside coat pocket. After keying in a code, he aimed it at the security plate, and gauged. The locks gave up without a whimper of protest. Show off. "Well, I did have a minute or so to look over the system last night, and in anticipation of orders, programmed a little bypass." He opened the door, gestured smoothly. "After you?" "Security?" "Please." She shrugged, stepped in.
Interior security? Login scan? He glanced up at the scanner, keyed another code into his palm unit. There you go. As you could have done the same with your master, I assume you wanted to test how simple it might be to slide into the place without authorization or detection. Something like that. Say someone didn't have your sort of education. How much trouble would it be to do what you just did? More, certainly, as I was top of my class, so to speak, but it's not a complicated system. Your average going-out-of-business endlessly sale shop on Fifth would have better. He tapped her side and her sidearm under the coat. However, the fact that you're carrying is a bit more problematic. I'll need a minute to shut down the weapon scan. Go ahead. That was just for convenience, she thought. It wasn't smuggling in a stunner or blaster that concerned her. Scanner wouldn't detect poison. Why should it? She mused. Pressure syringe, same thing. Killer or killers could have walked right in at any time with both. You're clear. He stood a moment, scanning the area. So, what are we doing here? Not sure. Not, I imagine, unfortunately, to play teacher keeps the naughty student after school. No, she agreed. Empty schools are even creepier than when they're otherwise. She slid her hands into her pockets as she walked. The ghosts of students past. Bloody prisons, really. She laughed, gave him a friendly elbow bump. Yes! Not that I'd spent a great deal of time inside places like this. At least not until Somerset took charge of me. He was rather insistent about attendance. The state-run schools I was stuck in weren't like this. None of this air of privilege, and the security was a hell of a lot tighter. I hated them. She stopped by an open classroom door, one of the cells, or so it had seemed to her, of the prison. First few years I just felt scared and stupid. Then later it was, okay, I get all this. When can I get out? And once you did, you jumped right into the police academy. That was different, because it was a choice. He touched her arm, just a brush of understanding. And a need. Yeah. And nobody in the academy gave a shit if you recognized a dangling participle or could write a brilliant essay on the socio-political ramifications of the urban wars. Then there was geometry. That's sort of the thing, though. Geometry's the thing? Lines and spaces and crap. Area, radius, blah, blah. It gave me a headache, but I'm thinking geometry. The distance, the angles, the shortest route between 2 points. She started up the stairs. First Vic's classroom. That's the... Shit. What's the middle of the thing? Which thing? The middle of the space. She lifted her hand, fashioned a shape in the air. Well, that would depend, wouldn't it? If you're meaning a circle, it might be simply the center. Or, staying with the circle as the space, you may mean the central angle, and that's the angle whose vertex is at the center. She stopped walking at vertex to stare at him. Then, as every central angle cuts the circle in 2 arcs, there'd be the minor arc, the smaller, which would be less than 180 degrees, and the major, the larger, which is always more. Jesus. He grinned, shrugged. I always liked geometry. Geek. She scowled down the hallway. Now I forgot what I was doing. Or you may be after the tangent, he said, unconcerned. The point of tangency would be the point where a line intersects the circle at precisely 1 point and one only. Shut up! You asked. Of course your shape might be a triangle, say, and in that case, I'm going to draw down on you in 5 flat seconds and stun you senseless. You know what I liked even more than geometry? Finding the blind spots on the security cams, he said. Which, in fact, geometry helped me with. Then snagging some sweet young thing, and he snagged her, whipped her around, back to the wall, and grinning, kissed her lavishly. His mouth managed just what geometry did. It fuzzed her mind. Work now, tonsil hockey later. You romantic fool. Now then, I think I understand what you're trying to figure out. And it's more to do with intersections and betweenness. She actually had to press her fingers under her eye to still a twitch. Betweenness can't possibly be an actual word. It is, in fact, in math language, and I think it would be your first victim's classroom. That's the point between the others, and also, I'd think, where your lines intersect in the first theorem. Let's just leave the higher math out of it because it's going to separate my mind from my body, and I'd rather save that for sex. Foster's classroom, she gestured, which was empty for at least 50 minutes twice that day, before class and during his fourth period, giving the killer ample opportunity to doctor the Go Cup or simply replace it. I'm going to push on the replacement angle tonight. Maybe get lucky there. It was inscribed with his name. Anyway, she walked over, uncoded the seal, opened the door. Other classes are in session, including the second fix. Here. She walked over, opened the door on Williams's classroom. During the second 50-minute segment, when Foster's classroom was unoccupied, Williams leaves his classroom for about 10 minutes. Use the bathroom, he claimed. Which gives you a segment line from point to point. Opportunity and motive. Yeah, means is yet to be proven. I can't tie the poison to Williams. How'd he get it? Why would he choose it? Meanwhile, there's some foot traffic. There's a janitor in the student's bathroom, male. He's clean and clear. No record, no motive, excellent work record, married, father of 3, and 2 grandkids who attend this school. But he's another intersection. Yeah. He sees and is seen by Mosley, Halliwell, Williams, and Dawson. Then by Raylene Straffo and Melody Branch. Each pass by at some point with Dawson, intersecting again with the 2 students. On the lower level, Halliwell intersects with 2 other students. There's also your unknown. Following her equation, Rourke added to the data. The possibility someone not identified ran a parallel line, a segment that didn't intersect with another segment, but arrived at your center. The outsider, said Eve. Alika or Oliver Straffo, for instance, both of whom could, with forethought and planning, have bypassed the security check, arrived at the center when Foster was out, known information, doctored or replaced, and left. Under 6 minutes to come in, walk up, go in, do it, walk out. I've timed it. She stopped again, turned a circle, puffed out a breath. It's possible it could have been done by one of them without being seen. Low risk, as if they had been seen, their kid goes here. Any handy excuse or reason to be on site would have passed without a blink. But they weren't seen. No, they weren't. Straffo was in his office off and on that morning, door closed. Did he slip out, get over here and do it? Possibly. Very tight, but possibly. Alika was shopping. Same deal. However, Alika was seen on the day Williams was killed. Signed in, hung around. Again, he followed her reasoning. If she decided to eliminate teachers, why run the parallel line with one and intersect with the other? Exactly. I've got other reasons for and against, but that one sticks on me. Nobody'd have thought anything about it if she'd come into the school the day Foster was killed. Any excuse would have worked. She crossed to Foster's classroom. Saw him again, lying on the floor in pools of his own waste. These killings aren't passionate and impulsive, and they're pretty damn smart. Smarter for her, Alika, to have come in clean. I don't like her for it, and she's too emotional to have pulled this off. Straffo now, he's got the control and the focus, but not his wife, and still... Something bothers you about her. A few things. But I need to turn it around in my head some before I lay it out. Meanwhile, Foster comes back, goes in, closes his door for his daily lunch/lesson planning deal, drinks really bad hot chocolate. If he'd got medical attention in the first few minutes, he might have made it. But the killer's banking on it going as it did. She stepped in for a moment,
and again saw Foster. Alive now, going through his habitual routine. He sits, shoots off a cheerful little email to his wife, gets working on the pop quiz he has planned. He drinks, he dies. Painfully, Rourke murmured, knowing what she was seeing. Painfully. Then the two kids, sprung from their study session on the main level, come up, see the janitor, speak with Dawson, show their passes, go to the classroom. Question. Why is it Dawson doesn't seem to blip on your radar? No motive, no sense, no buzz. Teacher for 20-odd years, 15 right here. No current around him. He's the tortoise type. Slow and steady. Yeah. Follow-up. You're veering well away from Principal Moseley, though you've shown she had motive. Yeah. Raking her fingers through her hair, Eve walked out of the classroom again. I could be way off on her, but I can't see her for it either. Murders on her sanctified ground, under her watch? It's a nightmare for her, worse than having her sexual indiscretion revealed. She's hemorrhaging students out of here, getting slammed with unpleasant media. Maybe she did it. Maybe she thought she could spin it all and weather the damage. But it doesn't ring. Still like to fry her for crying rape. Bitch. She frowned. Where was I? The two girls go to the classroom. Right. If they'd come up 15 minutes earlier, Foster's got a chance. Instead, he's gone, and they run out screaming. Dawson runs over, sees what's happened, calls the principal. A fairly predictable series of events. It is, isn't it? Now we'll take Williams. She led the way downstairs, through the fitness center, into the pool area. Not bad, Rourke commented. Yeah, pretty sweet setup for a kid or a teacher. In here, Williams intersects with Moseley. Alika Straffo is on premises. No intersections reported. Then, according to her statement, she went looking for Williams and, using your terms, ran a parallel line with him and Moseley, overhearing their argument. From where she stood, Eve could see the exits, entrances into the pool area. Staff, students. She leaves. Moseley leaves. More intersections with her and Halliwell, Dawson. Dawson comes in to see Williams, and for the second time in a week finds himself a dead body. Quite the coincidence. Yeah, but he and the nurse, who was also called to both scenes, they're peripheral. Someone else reached the center of both these circles, undetected. Eve stared down at the surface of the water. Both times. You're sure it was the same killer? Yeah, I am. Pretty sure I know who the killer is, but I don't have the why. I have to have the why on this one. Well now, share. She nearly did, then shook her head. Not yet, okay? I'd like to see what a geek like you comes up with without prejudicing the, theorem. Want to talk it over with Mira, too. But that's all gut right now. I'm going to look at the solid first and track the go-cup angle. Are we going shopping? Just going to check a few of the places that sell that make and model in a 10-block radius. You said radius. Does that make you a geek? Smart ass. He took her hand. That's more like it. It didn't blow the investigation open for her. Like the majority of cop work, it was routine, repetitious and tedious. She spoke to clerks, to managers, to the clueless and the chirpy. The item in question was a popular model, not the cheapest or the priciest. A good value, she was told endlessly, practical, attractive, and hard-wearing. We had to order in another shipment 2 weeks before Christmas, Eve was told by an eager-to-help assistant manager. Great stocking stuffer or emergency gift, and we had them on sale. Couldn't keep them on the shelf. We're still selling them briskly. Valentine's Day. Free inscription inside a heart or with heart motif. Adorable. You've got records. I'm interested in one of these models inscribed to Craig. She spelled it out. Sure, I'll look it up. If they went credit or debit, we'd have a record.
Cash, we wouldn't. Most people don't do cash because once they come in, they end up buying multiple items. Uh-huh. Eve glanced around. Noticed that Rourke was roaming, browsing, examining. All the things the people who actually liked to shop ended up doing. I'm really sorry. And the guy actually looked it. We don't have a sale of that model or any other with an inscription added that says Craig, any spelling, during the last 30 days. Go back another 30. Oh, he looked distressed now. That'll take me a few minutes, and on the main unit in the back, since I'd have to go back into last year, you'll have to excuse me. Done. I'll wait. She turned now and saw that Rourke wasn't just shopping, he was buying. She crossed the store, winding around displays. What are you doing? I'm making a purchase. How? Why? It must be a kind of sickness, she decided. You already own 6 of everything. He only smiled and took the bag from the clerk. Thank you. And now, he said to Eve, it appears I have more of everything. Any luck? No. Still checking. It was always going to come down to cash. Killer thinks clearly. Not going to leave a paper trail. It's easy to breeze into one of these places, buy something, add the fee for inscription, pass some paper money, and walk out. Nobody's going to remember you. The clerk came back, dripping apology. I'm so sorry. I couldn't find what you're looking for. I can ask around, see if any of the clerks remember. Yeah, great, thanks. You can contact me if you find out anything. She dug out a card, passed it over. That's one to cross off, she said when they were outside. Had to be done, though. Here. He took out a pair of gloves from the shopping bag. To replace the ones you've lost since Christmas. I haven't lost them. Why was she always losing them? They're just somewhere else. Of course. These can go on your hands, and these, he tapped the bag, will go in your vehicle to replace the ones on your hands once you lose those. And when I lose those, back to square one. Now, should we go out to dinner or go back to work? We could eat dinner while we work. How strangely that sort of thing suits us. He draped an arm around her shoulders. I'll drive. Since she'd picked the place for takeout, she let him pick the meal. She should have known it would be fish. Maybe it came from being born on an island, though she knew it was more likely he picked it because it was good for her. Still, it was tasty, as was the bed of spicy rice that almost disguised the vegetables mixed in it. Besides, it washed down just fine with a crisp glass of white. She told him about the search at the Straffos' penthouse. This was what she wanted from him now, impressions, comments, insights. Telling him what she knew, what she'd seen, heard, observed, and for now, leaving out the seed of certainty planted dead center of her gut. Sad, he said. What is? Who? Straffos' wife. That's how she strikes me. Keeping everyone's records and schedules with her own. Needs to know, doesn't she, where everyone is, what they're doing. Wouldn't want to have her own schedule, interests, impulses conflict with theirs. Then there's her memorial box. Memorial? I thought memory. It's both, isn't it? To keep his memory fresh for her, and to memorialize him. For herself. Just for her. That's sad. It must be a terrible thing for a mother. Then you said she hid some of her meds. Doesn't want her husband to know she's taken them. Doesn't want to, upset, disappoint, worry him. So she keeps her little secrets. Yeah, she does, Eve agreed. She's got secrets. And you think they apply to these murders? How? Keeping the status quo is vital to her. Because visuals helped, Eve brought Alika's photo ID onto the wall screen. She broke it off with Williams. Betrayed her husband, sure. Split-screened Alika's image with Oliver Straffos. But in addition, she rocked her own boat. That spooked her.
She needs those waters calm again. Still, I don't think they ever are, not inside her anyway. It's pretense, so she needs her chemical boosts. I don't see how that connects to your investigation. Everything connects. She loses a kid. Now, Eve added a third image, the innocent and doomed little boy. "He's charming, isn't he?" Rourke commented. "Yeah, he's got a look." So does Alika. Hers is like before and after, and that's how it strikes me in that house. You can see it in the pictures, in their eyes. They're wounded, walking wounded, but they get through it. His way, her way. Now she stumbles, has this affair. He knows it, or close enough. I think he knew she ended it, and he doesn't confront her. Keep up the pretense, the status quo. Already lost a kid, can't put themselves or their surviving child through a divorce. She added Raylene's photo so the screen held 4 images. Now there are 2 murders, slapped back to back and right in their faces. She's shaking and scared, he's closed up and angry. And the girl? Eve looked at the screen. She's fascinated. Ah, children can be cold-blooded. Death's other for them. They're so far from it. Innocent enough to believe it can't touch them, so it's compelling. Is it innocence? It's childhood, I suppose. He topped off her wine, then his own. So very different from yours or mine. Yeah, different by a long shot. Rourke. She started to speak, then changed her mind. I wonder if either of us can really be objective about a family unit like that. She gestured toward the screen. But I know there are answers in that house. I'm going to find them. Each one of them, each segment of that square that became a triangle, mother, father, daughter. She drew a triangle in the air. Each knows something. Something that connects them and keeps them separate at the same time. I'm going to have to take each segment separately to figure it out. Chapter 18. After dinner, Eve began to search and cross-reference every name in the address books she'd taken during the search of the Straffo penthouse. While it ran, she started a chart of schedules. Intersections, she thought again. Parallel lines. But a triangle here, not a circle. Idly, she doodled a triangle on a pad, drew a horizontal line through its center. What would you call this? Rourke glanced over her shoulder. What you have there is a midpoint proportionality, a segment whose endpoints are the midpoints of 2 sides of a triangle. A segment that is parallel to the third side, its length half the length of that third side. Geez, uber geek. I see a kind of box inside a triangle, a connect from another source. That as well. Huh. While he wandered off to the kitchen, she rose and updated her murder board. Her computer signaled the assigned task was completed before she was finished. Display results. She started to turn just as Rourke came out of the kitchen with a tray. We already ate. We did indeed. He crossed, set the tray on the table, then took off a small plate, and turning, offered it. And this is a homemade fudge brownie. Her heart, she was embarrassed to realize, just melted. Man, you never miss a trick. You can thank Somerset later. Uh-huh. I asked if he'd bake a batch, so you can thank me as well. Rourke held the plate just out of reach, tapped his lips with the index finger of his free hand. She rolled her eyes, but it was only for form, then leaned in, pecked a kiss on his lips, and snatched the brownie. Damn me if I'm kissing those bird lips of Somerset. She bit in, then just groaned. Oh, God, this is really... Are there more? Maybe. I'd better space it out. I think this is the chocolate equivalent of Zeus. On another bite, she turned to read the data. Son of a bitch! I fucking knew I was right. About He scanned the data. One Harmon, Quella, female, age 58, of Taos, New Mexico. 2 marriages, 2 divorces, no offspring. Occupation, artist. What kind of artist? Cocking his head, he continued to read the data. Specializes in fashion and jewelry, stone and leatherwork. Leatherwork? Ah, my ass! Bull's fucking eye! If that's not the ricin source, I will kiss the hideous lips of Somerset. The castor beans, they still grow wild in arid areas. I bet New Mexico has some arid areas, and I bet a leather artist living out there uses the oil in leather preparation. Certainly, that may be. And how does Quella Harmon connect, or are we still using intersect, with your victims? By being the maternal aunt of Alika Straffo. Means? Eve stated. Closing right in on means. Computer, search data books on each Straffo individual in evidence for any travel to New Mexico over the past 6 months. No, amend, a full year. And or any mention during that time period in same of Harmon Quella to New York. Acknowledged. Working. You think Straffo took a sample of ricin from this woman, with or without her knowledge, carried it back to New York, then used it to poison Foster. I damn well do. All right, means I'll give you, Eve, but you've lost motive again, haven't you? Unless the computer reports that there was contact with this Harmon in the last couple of months. It would have been prior to Alika's affair with Williams, prior to Foster having knowledge of it. Uh-huh. Parallel lines. Task complete. Straffo, Oliver, Alika, and Raylene traveled by commercial shuttle from New York to Taos, New Mexico on November 26. Returned to New York by commercial shuttle on November 30. That's before Alika took up with Williams, according to their statements, isn't it? Yeah. But Eve was smiling grimly. Then unless Straffo is a sensitive with psychic tendencies, why would he transport a poisonous substance on a commercial carrier before his wife strayed? Maybe it wasn't a poisonous substance at that time. Maybe it was just a bag of beans. But it's all about planning and possibilities. Opportunities. Curiosity. As she spoke, she walked back, circling the board again. Then she continued to pin photos, lists, notes, data. Computer. Print out displayed data, hard copy. Acknowledged. And now Rourke circled, studied, scanned, while she went to retrieve the printout. He could see she was building something. It was the way she'd arranged the pieces on the board, how she continued to arrange them, into some sort of pattern she obviously saw in her head, or felt in her gut. Her mind, he knew, was labyrinthine and linear, fluid, flexible, and stubbornly rigid. He could and did admire it without ever fully understanding its workings. Her gut, he believed absolutely, was close to infallible. He stepped back and let his own mind clear, refocus, in an attempt to see what she was moving toward. When he did, his shock was instant, his denial automatic. You can't be serious. You see it? I see what you're stitching together, what pattern you've made out of it, but I can't put my head around why you'd aim in that direction. What, you don't think a 10-year-old girl can be a stone-cold killer? She said it casually as she pinned Harmon's photo and data to the side of the triangle she'd made out of the Straffos. I murdered at 8, she reminded him. Not murder, not close to it. You saved your own life and destroyed a monster. You're talking about a child deliberately and coldly planning and carrying out the murder of 2 adults. Maybe more than that. Eve reached into her file, took out the ID photo of Trevor Straffo she'd already printed, and pinned it in the center of the triangle. Christ Jesus, Eve! Maybe he fell down the steps. Maybe he did. Maybe he had help. Maybe it was a tragic accident, which involved his sister. Her gaze was pinned now to Raylene Straffo's violet eyes. Excited, running, a couple of kids, one trips over the other, over his own feet, whatever, but you know what? She turned, and those flat cop's eyes met Rourke's now. I don't think so. I think she pushed him. I think she got him up when her parents were sleeping, lured him out of bed. Don't make any noise. Santa's downstairs. Let's peek. Well, my God, Rourke muttered. Then, when he gets to the steps, a good hard shove. No more little brother edging in on your territory, squeezing into the center of your circle. How can you think this? She'd have been all but a baby herself when that happened. 7. She'd have been 7. She'd had all the spotlight for 5 of those years, and now she has to share it. Maybe it's a novelty at first. Let's play with the baby. But it got old, and they're not paying nearly enough attention to Raylene. Princess Raylene. Just have to fix that, won't we? What you're saying. It's obscene. Murder always is. The mother knows, Eve said quietly. She knows. She's terrified, and she's sick, and she tries different ways to escape the horror of it, but she can't. You're so sure of it. I saw it in her. I know it. But knowing it and proving it, especially something like this, are way different. He had to struggle to overcome an innate and instinctive denial. All right. Even considering you may be right about the boy, why Foster? Why Williams? Because of her mother's affair? I don't think she'd give a flat shit about her mother's affair. Sex isn't on her radar, not really. And it doesn't really apply to her directly. I don't know why, that's the bitch of it. I've got Peabody searching through Foster's student records to start. Maybe he caught her cheating or stealing. Didn't fit, she thought, annoyed with herself. Didn't really jibe. There were a few illegals in student lockers. Maybe she's selling or using. If she was threatened by him in some way, or felt he could or would do something to screw up her perfect world, she could kill him to prevent it. She began to pace. I need Mira's take. For me, this kid fits the profile down the line, but I need Mira to back that up. I need that, and I need to catch Alika alone tomorrow. Wear her down, break through the protective shield. I need more than what I've got, because unless I'm completely crazy, this kid's killed 3 people in her first decade, and she hasn't even come close to hitting her stride. How would she know what ricin is, much less how to use it? Kid's smart. Smart enough to listen, observe, and check the web. And the paralytic used on Williams? How'd she get her hands on it? She volunteers some organization called From the Kids. You know what they do? She tapped the copy of Raylene's busy schedule. They visit pediatric wards, geriatric wards, spend time with the sick and infirm to brighten their day. I bet she could get whatever the hell she wanted. Who's going to look at some sweet, socially conscious little girl? I need to find her diary. You're sure she has one? That was a little mistake she made right off, mentioning her diary to me when she was pulling the spotlight on herself. Cued into that from the get, Eve told him. All those eyes, I saw, I found, I think, I know. But I didn't see, not clearly enough. Her mouth firmed. Well, neither did she. How could she know I'd go poking around in her personal space? It'll be in her diary, all of it. Who can pat her on the back but herself? The only way to do that is to write it down. She got it out of the house before we searched it. She circled the board again, picking out details, separating them, mixing them together again. Plenty of time to get it out of the house while her daddy flexed his lawyer muscles. Hell, maybe she destroyed it. She's smart enough to have done that, cover herself. Maybe I just have to prove for now that she had a diary. You're cool about this, Rourke commented. I have to be. I let it slip by again and again. I didn't want to look there. Jesus, who would? I didn't want to look at that kid with her pretty curls and see a murderer. But I did. I do. If I'm going to get justice for the dead, I have to have every detail and tie them up with a bow. Nobody's going to want to hang multiple premeditated murders on a sweet-faced schoolgirl. If you're right, what if there are more? Letting out a breath, Eve switched displays on screen manually, brought up Raylene's ID photo. Yeah, that's gone through my head and stuck in my gut. What if there are more? Sick kids? Sick elderly? Did she put one down? She's got activities scheduled all over hell and back. How many people does she intersect with every day, every week, month, and so on? Was there another accident, another death, another unsolved murder? Going to find out eventually. She must be very, very sick. I don't know what she is, but I know I'm going to do everything I know how to do so she pays for what she's done. She saw his face, felt her muscles tighten. You think I should feel sorry for her? I can't say. That's God's truth. I'm not sure what to think, but the fact is you believe, and you've crafted a very convincing argument that this child has committed cold-blooded murder. He stepped up to her triangle again, her family gallery. Let me argue back. Have you considered that one or both of her parents killed, that somehow she knows? That this is what you sense in her? We'll keep it on the table. Eve. He turned to her, his intense eyes in contrast to his gentle hand as he touched her hair. I need to ask, is there something in you that wants it to be her? No. No. There's something in me that doesn't want it to be her. So I let it slip by. I didn't look close enough. Then today, standing with her in that perfect little girl's room, I couldn't not look. I couldn't not see. I'm not going to feel sorry for her, Rourke, but I can feel sick about it. All right, then. He rested his brow on hers. All right. What can I do? Can you think like a homicidal 10-year-old girl? It's not in my usual repertoire, but I can give it a try. If you kept a diary and didn't destroy it, and were smart enough to know you had to get it out of the house, where would you put it? She turned away, paced around the board once more. She's got a dance class, probably has a locker of some kind there, or she could have a hidey hole at one of the wards she visits. The school's too risky. She wouldn't be that careless. Maybe, who's her closest mate? Her what? I figure her for a killer, but I don't think she's already having sex. Friend, Eve, her best friend. Oh. Eve narrowed her eyes. I'd vote for Melody Branch. That's the kid who was with her when they found Foster. She has regularly scheduled socialization dates with her. That's a strong maybe. I'm going to tag Peabody for some OT. We'll pay a visit to Melody tomorrow, and to Alika. I need to talk to Mira. Eve, it's nearly 11 at night. So? Shit, she muttered, when he only sent her a mild stare. Okay, I'll save that for the morning. Better, probably. It'll give me time to write this all up, set it up, lay it out. I'm going to need a lot of muscle, mine, hers, Whitney's, to pull the kid in for a formal interview. She went back to her desk, sat, and prepared to get started. So, I figure I should ask so it's not hanging anywhere. Did Magdalena contact you after she tried your link before? No. Have you thought about how you're going to handle it? Her, whatever, when she does? If and when, I'll take care of it. She won't cause us more trouble, Eve. My word on that. Good. Well, this is going to take me a few hours. I have some work I can catch up on. Are we still on for that date tomorrow? Schmaltzy hearts and flowers, followed by crazed sex? I believe I have it as inventive sex on my schedule. I'll just amend that to crazed. Why can't it be both? He beamed those blue eyes at her. There's my Valentine. She expected the nightmare, and still wasn't prepared for it. She wasn't prepared to see herself as she'd once been, small and thin, standing in Raylene's pink and white room. She didn't like the dolls. She didn't like the way they stared and stared like dead people, but still seemed to watch her. But it was so warm, and the air smelled so nice. The bed looked like something out of the fairy tale she'd once watched on screen when no one was around to stop her. A princess bed. Nothing bad would ever happen in a bed like that. No one would come in the dark, lie on top of her, hurt her. Not in that beautiful, beautiful bed. She walked to it, but was afraid to touch. She reached out, then jerked her hand back. He'd probably beat her if she touched it, probably pound his fists on her if she touched something so beautiful. Go ahead. You can touch it. You can even lie down on it. She whirled around. It wasn't him. It was a little girl like her, but not like her. Her hair was shiny. Her face was pretty and soft-looking. There were no bruises on it. She smiled. This is my room. You're the princess, Eve murmured. The little girl's smile widened. That's right. I'm the princess. Everything here is mine. If I say you can touch something, you can. If I don't, and you do, I can have you thrown in the dungeon, where it's dark all the time. Eve whipped her hands behind her back. I didn't touch anything. You have to ask first. Then I'll give my permission. Or I won't. The pretty little girl walked over to a table where a pink and white tea set was laid out. I think we should have some hot chocolate. I have my servants make it whenever I want it. Do you like hot chocolate? I don't know. I've never had any. Is it good? Raylene poured it from pot to cup. It's a killer. Then she laughed and laughed. You have to drink it if I say you do. You're in my room and I'm the princess. I say it's time for you to drink your hot chocolate. Obediently, she'd learned to be obedient. Eve stepped over and picked up one of the pink cups. She sipped. It's so good. I never had anything like it. She drank it fast, greedily, then held out the cup. Could I have more? All right. Raylene's smile was sharp now, like her eyes. In the look, Eve saw something that made her stomach fist. And when Raylene poured from pot to cup, what streamed out was red, red blood. Biting back a scream, Eve dropped the cup. The red spread and pooled on the white carpet. Now look what you've done! You'll have to pay for that! Setting down the pot, Raylene clapped her hands twice. And he came in, smiling that sharp smile, looking with those sharp eyes. No, please, I didn't mean it. I'll clean it up. Please, don't, please. I've been looking for you, little girl, her father said. He struck her first, one quick, hard blow that sent her sprawling to the floor. Then he fell on her. She fought, she begged, she screamed when the bone in her arm snapped like a pencil, while Raylene stood, idly sipping from her cup. Only one way to stop it, Raylene said as he began to push and shove himself inside.
This is disc number 9.
They tore at him, these nightmares, even lights on at 10% so she could see his face, see his eyes. It's not, no. It could never be. You don't have it in you for that. If I planted that there with Magdalena, the flaw was mine. You look straight, darling Eve. You see what is, even when you'd rather not. And you look at things others turn from. They'd have locked me away for what I did to him. You're wrong. And if they had, even for an hour, for the smallest part of an hour, even God would have had no pity on them for it. He stroked the tears away with his thumbs. The cop in you knows that perfectly well. Maybe, yeah, most of the time. Sighing, she let her head rest on his shoulder. Thanks. Part of the service. Can you sleep now? Yeah. He lay down with her, kept his arms wrapped around her, and dimmed the lights again. It left her draggy in the morning, as nightmares often did, but she put it away. By 8, she was dressed, fueled, and ready to deal with what needed to be done. How are you going to approach this? Rourke asked her. I expect both Mira and Whitney to contact me after they've read the report I sent them last night. Meanwhile, I'm hitting the best pal first. If I get lucky, there's a diary, and best pal has it for safekeeping. She sat on the arm of the sofa in the bedroom sitting area and drank her second cup of coffee. Then I try for Alika. Straffo has a golf date this morning, 9:30 tea time, then lunch at his club. The kid has a 9 o'clock deal at something called Brain Teasers, followed by a museum trip. Alika's supposed to meet the kid and au pair at 1, take over as the au pair has the rest of the day off. There's lunch at a place called Zoology, followed by mother-daughter salon treatments this afternoon. Full day. Yeah, they fill 'em. I'm banking on catching Alika alone at the penthouse this morning. Depending on the results, I'll either pick up the kid or have a sit-down with Mira and or Whitney first. Interviewing the kid's the tough part. Her father's going to block me. Child protection's going to weigh in. I need more than theory and more than circumstantial to break it down. Full day for you, too. I can still manage sex and dinner. He laughed. I like the order of this evening's menu. Here, have this first. He walked to his closet, brought back a box wrapped in valentine red, topped with a white silk bow. Ah, man, I know, yes, a gift. His lips twitched in amusement. So annoying. Open it anyway. She lifted the lid, found another box inside of dull gold. Nestled in it, on red velvet, was a long, slim bottle. She'd expected jewelry. It was his habit to buy her glitters. And she supposed he had, as, knowing him, the stones encrusted on the bottle wouldn't be glass. Who would buy a bottle decorated with diamonds and rubies except Rourke? She lifted it, studied the pale gold liquid inside. Magic potion? It may be. Scent. Yours. Made it for you. Your skin, your style, your preferences. Here. He took it, lifted the ruby stopper, then dabbed some on her wrist himself. See what you think. She sniffed, frowned, sniffed again. It was subtle, and it wasn't frilly. Wasn't what she thought of as flower juice or come nail me against the nearest wall musk. And it's nice. More, I guess it's one more thing that proves you know me. To please him, she stroked a little on her throat. You know the bottle's over the top, right? Naturally. The diamonds are from the 47th Street heist. Yeah? The idea of it amused and delighted her. That's fairly frosty. She took the bottle to her dresser, high enough that Galahad couldn't leap with the pudge he carried. Then she came back and offered her neck for a sniff. And perfectly you. He tugged on her hair to lower her face for a kiss. My one and only Valentine. Save that sloppy talk for later. I have to get moving. Peabody will be here any minute, or risk having her ass kicked. Should we say dinner at 8, unless work intervenes? 8. I'll try to make sure to wrap up whatever I can wrap up by 7:30. Though she'd read Eve's report as ordered before she arrived, Peabody was still resistant to the idea of, as she put it, a kitty killer. Okay, I know at some of the rougher schools, teachers and other students have been threatened or attacked. Stickers, fists, hell, kitchen utensils.
but those are hardline situations, and most often involve hardline kids. So because this one wears a nice uniform and lives in a penthouse, she's immune. No, but it's a different foundation. And we're talking about revenge crimes, impulse violence, or innate violent tendencies. In this case, they're premeditated and coolly executed without any clear-cut motive. Motive will come. Dallas, I went through Foster's records. I went through Williams's records. There were a handful of disciplinary actions and/or parental conferences due to behavior, slipping grades, chronic lateness on assignments, and that sort of thing, but not one of them involved Raylene Straffo. Her grades are stellar. Her deportment evaluation's the same. She's top of the class. Maybe she doctored them. Man, you've got it in for her. Immediately, Peabody winced. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. I just can't get there with you. I just don't see it. I sure don't feel it. Let's follow through on these interviews today. Maybe one of us will change her mind. The in-dash link signaled as Eve pulled to the curb in front of the building where Melody Branch lived. Dallas. Eve, I've read your report. Mira's face was knitted with concern. We need to discuss this at length. Figured that. This isn't a good time. I'm about to do a follow-up with a wit. Not Raylene Straffo. Not at this time, no. I can meet with you and with the commander, as I'm sure he'll feel this requires a discussion as well, this afternoon. All right, Mira said. I'll contact the commander now and set it up. I'd prefer you didn't speak with Raylene Straffo until we've had this discussion. She's pretty booked up today anyway. It can wait. From what I'm hearing, you're not on board with me on this. We'll discuss it this afternoon. I do have some concerns, yes. Tread carefully here, Eve. I'll do my best. Eve clicked off. Sounds like Mira's on your side of the line with this one. It's not sides, Dallas. No, you're right. But it felt like sides, Eve thought, as she got out of the car and started into the building with the full intention of intimidating a young girl into betraying her best friend. Chapter 19. Angela Miles Branch opened the door herself. She was dressed uptown casual in tweed pants and a cream Angora turtleneck. On her feet were soft, low-heeled leather boots in the same tone as the sweater. She led them both into a stylishly streamlined living room. I assume this is about the situation at Sarah Child. Melody's in her room, currently not speaking to me. Oh, was all Eve said. I've taken her out of the academy. I'm not sending my daughter to a school where there have been 2 murders. She's upset that I won't factor in her side of things, as in her best friends in the entire universe go there. She doesn't want to go to another school where she doesn't know anyone, and where they have to wear uniforms that are -0, and so on. Like a woman suffering battle fatigue, Angela dropped into a chair. We're head-to-head on this issue, and since I'm in charge of her life for the next several years, I win. Still, she sighed, pushed at her bright hair. It's awful to be 10 and think your entire world just broke to pieces on you. I'm giving her the time and space to sulk and be mad at me. It sounds like you're doing exactly what you feel is best for your kid, Peabody commented. Kids don't always get it. That's why they're not in charge. Thanks for that. I'm not the only parent who's taken this step, or is seriously considering taking it. Melody doesn't get that either, so I'm hoping that at least a couple of the kids she knows and likes end up at Westside Academy, where I enrolled her yesterday. Meanwhile, she trailed off, letting her hands lift and fall. Has Melody had contact with any of her friends from Sarah Child? Eve asked. Yes, of course. We're all trying to keep things as normal as we can. It isn't easy. How about Raylene Straffo? Her in particular. They're tight, and tighter yet, since they had that awful experience together. We had Raylene over Thursday. That's a usual date for them. Elika and I felt it would be good for them to see each other as they normally do.
Then Melody had dinner over at the Straffos last night. 2 days in a row? Is that usual? It's not a usual situation. Frankly, I was relieved to have Melody out of my hair for a few hours after we clashed about her starting a new school on Monday. We'd like to talk with her, Eve said. Lieutenant, I know you have a job to do, and believe me, I want you to do it. I just don't want Melody upset again. I don't want her to have to go through the details of what happened to Craig Foster again. She has nightmares. We'll try to stay away from that. It's another avenue we need to explore, Eve said. All right, but in her current mood, you may not get anything but the silent treatment, too. I'll get her. Angela rose and walked out of the room. Eve could hear muted voices, the impatience in the mother's, the sulky defiance in the child's. Shortly, a grim-faced little girl was marched into the living area by her equally grim-faced parent. Melody, sit, and if you're as impolite to Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody as you have been to me, you can expect to be on house arrest for the next 2 weeks. Melody shrugged, a pissy little gesture, and kept her gaze on the floor as she plopped into a chair. It's not my fault Mr. Foster and Mr. Williams are dead, but I get punished. I'm not going to start this round again, Angela said wearily. Eve decided to do a straight push. Melody, I need Raylene's diary. The girl's chin jerked up, quick shock, then just as quickly lowered. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Sure you do. Raylene gave you her diary. I need to have it. I don't have Raylene's diary. But she has a diary. I don't know. Diaries are private. Do you have one? Yes, ma'am. It's private. And she looked imploringly at her mother. Yes, it is. Angela sat on the arm of Melody's chair, laid a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Whatever their battle lines, Eve noted, this was a united front. Melody knows she can write whatever she needs or wants to write in her diary, and no one will read it. I don't understand what this is about. Privacy's important, Eve agreed. So's friendship. I guess a lot of friends don't mind sharing what's in their diary. Did you read Raylene's? No, she wouldn't. Maybe she doesn't have one. Eve took the logical leap. She gave it to you Thursday when she came over. What did she tell you to do with it? She just came over to play, that's all, and to hang. We can't go to school because Mr. Williams drowned in the pool. Tears began to swim in Melody's eyes. And everything's totally base, and now Ray and I won't even go to the same school anymore. She's my best friend. Best friends stick together. Melody, do you know what a warrant is? I can get one, Eve continued, as Melody just hunched up. It'll give me permission to search your room. I don't want to do that. Lieutenant, Angela said, shocked. My God, what is this? I need to see the diary, Melody. I'll search your room if I have to. You won't find it. You won't, because Ray... She broke off, gripped her mother's hand. I promised. Mom! You're not supposed to break a promise. No, you're not. It's all right, baby. She gathered Melody up. Is Raylene in trouble? She asked Eve. I'll know more when I have the diary. This is in Melody's best interest. Wait, just wait. Angela closed her eyes a moment, the struggle on her face obvious. Then she tipped Melody's face up to hers and spoke quietly. Sweetie, you have to tell the police the truth. That's important. I promised. The truth is as important as a promise. Tell me, sweetie, do you have Raylene's diary? I don't. I took it back to her last night. I only had it for a little while and I didn't read it. It's locked up, but I wouldn't have read it even if it wasn't. I swore an oath. Okay, baby, that's okay. She doesn't have it, Angela said to Eve. I won't insist you get a warrant if you feel compelled to look for it. But I'm telling you, if she says she doesn't have it, she doesn't have it. That won't be necessary. Melody, what did Raylene tell you when she gave you the diary? She said the police were going to come and go through all her things.
Oh, my God, Angela murmured. You searched the Straffos' apartment? I didn't know. I let Melody go over there. Nothing happened to Melody, and nothing will, Eve interrupted. Go on, Melody.
She just asked me to keep it. Not to tell about what was going on, not to tell anyone that she gave it to me. It's private. It's a diary. It wouldn't be right for strangers to read her private thoughts. She could trust me because we're best friends, and I took it back to her last night just like she asked. Now she'll be mad at me because I told.
No, she won't, Angela said it absently, staring at Eve's face. It's going to be all right. Don't worry. She stood, standing Melody on her feet. I'm proud that you told the truth, because that was the right thing to do and the hard thing to do. You go on. Get yourself a cherry fizzy. I'll be right there.
I'm sorry I've been mean to you.
I'm sorry too, sweetie. Go get us both a big fizzy. Sniffling, Melody nodded and left the room, dragging her heels. I don't know why you'd need a child's diary, Angela said. I don't understand how that could possibly pertain to your investigation. It's an element that requires attention. You're not going to tell me what I need or want to know about this, and my daughter needs my attention. But I want you to tell me if I should keep Melody away from the Straffos. I want you to tell me if her being with Raylene and the family is dangerous to her. I don't believe she's in any danger, but you may feel more comfortable for the time being restricting that contact. Better all around, Eve thought, and made sure Angela understood it. It's important that neither you nor Melody speak of this conversation or the diary to the Straffos or to anyone else. I think Melody and I are going away for the rest of the weekend. Maybe take a long weekend trip. Angela let out an unsteady breath. She can start school on Tuesday. That sounds like a nice idea, Eve said. I'm no authority on kids, Ms. Miles Branch, but my impression is you've got a good one there. I've got a very good one there. Thank you. Eve gave Peabody a chance to speak as they rode down from the Miles Branch apartment. When she remained silent, Eve waited until they were in the car. Thoughts, comments, questions? I guess I'm compiling them. Peabody puffed out her cheeks. I have to say, on the surface, it seems pretty innocent and fairly typical for a kid to hide her diary or ask a trusted friend to hold it for her if she's afraid somebody, an adult, an authority figure, is going to put eyes on it. Girls, especially girls, are hypersensitive about that kind of thing. And under the surface? Which is where you're looking, and I get that. From that point of view, the fact that there is a diary, that Raylene went to some trouble to get it out of the house before we searched, adds a certain weight to your theory. And Eve heard the doubt. But from where you're sitting, it's still typical girl stuff. It's pretty hard for me to see it differently. Sorry, Dallas, she is a girl. What if she were 16 or 26? Dallas, you know there's a world of difference. That's what I'm trying to decide, Eve said, and swung toward the curb in front of the Straffos building. It was Alika who opened the door. She looked pinched and heavy-eyed, like someone who'd slept poorly several nights running. She wasn't yet dressed for the day and wore a long gray robe. Please, she said, can't you leave us alone? We need to speak with you, Mrs. Straffo. We'd prefer to do it inside where it's private and you can be comfortable. Why do the police feel being interrogated in your own home is comfortable? I said speak with you, not interrogate you. Is there a reason you're hesitant to hold a conversation with us? Alika closed her eyes a moment. I'll need to contact my husband. Do you feel you need a lawyer? He's not just a lawyer. She snapped it, then pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead. I have a headache. I'm trying to rest before I need to pick up my daughter. I'm sorry to disturb you, but we have questions that require answers. Eve took aim and pushed the weak spot. If you feel the need to contact your husband, why don't you suggest he meet the three of us down at Central? We'll make this formal."
That sounds almost threatening.
"The three of us here, the four of us there. Take it any way you like."
"Oh, come in, then. Get it over with.
You police have a way of making victims feel like criminals." She stalked into the living area and, in a gesture very similar to the sulky Melody's, dropped into a chair.
"What do you want?"
"We have reason to believe there was an item taken off the premises prior to the execution of the search that may be germane to the investigation."
"That's ridiculous. Nothing was taken out of the house, and nothing that was ever in it is germane to your investigation."
"Your daughter removed her diary."
"I beg your pardon?"
Alika sat up now, and there was a ripple, just the faintest ripple, of fear in her voice. "What does Raylene's diary have to do with anything? She removed it prior to the search, and has since taken possession of it again. Do you know where it is?"
"No, I don't."
"Have you read it?"
"No, I haven't."
"We respect each other's privacy in this house." "We need to see the diary, Mrs. Straffo."
"What's wrong with you?"
"How can you accuse a child of something so horrible?" "I haven't accused Raylene of anything. What do you think she did? What do you think she's capable of doing, Alika?" Eve leaned forward. "What has you sick and sleepless and scared?"
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"I don't know what you mean." Her fingers began to pleat the skirt of her robe. "You have to stop this. You have to stop it." "I'm going to stop it. I'm going to stop her. You know this can't go on."
"You need to go. I want you to leave now."
Eve pressed down hard on the next weak spot. "Why do you keep all your son's pictures hidden away? Why do you hide a piece of his blanket, his little toy dog, all of those parts of him? Why is that, Alika?"
"He was my baby. He was my boy."
Tears gushed now. "But you don't have pictures of your baby. You don't have memories of your boy sitting out in the open. Why is that?"
"It's painful. It's upsetting to
Raylene. She doesn't like it, does she? Doesn't like you or Oliver looking at pictures of another child. It needs to be about her, only her. She never liked sharing the attention, did she?"
"It's natural. It's perfectly natural for a first child to be jealous of a new baby, to have a period of adjustment, sibling rivalry."
"It was more than that, wasn't it? Then she finally did something about it on that Christmas Eve. Why should she have to share those toys? Why should he get your time when she was first? So she got him out of bed, she led him to the top of the stairs, didn't she?"
"It was an accident."
Alika covered her face with her hands, rocked.
"It was an accident. She was asleep. We were all asleep. Oh, God, please don't do this."
"No, she wasn't asleep. You know she wasn't."
"She didn't mean. She couldn't have meant. Please, God."
"Tell me what happened that morning, Alika."
"It was just as I told you. We were all asleep. All asleep."
She dropped her hands now, and her face was ghost white, her eyes dull. "How much longer can you keep it inside without breaking?" Eve demanded. "How much longer can you mask it with pills and busy work, with pretense, until the next Reed Williams?"
No, that was one time. That was a mistake."
"You know you can't live with it, Alika. You need to tell me. Tell me what she did to your little boy, to your baby."
"She was only 7.
Seeing the fissure in Alika, Peabody did her job. She moved over, sat beside Alika. "You're her mother, and you want to protect her. You want to do what's right for her."
"Yes, of course, yes."
"You want to protect Trevor, too. You want to do what's right for him. Telling the truth now, you have to know that's what's right for both of them."
"My babies."
"What happened Christmas morning, Alika?" Eve demanded. "What happened to Trevor?"
"Children wake up early on Christmas morning," Alika murmured as tears streamed down her cheeks. "It's natural. So much excitement, so much anticipation. Raylene came into our room just before dawn, jumped on the bed. So excited, so happy. We got up, Oliver and I. We got up, and Oliver said he would go get Trev."
She pressed a hand to her mouth.
"The year before, his first Christmas, Trev was so young. not even a year old. He didn't understand any of it, but this year he was nearly 2, and it would be his first real Christmas. Oliver said he'd go get Trev, and we'd all go down together and see if Santa had come.
Where was Raylene? Eve prompted.
Raylene stayed with me while I got my robe. She was jumping up and down, clapping her hands, so happy, her face just shining as a little girl's would on Christmas morning. And I saw she was wearing the little pink slippers I'd tucked in her stocking the night before. The ones she'd seen and wanted so much when we'd gone shopping one day.
Alika's face went blank, as if everything inside her had gone away. Raylene was wearing the slippers, Eve said.
They had sparkles on them. Pretty sparkles all over them, spelling out her name. She loved things to have her name on them. I started to say something, to tell her she shouldn't have gone down there by herself, how Daddy and we'd promised we'd get up whenever she woke. But then I heard Oliver cry out. He cried as if his heart had been ripped away, and I heard him running down the steps, and I ran, and I saw my baby. Oliver was holding our baby at the bottom of the stairs, and I ran down, and he was cold. My sweet little boy. There was blood on his face, and he was cold.
What did Raylene do?
I don't know. It all blurred. Oliver was crying, and I think I tried to take Trev from him, but Oliver was holding Trev so tight. Yes, I ran to the link to call for help, and Ray...
What did she do? Alika closed her eyes, and she shuddered.
She was already playing with the dollhouse Oliver and I had set up under the tree. She was just sitting there in her pajamas, wearing her sparkly pink slippers, playing with her dolls. Like nothing had happened.
And you knew?
No, she was just a little girl. She didn't understand. She couldn't have understood. It was an accident.
No, Eve thought, no, it wasn't. And some part of this woman was being eaten away day after day because she knew it. Alika, you don't have soundproofing in your home, not because you're afraid something might happen to Raylene and you wouldn't hear. You don't have it because you're afraid of Raylene and what you might not hear.
She's my child. She's my child, too.
You went to see your aunt in New Mexico a few months ago. She works in leather. She uses castor beans, the oil from them, to work the leather.
Oh, God, stop. You have to stop.
Did Raylene spend time with her? Watching her? Asking questions? She likes to know things, doesn't she? Raylene likes to know.
She liked Craig Foster. He was her favorite teacher.
But you wonder. And Williams? Raylene volunteers in hospital wards. She's a clever girl. She could get her hands on a syringe, on drugs, if she put her mind to it.
Then she'd be a monster. Do you want me to say that?
Hysteria bubbled up in her voice, and her streaming eyes went wild.
Do you want me to say my daughter's a monster? She came from me.
She fisted a hand on her belly.
From me and Oliver. We loved her from the first beat of her heart.
The way you loved Trevor. If I'm wrong, Eve said when Alika's face crumbled, then reading her diary isn't going to hurt anything or anyone. If I'm right, she'll get help before anyone else is hurt.
Get it, then. Take it away. Take it away and leave me alone.
They searched. They went over every inch of the bedroom, the playroom. They turned out drawers, emptied the closet, searched among the toys, the art supplies. Maybe she hid it in another part of the house, Peabody suggested. Or has it with her. Either way, we'll get it. The fact that it exists has some weight. We need to interview the aunt and get some eyes on the kid right away. If she's got it, I don't want her mother shifting her feet and getting word to the kid we're looking for it. Hell. She broke off to pull out her communicator. Dallas.
Lieutenant, report to my office. Immediately.
Sir, I'm at this moment in the process of gathering evidence I believe will lead to an arrest on the Foster and Williams investigations.
I want you in my office, Lieutenant Dallas, before you take any further steps. Is that clear?
Sir, it's clear. I'm on my way. Fuck, she added, after she'd ended the transmission. She glanced at her wrist unit, calculated. Museum tour. Met. Get there. Shadow the suspect. But, Dallas, the commander ordered me. He didn't say anything about you. I want you to locate the suspect and keep her under surveillance. Keep me apprised. Don't let her make you, Peabody. Well, Jesus, she's 10. I think I can shadow a tweener without being made. This tweener is the prime suspect in 2 homicides and very possibly guilty of fratricide as well. You're not shadowing a kid, Peabody, and don't forget it. She dumped Peabody at the elegant entrance of the Metropolitan Museum, then headed downtown. As she drove, she contacted one Quela Harmon in Taos, New Mexico. Even as Peabody climbed the long sweep of steps, she wondered how the hell she was supposed to find one kid and her Irish au pair in the vast cathedral to art. And as she wondered, Cora bundled Raylene into a cab on 81st Street. But Mom's supposed to meet us and take me to lunch. Well, she's rung me up, hasn't she? And said she needs you home straight away, so home we go, Ray darling. Raylene gave a windy sigh and clutched her pretty pink fur purse. Both Mira and Whitney were waiting for her, and both looked grim. Sit down, Lieutenant. With no choice, Eve sat. Your partner? She's in the field, sir. Whitney's lips tightened. I considered it understood I wanted both of you here, and neither of you in the field at this time. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Commander. Don't bullshit me, Dallas. I'm not in the mood. I've read your report, and it's my opinion that you're putting this investigation and this department in a very tenuous position. I disagree respectfully, sir. You're pursuing an avenue that is fraught with landmines, and pursuing it without any solid physical evidence, any solid facts. Again, sir, I disagree. The suspect, the child, he corrected. The suspect is a minor. That doesn't preclude her from being capable of murder. Children have been known to kill, and to kill with malice, with intent, even with glee. Whitney laid the palms of his hands on his desk. This girl is the daughter of one of the city's most prominent defense attorneys. She is well educated, she is the product of a privileged home, and even according to your own report, has never been involved in any crime, much less one of violence. Has never been treated for any emotional or mental instability. Dr. Mira? Children do commit violent acts, Mira began. And while there are certain cases where a child of this age, even younger, has killed, such cases usually involve other children. Such cases are most generally preceded by smaller acts of violence, on pets, for instance. Raylene Straffo's profile doesn't indicate any predilection for violence. Eve had expected barriers to be erected, but it didn't stop the frustration. So because her father's rich, and she aces it in school and doesn't kick little puppies, I should step back from what I know. What do you know? Whitney interrupted. You know that this girl attended a school where 2 teachers were murdered. So did over 100 other children. You know that her mother had admitted to having a brief affair with the second victim. Eve got to her feet. She couldn't handle this sitting down. I know that the suspect found the first victim, that she had opportunity in both cases. I know that she had the means. I've spoken with her aunt and have learned that the suspect had access to castor beans and was showed how the oil was made from them. I know that she did, in fact, have a diary that she removed from the penthouse before the search, giving same to a friend to hold until yesterday. Whitney inclined his head. You have this diary? I don't. I believe the suspect has hidden or destroyed it, or is currently keeping it on her person. She removed it because it would incriminate her. Eve, a great many young girls keep diaries and consider them sacred and private, Mira began. She's not a young girl in anything other than years. I've looked at her. I know what she is. You don't want to look, she said, whipping back to Whitney.
People don't want to look at a child, at the innocence of the face and form, and see evil, but that's what's in her.
Your opinion, however passionate, isn't evidence.
If she were 10 years older, 5 years older, you wouldn't question my opinion. If you can't trust my instincts and intellect and my skill, let me factor in more data. I killed at 8.
We're aware of that, Eve, Mira said gently.
And you think I look at her and see myself? That this is some sort of transference?
I know when we spoke at the early stages of this investigation, you were troubled. You were upset and very stressed over a personal matter.
Which has nothing to do with this. It may have distracted me, and that's on me. But it doesn't apply to my conclusions in this case. You're not letting me do the job because of this bull.
Careful, Lieutenant,
Whitney warned. She was done being careful. That's what she's counting on. That we'll all be so fucking careful. That we won't look at her because she's a nice little girl from a nice family. She killed 2 people inside of a week. And she's got me beat because she killed at 7. Not her father, but her 2-year-old brother. Whitney's eyes narrowed.
You included the information on Trevor Straffel in your earlier reports, and the investigator's report, the ME's report, which both concluded accidental death.
They were both wrong. I've spoken with Alika Straffo. While Eve fought to make her case, and Peabody sat in the Met security office scanning the screens for Raylene, Alika sent Cora away again.
It's your half-day off. But you don't look well, Mrs. I'm happy to stay. I'll make you some tea. No, it's just a headache. Raylene and I will be fine. We'll be fine. We'll just have some lunch here, then go ahead to the salon. I'll put lunch together for you then, and we'll manage, Cora. Go meet your friends. If you're sure, then, you can ring me back any time. I'm not doing anything special. Enjoy yourself. Don't worry about us.
Alika nearly cracked before she could get Cora out of the door. Then she leaned back against it.
Raylene, she murmured. Raylene.
What's the matter, Mommy? Raylene's eyes were sharp as lasers. Why can't we go to lunch at zoology? I love seeing the animals.
We can't. We have to leave. We're going to take a trip. A trip.
Really?
Now Raylene brightened.
Where? Where are we going? Will there be a pool?
I don't know. I can't think. How could she think?
We have to go.
You're not even dressed.
I'm not dressed? Alika looked down, studying her robe as if she'd never seen it before.
Are you sick again? I hate when you're sick. When's Daddy coming home?
She asked, already losing interest in her mother.
When are we leaving?
He's not coming. Just you and me. It's best. That's best. We have to pack. They didn't find it, but they'll come back again.
Find what?
Now Raylene's attention swung back and zeroed in.
Who'll come back?
They looked.
Alika's gaze shifted up.
But they didn't find it. What should I do? What's best for you?
Without a word, Raylene turned away to walk upstairs. She stood at the doorway of her room, saw that her things were moved, and she understood perfectly. She'd imagined something like this. In fact, she'd written what she could do, might need to do, in her diary the night before. Even as she walked down the hall to her parents' room, her only genuine emotion was a quiet fury that her things had been gone through again, moved around, left untidy. She liked her things exact. She expected her personal space to be respected. She went into her mother's drawers where the medications were hidden. As if anyone could actually hide something from her. They were so stupid, really. She slipped the bottle of sleeping pills into her purse, along with her diary, then moved to the sitting area and programmed herbal tea. Her mother favored ginseng. She programmed it sweet, though her mother rarely took much sweetener. Then she dissolved a killing dose of sleeping pills into the sweet, fragrant tea. It was all simple, really, and she'd thought about doing this before, considered it. They would think her mother had self-terminated, out of guilt and despair.
They'd think her mother had killed Mr. Foster, Mr. Williams, then hadn't been able to live with it. She knew her mother had had sex with Mr. Williams. She'd confessed it the night before the police had come to search. Raylene was good at hearing things adults didn't want her to hear. Her mother and father had talked, and her mother had cried like a baby. Disgusting. And her father had forgiven her mother. It had been a mistake, he said. They'd start fresh. That had been disgusting, too, just like the sounds they'd made when they had sex after. If anyone lied to her the way her mother had to her father, she'd have made them pay. And pay and pay. Actually, that's what she was doing now, she decided, as she set the oversized teacup on a tray. Mommy had to be punished for being bad. And by punishing her, it would all be tidied up again. Then it would be just her and Daddy. She'd really be his one and only with Mommy gone. She'd have to put her diary in the recycler now, and that made her mad. All because of that mean, nosy Lieutenant Dallas. One day she'd find a way to make her pay for that. But for now, it was better to get rid of it. Daddy would buy her a brand new one. Raylene? Alika came to the doorway. What are you doing? I think you should rest, Mommy. Look, I made you tea. Ginseng because you like it best. I'm going to take good care of you. Alika looked at the cup on the tray, on the bed. Everything inside her went weak. Raylene. You're tired, and you have a headache. Raylene folded down the duvet, the sheets, plumped the pillows. I'm going to make it all better. I'm going to sit with you while you rest. We girls have to take care of each other, don't we? Raylene turned with a bright, bright smile. And maybe it was best, Alika thought, as she moved like a sleepwalker to the bed. Maybe it was the only way. She let Raylene smooth out the sheets, let her place the tray, even lift the cup. I love you, Alika said. I love you, Mommy. Now drink your tea, and everything will be better. With her eyes on her daughters, Alika drank. Chapter 20. Whitney listened, and he absorbed. His hands, which had been very still throughout his questioning of his lieutenant, began to tap fingers on the edge of his desk. The mother suspects her daughter caused the boy to fall. The mother knows her daughter caused the boy to fall, Eve insisted. She may have convinced herself, or tried to convince herself, it was an accident. Tried to patch her life back together, suffering from periodic bouts of depression and anxiety. In her gut, she knows exactly what I know. It was no accident. No one witnessed the fall. But Whitney's face was stony, his eyes dark and deep. Dr. Mira, in your opinion, given the scenario, is it natural for a girl to step over or around her younger brother's dead body while her parents are hysterical, to play with a toy? That's a broad question. The child may have been in shock or denial. She was wearing the slippers, ones she had to go downstairs to get before she woke her parents. Yes. According to the investigator's report on the death of Straffo, he died just after 4 a.m. on the morning of December 25th, Eve continued. Statements given by both parents claim they were up, setting up the gifts, filling the stockings until about 2:30, at which time they had a glass of wine, then went upstairs, checking on both children before they retired at about 3. Raylene woke them at 5. For a moment, Mira thought of the times she and Dennis had been up until the early hours of Christmas morning, putting everything together while their children slept, and how they'd snatched a few hours of exhausted sleep before the kids woke and rushed into the bedroom. It would be possible that the girl snuck down between the times her parents went to bed and her brother got up. But the slippers are an oddity, Mira agreed. I agree. It seems strange for a child of that age to sneak down, put on slippers, then go back to bed for nearly 2 hours. Because she didn't, Eve said flatly.
She got up, and I'll guarantee she had an alarm set for it because she's a planner, fitting your profile. She likes her schedules. She got up, went into her brother's room. She got him up, told him to be very quiet. When they got to the top of the stairs, which according to the investigators' reports was at the opposite end of the second floor from the master bedroom, she pushed him. That little body flying out, tumbling, breaking, Eve thought. Then she walked down, checked to make sure she'd done a good job of it before she went in to see what goodies she was getting from Santa, and what sort of things she would enjoy that would have been for her brother. She saw the horror of the picture she was painting play across Mira's face. She put the slippers on. She likes things with her name on them. That was a little mistake, Eve added, like mentioning the diary to me, but she couldn't resist. She probably played a while. Her parents weren't going to notice if she'd moved something a little, and she wouldn't have resisted. It was all hers now. Then she went back up. I wonder if she even noticed her brother's body at that point. He was no longer an issue. She shifted her gaze to Whitney, noticed that his hands had gone still again, and that his face showed nothing. Nothing at all. She might have tried to go back to sleep for a little while, but it was too hard. All those toys downstairs, and nobody she had to share them with anymore. So she woke up her parents so she could get back to what she wanted to do. "What you're describing," Mira began, "is a sociopath, and that's exactly what she is. A sociopath with homicidal tendencies, a very keen intellect, and a big-ass chunk of narcissism. That's why she kept the diary. It's her only way of bragging about what she can do and get away with doing." "We need the diary." "Yes, sir." She nodded at Whitney. "Why Foster and Williams?" "Foster, I don't know, unless it was for the hell of it. I don't know," she said again, "because she doesn't strike me as a for-the-hell-of-it type. Williams was a very handy and unexpected scapegoat. That's on me, too. I pushed at him, and she saw the opportunity not only to kill again, because I think this time she got a taste for it, but to hand me a suspect, either in him or in Mosley. I wouldn't doubt she knew something had gone on between them." "Even with the diary, even if it gives chapter and verse, it may be difficult to prove she did this on her own or at all. Her father will, no doubt, block every step you take from here." "I'll handle Straffo, sir, and I'll get Raylene to confess." "How?" Mira wondered. "I'll make her want to tell me." Her communicator signaled. "With your permission, Commander?" At his nod, she pulled it out of her pocket. "Dallas." "Sir, she left the museum minutes before I got here. I've been going over the place with the security cameras and just now asked them to do a playback of the hour before I arrived. I tagged her. The nanny got a link call, then they exited the building on the 81st Street side almost as I was coming in on 5th. Her mother. Damn it. Head back to the Straffo apartment. I'm on my way. "I'll come with you. I may be useful," Mira insisted. "Yes, you may." Whitney got to his feet. "Lieutenant, I want to know the minute you locate the suspect. I want to know if and when you find this diary." "Yes, sir." "You're going to have to keep up," she said to Mira, then moved fast. Cora's conscience pricked her until she got off the subway heading downtown, crossed over, and took the uptown train. It was too early to meet her friends for the vid matinee they'd planned on, and she didn't really need to browse the shops where she'd just spend money she'd be better off keeping. Most of all, she couldn't get Mrs. Straffo's poor, pale face out of her head. Maybe it was just a headache. Maybe it was, but she knew very well the woman went into the blue place every now and then. It wasn't right to leave her there, to leave Raylene alone with her if the mum was feeling sad and sick. She'd just check one more time, she told herself. Fix that nice cuppa for the missus and a bite to eat. If the missus needed to rest, why, she'd just cancel her date with her friends and take the girl out herself. No point in having the mite stay spoiled because her mum was doing poorly. Fact was, she'd never be easy. She wouldn't have a good time at all worrying about the missus and the mite.
Such a rough patch they were all going through, with those horrible murders right at the school, and the police swarming all over the house like ants. Hardly a wonder poor Mrs. Straffel was feeling blue. Some tea, maybe a little soup, a nice nap. Those were the tickets. Cora got off the subway, climbed up the steps to street level, and began to walk through the blustery air. She was so lucky to have a position like this, with such a lovely family and such a beautiful home in such an exciting city. The girl was fun and bright, a bit testy now and then, sure, but neat as a pin, and so interested in every little thing. And never did you hear a raised voice or dodge a thrown dish, as you would as a matter of course in her own house back in Ireland. Truth be told, she missed the yelling and carryings-on from time to time, but she couldn't ask for a better position with a nicer family. She smiled at the doorman, gave him a bit of a flirt. Now, if that one had asked her to a vid matinee, she might have ignored those pricks in her conscience. She took out her key as she rode up to the top. When she let herself in, it was so quiet, she wondered if she'd overreacted, and Mrs. Straffo and Raylene had gone out to lunch in the salon after all. Wouldn't she just kick herself if she'd wasted the subway fare? She called out, got no answer, rolled her eyes. "Aren't you an arse, Cora?" She nearly turned right around and went back out, but decided to glance in the coat closet first. Surely if the missus had gone out, she'd have worn a coat, and there were none missing that she could see. She called out again as she started upstairs. And there was Raylene, sitting at her desk in her room with her headset on while she worked on her art. No point in bothering her, Cora thought, though she did raise her eyebrow at the snack of chocolate cake and a fizzy on the desk. They'd have a bit of a word about that one later. For now, she was worried about the missus. Probably gone to bed with that headache, she thought, and without a bite to eat. Since the bedroom door was closed, she knocked softly, then opened it to peek in. There was Mrs. Straffo in bed, a tray across her lap, and a cup overturned on it. Fell asleep sitting up, poor lamb, spilled the tea, Cora thought, and moved forward quietly to take it away. She saw the pill bottle then, the empty bottle lying on the duvet. "Oh, Mother of God! Sweet Jesus! Missus!" She grabbed Alika's shoulders, shook. When there was no response, she slapped her once, twice. Terrified, she grabbed for the bedside link. "Are you troubled by this situation on a personal level?" Mira asked. "I haven't decided." Eve was running hot, sirens screaming. I don't know if I didn't look at her hard enough, straight enough, right from the get, because I didn't want to, because I was fucked up about Rourke, or because it just didn't click. Probably won't ever know. Do you want to know what I think? Yeah, sure. You stupid son of a bitch, don't you hear the sirens? I think... And Mira decided she'd just close her eyes so the image of oncoming death by traffic wouldn't distract her. No one would have looked at her hard enough or straight enough initially. We're wired to protect the young, not to believe them capable of premeditated murder. You may be right about her, about all of it. I believe you're right about what happened to her brother. However, my opinion on this veers more heavily toward Arnett Moseley. 50. 50 what? I got 50 that says I'm right, you're wrong. You want to bet on a murderer? It's just money. All right, Mira said after a moment. 50 it is. Done. Now I'll tell you why Moseley didn't do it. The school's her core, her pride, her vanity. Maybe she could kill, but she'd do it off school grounds. She wouldn't bring that kind of publicity, that kind of smear to her beloved Sarah Child. This is costing her students, and it's probably going to cost her her job. A good argument, but self-preservation supersedes even a treasured job. If Foster knew about her relationship with Williams, he was a direct threat and may have told her he intended to report her. Williams, by her own statement, did just that in an attempt to blackmail her into keeping him on. Want to make it 100? Before Mira could answer, Eve's communicator signaled again. Okay, what now? Dallas. Dallas, Alika Straffo's on her way to the hospital. OD'd. Her condition is critical. Where's the kid? The au pair took her. They left right after the ambulance. Took a cab to Parkside, that's the closest. I missed this by minutes again. First on scene said the kid was hysterical. I bet she was. You in the penthouse? I came up to talk to the cops who responded to the 911. MTs were called in by the au pair. Reported overdose, which sent out the uniforms. I want the diary. Find it. I'm headed to the hospital. This isn't your fault. Mira shifted in her seat when Eve whipped the wheel. If this woman couldn't face the idea that her daughter killed and tried, or succeeded, in self-terminating, it isn't on you. The fact that I didn't figure the kid would kill her own mother is on me. If Alika Straffo swallowed a fistful of pills, it's because that little bitch gave them to her. God damn it! She punched the gas. If she was going to do herself, she'd have left a note. Going to protect the kid, she'd have left a note confessing. If she was just going to give it up, can't face it anymore, why did she call the kid home? Raylene realized her mother knew and might be a threat. Mira shook her head. Induce her to take an overdose, and the threats removed. Her own mother. She shoved her little brother, who was wearing footy PJs, down the steps on Christmas morning. Pumping Mom full of pills isn't much of a stretch. If Alika Straffo dies, you'll never prove it. Even if she lives, she may not implicate her own child. Raylene will be counting on that. She's gonna be wrong. Eve strode into the chaotic misery of the ER, scanned the bruised, the bleeding, the broken. She snagged a hustling nurse, then flipped out her badge to cut through any bull. Straffo, Alika, OD, where? Trauma room 3. Badge or no badge, you can't go in. Dr. D'Amato's a little busy trying to save her life. Louise D'Amato. Eve smiled. Sometimes it actually paid to have friends. You can get in there. So go in. Tell Louise that Dallas needs a status report on her patient. Where's the kid? Where's the Straffo kid? In the A-chairs, with her nanny. Father's on the way. You know Dr. D? Yeah, we go back. A-chairs? Follow me. Apparently, knowing Louise had grease, and slid Eve and Mira straight through the general area to the trauma section. In an alcove across from a set of double-swinging doors sat Raylene, huddled against Cora. The kid's face was splotchy from weeping, eyes red and swollen. Eve thought, good job. Drama club paid off. Cora spotted Eve first, and her eyes went weepy. Lieutenant Dallas, it's the missus. But Eve's eyes were all for Raylene. The girl's body stiffened. Didn't expect me to drop in, did you? Eve thought. Then Raylene pressed closer to Cora. I don't want to talk to her. I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want my mommy. There now, darling, don't you fret. The lieutenant's only here to try to help. Everyone's here to help. Eve glanced at Mira, jerked her head. Understanding, Mira stepped forward. Raylene, I'm Dr. Mira. I know you're very frightened and very upset. Raylene sniffled, raised her head to study Mira's face. You're a doctor? Are you going to fix my mother? Yes. I'm a doctor, and I know the doctor who's helping your mother now. She's a very, very good doctor. Mira crouched down, all compassion and concern. Good, Eve decided. Good and smart. Don't align yourself with me. Just an attractive female doctor, a motherly one. Eve turned, looking through the glass porthole on the trauma room door as Mira talked to Raylene. Inside, it looked to her as if they'd pumped stuff out of Alika and were pumping stuff in. Louise wore a protective cape, her delicate blonde hair clipped back, her smoky eyes intense. If Alika had a shot, Eve knew Louise would give it to her. Behind her, Mira spoke in a voice that exuded sympathy and authority. I know you're going to be brave now, Raylene. I'll try, but I know it's very hard. Can you tell me what happened? I don't know. My mom... We were supposed to have lunch at zoology, then go to the salon. It's our girl time. Isn't that nice?
We have lots and lots of fun together, but she called when we were in the museum and said we had to come home instead of her coming to meet us. She didn't say why. She looked really tired and she was acting funny.
Funny?
She said Cora should go because it's her half-day off. When she did, my mom cried.
I shouldn't have gone out. I should have stayed.
It's not your fault, Cora. My mom said she was sorry and not to be mad at her, but I wasn't mad at her. She couldn't help it if she was sick. She gets sick sometimes and needs to rest.
I see.
She hugged me really, really tight, like she does when she and Daddy go on a trip and I don't. A goodbye hug. She told me I was her princess and the best part of her whole life and how she loved me.
Raylene's mouth quivered as she took a handkerchief with her name embroidered on the corner from her purse. She wiped at her eyes.
How she knew I'd be brave and strong, no matter what.
Her gaze ticked up to Eve's back, held for an instant.
She said to remember, no matter what, she loved me best of all. Then she said I could get a snack and go play in my room, to be good. She was going to sleep. I was really quiet.
Fresh tears gushed.
So I wouldn't wake her up.
The nurse swung out, took a long look at the weeping little girl. Her face radiated compassion. Then she drew Eve out of earshot. Condition still critical. If Dr. D manages to stabilize her, they're sending her up to CCU. Her chances aren't very good, but Dr. D's fighting the fight. Okay. Appreciate it. Eve stared over the nurse's shoulder. That's the husband coming down. Straffo bolted down the corridor, and Eve could all but feel the fear radiating from him. Raylene jumped up and into his arms. Cora rose, weeping and babbling. Eve left them to it, while Straffo clutched his daughter, murmured to her. Then he set her down, brushed the hair from her face. She nodded, then sat with Cora again. Straffo went to the porthole, staring in as Eve had done. Eve went to stand beside him. What do you know? I know the doctor who's working on her, Eve told him. She's good, and she doesn't give up easy. She heard him draw in a breath, let it out, and the sound was raw. Thank you. She's critical. Once she's stable enough, they'll move her to CCU. She was overdosed with sleeping pills. Oh, God. Oh, God. He laid his forehead on the glass. What was her mood when you left her this morning? She was stressed. We've both been stressed, for Christ's sake. But this has to wait. For God's sake, Dallas, that's my wife in there. All right. I need to talk with Cora. Yes, fine. Straffo. She waited until he tore his gaze from the trauma room, met her eyes. I'm pulling for her. For both of you, believe me. Tears swam as he nodded. Thank you. Dr. Mira happened to be with me when we were informed. You know her. You know she's good. She can stay with your daughter. Talk to Raylene while I interview Cora, and you're focused on Alika. Mira. Distracted, he glanced around, saw Mira standing to the side. Yes. I'd appreciate that. I don't want Raylene left alone, and you need to be with Alika. Got it. Eve turned, walked over to the chairs. Cora, I need to talk to you. Dr. Mira will sit with Raylene.
I want my daddy!
Two could play, Eve decided, and sent Raylene a sympathetic look. Yeah, I know, and he's not going anywhere. Try not to worry. I just need Cora to talk to me about your mother.
Will it help my mommy?
I hope so. Raylene straightened her shoulders. Brave little soldier.
I'll be okay.
I know you will. How about if Cora and I get you something to drink?
May I have some juice, please?
You got it. Cora, let's take a walk. Eve could feel Raylene's smug delight as she turned away. Run it through for me, Cora. I shouldn't have left her. I'm telling you that straight off. I could see how poorly the missus was feeling, but off I went. How long were you out of the apartment? Too long, that's the truth of it. Less than an hour. I don't know exactly. Eve listened, let Cora select juice from a machine. Then I saw the pills, Cora continued, and I knew. I couldn't wake her up. I shook her, I slapped her, but I couldn't wake her. I called 911 and I told them to come. And why? I couldn't tell if she was breathing, so I did CPR until I heard them at the door. Then I ran down, let them in. What about Raylene? Oh, merciful Mary, the poor child. Cora paused, pressed both hands to her face, scrubbed hard. She came out of her room just as I was running down for the door. I knew I had to hurry and didn't even stop. Did she say anything? Well, she did. I imagine she was puzzled, as I must have looked to frighten the devil himself, and wasn't supposed to be there at all. That's what she said, come to that. What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Annoyed? Aye, I'd say. She likes things to run as they're planned, and there I was on her day with her mum. Oh, Lieutenant, what an awful thing for a child. She just went into hysterics when the MTs charged in. I bet. If I hadn't left, you came back, Eve interrupted. If you hadn't, she'd be dead. If she pulls through this, it's not just the doctors who will have saved her life. You did. Thanks. Thanks for that. I can't stop leaking. Cora wiped the tears. She's good as gold to me, the missus. Good as gold. They headed back. Then Cora clamped her free hand on Eve's arm. They're bringing her out. Yeah. Eve watched the trauma team move the gurney out of the room toward the elevators. That means they've stabilized her. For now. Listen to me, Cora. Look at me. What? You have friends in the city? I do, yes. I want you to stay with them tonight. Oh, but I'll be with little Ray. She'll need me, poor mite. No. Eve wasn't going to risk another innocent. With her latest plans thwarted, Raylene might take out her frustration on Cora. When you leave here, you're going straight to your friends, and you're going to stay there tonight. I'll make arrangements for Mr. Straffo and Raylene. I don't understand. You don't have to, yet. But if you don't give me your word, you'll do what I'm telling you. I'm having you taken down to Central and held as a material witness. Your choice. Well, that's harsh. It's going to get harsher. Straffo and the kid are heading up. You can go and take Raylene her juice, talk to them, reassure yourself as best you can. Then I want you to leave and do what I've told you. All right then, I will. I suppose she'll only want her da now anyway. Satisfied, Eve headed for Louise. Dallas. Small world. And why are you in it? Louise smiled. I'm a rotating attending here and took the big Valentine's Day Saturday shift. Charles is busy, and we're having our romantic rendezvous tomorrow. As Louise's main man was a high-class licensed companion, Eve imagined he was fully booked on Heart Day. You look beat. Rough one. And if you're going to ask me her chances, I can tell you they're very shaky. We've got her on life support. She's not breathing on her own yet and may not respond. But if she'd gotten here 10 minutes later, she wouldn't have had any chance at all. So we take what we can get. The lab's going to need a sample of what you pumped out of her. No problem. The au pair has a steady head on her shoulders. Gave the 911 the name of the med, gave the MTs the bottle. We knew what we were dealing with straight off, and that made a difference, too. She'd started CPR, gave the patient another fighting chance. Beautiful woman, the patient. Husband, sweet little girl. You never know. Nope. You never know. Chapter 21. As Louise needed to get up to CCU, Eve turned to Mira. Well? She's an excellent actor. She's in drama club. I'm not surprised. I'd need a longer session with her, probably more than one to be definitive, but I tend to agree with your analysis. She enjoyed having me focused on her, even though she was very aware of you. She wanted to be sure you were listening to her. And I was. She was pretty damn detailed in the conversation she claims to have had with her mother. I love you best. I know you'll be brave. Made sure she got it in there, too, how her mother sometimes gets sick. She's planned it all, rehearsed it all. Had to ad-lib since Cora ruined it for her. Or postponed it.
Alika Straffo may never wake up. Eve, she's enjoying this now. The hospital, the crisis, the way the medical staff treats her so gently, her father's fear and grief, her nanny's attention. Yeah, she'll milk it. But it's going to run dry real soon. I need you and Louise to use some muscle. Get Straffo and the kid in one of the family rooms here tonight. I don't want the girl in with her mother. In a situation like this, with the mother critical, the CCU staff will encourage family to spend time with the patient. Like Eve, Mira considered the options. If you alert the staff, it'll show, Mira said. She may pick up on it. Yeah, she would. Eve paced a few strides down the corridor, then back. Okay, I want a 24/7 guard on her. I'll get one who has some medical training, but it's going to be my man on her. Out of Dill, the snippet she caught when her father's voice rose. She knew her mother was going to die anyway. This was so much more interesting. It was like Miss Halliwell said about being on stage. If someone forgets a line or says the wrong one, you have to be able to think, in character, and keep going. She kept her eyes closed and smiled inside when she heard her father. My wife is fighting for her life. Your wife tried to take her life. I'm sorry. The lieutenant's voice was calm. I hope she makes it. Sincerely. So you can charge her with 2 murders? Alika could never hurt anyone. But herself? Look, again, I'm sorry. I'm not saying we're going to charge her. I'm telling you now, as a favor, that we have to weigh this act in. If and when she's able to talk, I'm going to have to question her. It's hard on you, and God knows it's hard on your kid. I'm trying to give you some time to prepare. Just go. Just go and leave me alone with my family. I'm leaving. I'll be back if she comes out of it. Oliver, take care of yourself and your daughter. The kid's been through more than any kid should have to handle. Raylene kept her eyes closed as she felt her father sit down beside her, as he gently stroked her hair, and she kept them closed when she heard him begin to quietly weep. She wondered how long she'd have to wait to get pizza and a fizzy. Eve pulled her communicator out as she headed down. It signaled in her hand before she could use it to tag Peabody. Dallas, are you clear? Peabody asked. Yeah, heading out. Alika's critical, on life support. Chances slim. I got a guard on her door and another with med training inside her room. Louise was on. Handy. Yeah. I heard her tell Straffo he should spend as much time as possible in her room with her, talking to her, telling her to fight. Might help. Who the hell knows? The kid's playing it out perfectly, but she didn't stump Mira, not this time, so we're getting some weight. We've got more. I found the diary. Eve had to stop herself from doing a victory dance as she pushed out the hospital doors. I knew there was a reason I kept you around. You're damn straight. Took freaking hours. Where? In the kitchen recycler. I went over every damn inch of this place, kept the uniforms on to help. Why the hell didn't I think of the recycler first? How much is left? All, I'd say, as it's inside a fancy metal box embossed with her name. I can tell there's a book inside, the weight, and it thumps around when I shake it. Only went through 1 cycle, I think. Banged up. Locked tight, too. Lock's too small for a master, and it's caved in. Probably have to cut through it. I'm swinging by to get it. Rourke will beat the lock. Mag. I'll touch on McNabb, tell him to put Valentine's on hold. No. Eve climbed into her vehicle. It's going to take time to pull all this together. Fucking tricky business.
I'll take the diary, log it in and out of evidence. Already logged it in by remote. Even better. For now, you go home, have a drink, have sex with McNabb if you must. I must, Peabody concurred. I must. Be sure to block video if I tag you later. I don't wish to be struck blind. We're going to put this together, and we're going to lock it down. She clicked off. Raylene, you little shitbag, she mumbled. I got you. While Eve drove, contacting both Whitney and Mira to update, Rourke selected the champagne he wanted for dinner. He'd worked most of the day, and very soon, he hoped, both he and Eve would put their responsibilities aside and just enjoy each other. He knew she'd be pleased and get a good laugh out of his choice for the meal. For their intimate at-home dinner for two, he'd chosen pepperoni pizza, a personal favorite of hers. He'd also selected what could loosely be called lingerie for her dinner attire. She'd laugh at that, too. And he would certainly enjoy seeing his wife in the red silk chemise trimmed with white ermine. As she hadn't contacted him to tell him she'd gotten hung up, he thought the chances were good they'd make that dinner at 8. He'd decided they'd dine in Prague, courtesy of the Hollow Room. The romantic architecture, a thickly falling snow outside the windows, gypsy violins singing in the air. A bit over the top, he supposed, but why the hell not? Rourke? He acknowledged Somerset as he completed his selections, set the programming. Magdalena is at the gate. She's what? At the gate, Somerset repeated, asking to come in, a bit tearfully. She claims she must speak with you, even for just a moment. Should I tell her you're unavailable? That would be the easy way, Rourke supposed, and damned if he wasn't tempted to take it easy. But if he didn't deal with this now, he'd just have to deal with it later. And he could admit to a certain curiosity. Just how would Magdalena explain herself this time? No, let her in. Show her into the parlor. I'll deal with her. The lieutenant should, I believe, be home within the hour. Yes, so make it quick. Let's move this business along and be done with it. Troublemaker, Rourke thought as Somerset went to give Magdalena access. He'd always known she was one, and had in fact found that attractive. But he hadn't seen, not clearly, just how deep the penchant for stirring up the pot went in her. He knew how to handle troublemakers. Once he had, she'd go off, understanding him perfectly. And that would most definitely be that. He took his time going down. Do her good to cool her heels, he thought. And Somerset would make certain she didn't palm any of the silver. As he expected, Somerset remained in the parlor, and had given Magdalena, who looked pale and delicate in ivory satin, a glass of wine. She stood by the fire, at the optimum distance, the perfect angle for the flames to sprinkle light over her skin, to glow light through the satin. Setting the stage had always been a skill of hers, only this time he'd been the mark, and as far as she was concerned, he still was. Rourke. She lowered her head as if in shame, but not before the thinnest sheen of tears sparkled over her eyes. Oh, Rourke, can you ever forgive me? You'll excuse me, he said to Somerset. As Somerset left the room, she set down the wine with the slightest tremor in her hand. I feel absolutely dreadful about this. Rourke, I've been out of town for the last 2 days, only just got back, but I heard and saw. I tried to contact you before I left, as soon as but I've been busy. Avoiding me, she said with those tears in her voice. I wasn't sure you'd see me at all. Damn paparazzi! They should all be hanged! Even they have to make a living. But to imply something so completely innocent was something illicit. We should sue them. But of course, that only makes it worse. I know. She lifted a hand, waved it distractedly. I can't imagine how upset you are. And your wife. Is she very angry? He angled his head. What do you suppose? In her place, I'd be furious. They made it look as if we were only saying goodbye. You and I know, Rourke, we were only saying goodbye. We do, yes, and we were. Perhaps if I tried to explain to her, is she here? I could try. You'd already know she isn't here. Magdalena closed her swimming eyes. Regroup, he thought. Reconfigure. All right, yes, I admit it. I wanted to speak to you alone first, so I called downtown. They said she was in the field, so I came right over. God, I'm such a coward. She touched her fingers to her lips. But if it would help even a little, I'd try to explain to her. I think not. She's perfectly aware of the circumstances. Oh, good, good. What a relief. Perfectly aware that you set it up, that you staged it, and paid the camera to get the vid out. What? That's ridiculous. That's... Rourke! She said his name with a soupçon of injured feeling, just the right addition to shock. How could you possibly think I'd do something like that? I understand you're angry and upset. So am I. But to accuse me of deliberately trying to hurt you and your wife, for what purpose? It was hardly a wonder they'd done so well, professionally speaking, in the months they'd worked together. She was brilliant. I'd say the amusement would be quite enough for you. That's a despicable thing to say to me. She picked up the wine again. Absolutely despicable. Do you think I can't track down the camera, that I can't bribe well enough to learn all the details? You underestimate me, Maggie. She carried her wine to the window, stood with her back to him. No, she said quietly, I could never underestimate you. Maybe I wanted you to know. Knew you would in the end. It's you who underestimate me, Rourke, my feelings for you. My regret. And looked over her shoulder. My desire. I admit it. I'm not proud of what I did, but I won't be ashamed either. I did what I thought I needed to do. I'd have done anything to get you back. Nothing else matters to me, only being with you again. He waited a beat. Bollocks. How can you mock my feelings? She threw the wine down, shattering the glass. How dare you, when I stand here stripped bare? I'm not mocking them. I'm clearly saying you haven't any feelings. You never did, for me or for anyone but yourself. He let out a half-laugh. Took me longer to get to that than it should have. Then even that half-laugh was gone, and he was ice. You came here, to New York, to test the waters. I have a great deal more than I once had, and you hoped for a piece of it. She saw through you, you know. The first look. Magdalena tossed her head, strode toward him. And from the first look at you again, I saw she had you under her thumb. How that made me laugh. The rich and powerful Rourke, tamed and trained by a skinny cop with no style or beauty. Odd. From where I'm standing, she has more style, more beauty, and, Christ knows, more class than you can ever claim. He didn't so much as flinch when she slapped him. You won't want to do that again, he said, softly enough to have her lower her hand. Rourke, it's you who wanted to put a leash on me, Maggie, who thought she could just by snapping fingers. And when I didn't go to heel, you did what you could to cause trouble for me in my marriage, to hurt my wife. So what if I did? It's just a game. You used to have a sense of humor, but apparently she's whipped that out of you, too. You'll never understand her or me. You'll never understand what we have. More pity for you. You'll never have it. You're not capable. So here's how this plays now. Listen carefully. You'll never step foot in my home again, or in any of my other properties or businesses, which includes every hotel, transportation system, shop, restaurant, and so forth that I own or have majority interest in. There are quite a number of them. Oh, for Christ's sake, you can't block me from— I can, he corrected, so coolly her color ebbed. I will. You're going to leave New York, and in fact the country, within 3 hours.
You can't control the whole damn country, she shot back. Actually, I'd give that a good try, if only to watch you sweat. But I don't need to. If you're not gone, well, gone within those 3 hours, beginning, he checked his wrist unit. Now, Interpol and Global will receive some very interesting and very detailed information on you. This time she went dead white. You'd betray me that way? Again, listen carefully. I'd crush you like a bug for causing my wife one single moment of pain. Believe it. Fear it. If you tried anything like that, I'd take you down with me. This time he smiled. You could try. I'm so much more than you, you'd never pull it off. And Maggie, you'd find the accommodations in prison very limiting and not at all to your taste. He saw her lips tremble before she managed to firm them. He saw her absorb the shock of the truth. Then she shrugged carelessly. I don't need you. I never did. She strolled away, circling the room. I only thought we might have some fun together, but obviously you don't know how to play anymore. The clock's ticking, he warned her. She whirled around. I prefer Europe anyway. New York bores me. You bore me. She saw the flash of headlights strike the window glass and change tack instantly. Oh, what the hell? She let out a robust laugh. You found me out. Shut me down. No point in whining about it. Time to cut my losses and move on. Plenty of fish to fry. She looked at him, smiled. I'll never understand how you could possibly want her and not me. No, you'll never understand it. She stepped forward as if to pick up the fur she'd tossed over a chair. Smoothly, she turned to hand it to him, and with perfect timing, flung herself into his arms. The sable fell as he took her shoulders to shove her back. Eve stepped to the doorway to see Magdalena with her arms locked around Rourke's neck, his hands on her bare shoulders, one of the ivory straps sliding to her elbow. Son of a bitch, she said. On cue, Magdalena spun around, her face full of passion and shock. Oh, God! Oh, it's not what it looks like! Bet. Eve strode in. Actually, Rourke thought, it was more of a swagger. He had a moment to admire it before Eve rammed her fist in his face. Fuck me! His head snapped back and he tasted blood. Magdalena cried out, but even the deaf would have caught the suppressed laughter in the sound. Rourke! Oh, my God, you're bleeding! Please, let me just— Don't look now, Eve said cheerfully, but he's not the only one. She decked Magdalena with a straight-arm jab. Bitch, Eve added, as Magdalena's eyes rolled back and she fell, unconscious, to the floor. Rourke looked down. Well, now, fuck us all! You're going to want to get that mess out of my house. With this, Eve strode out again. She passed Somerset in the foyer. She assumed the expression on his face was a grin, but couldn't be absolutely sure. You're going to want to be careful. Spreading your mouth like that could split your whole face in half. I thought applauding would be a bit inappropriate. She snorted and kept right on going upstairs. Face throbbing, sensibilities insulted, Rourke stepped over Magdalena. In the foyer, he sent Somerset an icy look. Take care of that. With absolute pleasure. Still, Somerset stood another moment, watching Rourke head upstairs after his wife. Rourke caught up with her in the bedroom. Damn it all to hell and back again! You know very well that was a setup. You bloody well know I couldn't put my hands on her. Yeah, sure. Eve shrugged off her coat, tossed it aside. I know a setup when I see it, and I know your face, Ace. I didn't see desire on it, I saw annoyance. Is that so? Is that bloody well so? Well, if you knew it was just what it was, why did you sucker punch me? Mostly, she turned, cocked a hip. Because you're a man. Eyes narrowed on her face, he tried to stanch the blood with the back of his hand. And do you have any sort of idea just how often I might expect your fist in my goddamn face because of my bleeding DNA? No, really, don't. He looked so furious, so incredibly insulted.
She wanted to rip off his clothes and bite his ass. In fact, I think you've earned a good whooping. Bugger that! I've had about enough of women altogether. The absurdity of the entire thing began to wind through his temper. You're fearsome and irrational creatures. She rolled up on the balls of her feet and back again, flexed her knees. Afraid to take me on? Come on, hotshot. You got punched for being a man, act like one. It's a man you want, is it? He began to circle as she did. I'm going to take you down. Look how scared I am. I'm shaking. She feinted with her left, spun and back-kicked. Oh no, that suppressed laughter. He blocked the kick, then the next with his forearm, forced her to jump over the sweep of his foot. He worked her back toward the bed, and when he judged the distance, spun, then flipped her. She landed on her back on the bed, but when he dived after, she'd rolled off the other side, crouched into fighting stance. Not going to be that easy, Ace. Who said I wanted it easy? He rolled as well, and she had to give him credit for both speed and agility. She danced back, aimed a jab, blocked, then an elbow jab that connected. She pulled it. After all, she didn't want him on the disabled list, not with what she had in mind. But she didn't mind if he limped a little. Serve him right. She started to bring her heel down on his instep, but he turned into her, knocked her off balance. Together they rolled down the short steps of the platform and hit the floor with her on top. Ready to throw in the towel? She asked breathlessly. No. He scissored his legs, trapping hers, and reversed their positions. You? My ass! And she ripped his shirt open. You'll have to pay for that. Try to make me. He hooked a hand in the collar of her shirt, tore it down the front. On a chain under it, she wore the diamond and saint's medal he'd given her. The arms of the shirt hung on her weapon harness. Bloody cop, he muttered, hitting the release. Bloody criminal! Former, and no convictions. He pressed his mouth to hers, swore at the burn in his wounded lip. You pack a punch, Lieutenant. He reared up enough to look down at her face. Brown eyes full of challenge, wide mouth curved in a smug smile. You're my goddamn Valentine. She laughed, grabbed 2 fistfuls of his hair. You'd better believe it, Buster. She wanted to devour him, one greedy bite at a time, and let her nails dig a little into his back once she'd torn the tattered shirt away. She'd seen more than annoyance on his face when Magdalena had clung to him. Eve had seen what she might have missed if she and Rourke had been stupid enough, crazy enough, blind enough to pass each other by. I love you. She closed her teeth over his shoulder, gasped when his scraped down her throat. She hooked her legs around his waist, shoved so that he was under her again, with her mouth like a fever on his flesh. So it wouldn't be romantic and dreamy, a snowfall outside the window and gypsy violins singing in the air. It would be desperate and a little rough and as real and urgent as their heartbeats. He felt his survival depended on the taste and texture of her skin. He pulled and dragged at her clothes like a man possessed by demons. You'll give me all of you. All. Take it, she told him, and was under him again. His mouth ravaged her breast, and his hands. She cried out, rocketing up as the orgasm gathered and flashed through her like a ball of lightning. She heard him murmuring to her, the sound thick and Irish, felt him quiver as he held himself back. And that she wouldn't allow. You'll give me all of you, she said. All. She shattered his will, undid his control, her hands and lips taking him as he'd taken her, beyond what was reason. Near to delirium, he dragged her mouth back to his and devoured. Lips and teeth and tongues, fingers that demanded and took, bruises to be damned. Her breath was burning even as she took from him, gave to him. His blood burned under his own skin. Now, 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 she chanted it, arching up. When he drove into her, she cried out again, the sound close to a scream. And still her hips pumped fast and strong, whipping him into the glorious dark. Her hands lost their grip on his hips, slid away to thump against the floor. Inside her body, everything had been pummeled, twisted, wrung out, then smoothed soft again. Her toes wanted to curl in pleasure, but there wasn't enough energy left for the movement. Jesus, she managed. Holy dancing Jesus. When I can actually stand up again, sometime in the distant future, I'm going to let you punch me in the face again, so we can see if all that finishes up the same way as this. Okay. Or maybe we'll try that romantic dinner. Then you can punch me. He actually felt her wince. Problem? He lifted his head, saw by her face there was. What? I'm really sorry. I think, considering our current positions and state of being, apologies are unnecessary. But he read the look. Not sorry for the punch, I see. It's work. I didn't contact you to tell you to hold dinner because I wanted to tell you face to face, which we now are, in addition to other body parts. It's a lot to explain, but I will. I've got something I need to deal with, and I could use your help with it. All right. Maybe we could fit in the candlelight and so on before midnight, but it doesn't matter, Eve, I promise you. Yeah, we got lucky, she thought. God, didn't they just? I got you a present. Did you? It's a book of poetry, romancy stuff. I thought, how schmaltzy is that? So it seemed like the thing. Then I screwed up and left it in my desk at work. He smiled, leaned down to kiss her softly. Thank you. She touched his cheek. I've got to grab a shower and get to this. I planned to dig straight in, so we could maybe have a really late dinner, but then I had to punch you and your blonde tart, and one thing led to another. Of course. Well, we'll have a shower, and you can fill me in. He listened, saying little as she ran it through for him. So, he said, as she pulled on loose flannel pants and a sweatshirt. You were right about the girl. That's no girl, but yeah, I was right. The diary's going to be one of the nails. I could have it cut open. The box it's in, I can promise that's not necessary. Let's take it in my office. She hauled up a field bag. I want it all on record, so maybe you could fumble just a little with the lock. I certainly will not. Okay. I'd like to explain what Magdalena was doing here. She slanted him a look. Other than trying to lock lips with you? More specifically, he said carefully, as they started out of the bedroom, why I allowed her in our home. I already got that. You needed to deal with it, with her. Needed to spell it out for her, give her the get lost, and put some of the fear of Rourke in her. How fortunate I am, under the circumstances, to have a woman who understands me. Fear of Rourke? He repeated. You can do the fear of God thing, but see, you can't see him, and most people feel he's not going to really, smite them? You, however, are flesh and blood, and would do a lot worse than a smite. You're a lot scarier than God. I don't know quite how to take that, he said after a moment. But meanwhile, do you want to know how this was handled? Yeah, actually, I would. He told her while they made their way to her office, while she set down her bag, took out the diary, while she simply stood, staring at him. See? Holy crap! God wouldn't have made her insides quiver like that, and you can bet your fine Irish ass they quivered like jelly. Can you really ban her from all your stuff? That's like 80% of the known universe. You exaggerate. It wouldn't be more than 50, and... Oh, aye. His grin was fast and fierce. I bloody well can. And you've got data on her that would interest the international authorities? What do you take me for? Of course I do. He waited a moment, reading her face perfectly. I'm not giving it to you, Eve. 2 reasons. They'd better be good ones. First, it's not your concern, and don't even think about raising that fist to me. This is my doing, her coming here, her causing trouble. Second,
It'll keep her up at night, for some time to come, wondering what I have and what I might do with it. She'll be looking over her shoulder a long time. I think your first reason's crap, but the second is really mean, really insidious. I like it a lot, so we'll call it a wash. Good. Well, I'll open that for you, shall I? And we'll have our Valentine's dinner while we see what's inside. It's pizza. It was to be pizza and champagne, actually. Seriously? I know my wife as she knows me. He tapped a finger on her nose. So it'll be pepperoni pizza and coffee, with the champagne for another time. You know, you really are my Valentine. Chapter 22. Before breaking the seal on the evidence bag containing Raylene's diary, Eve turned on her recorder, logged in the necessary data. She took the metal box, embossed with some sort of wide-petaled flowers, out of the evidence bag, set it on her desk. Peabody found it in the kitchen recycler. Clever Peabody, Rourke replied as he chose a tool. If things hadn't moved as fast as they did, au pair coming back and so on, if Peabody hadn't been basically on the scene with the direct purpose of finding this, it might have been garbage by morning. Takes more than one cycle for something of this size, material, and density to break down. All she managed was to bang the box up. A pity, too. It's a lovely box. Sturdy, well-made, which is why it held up as well as it did. The girl should have taken the book out of it. That might have broken down before it was found. Some, but she doesn't know everything. There's a lot we can put back together in the lab, and, okay, nice work, she added, as he had the crushed and pass-coded lock open in under 10 seconds. Well, it's not a titanium vault, after all. Hands already sealed, Eve lifted out the bright pink book inside. It was leather-bound, and again had Raylene's name across it in glittery silver letters. It also had a lock, and this one appeared to use an old-fashioned key. Comp would be faster than handwritten pages, she commented. And I'll wager, however indulgent her parents, they wouldn't allow her to passcode anything on a comp. This, he tapped a finger on the book, this seems harmless, very traditional, something a young girl might enjoy. She stepped back and let Rourke finesse the lock. I'm going to want copies of everything inside there, she told him. Before you read it? No. I want to put the last few pages on record first, then make the copies. But even more, I want to know. She flipped through the pink-tipped pages, found the last entry. With her recorder trained on the tidy handwriting on pale pink pages with shiny gold edges, she read out loud. This morning, I wore my pink and black plaid skirt and pink knee boots and my white sweater with flowers on the hem and cuffs. I looked very pretty. I had fruit and yogurt and 7-grain toast for breakfast and asked Cora to make real orange juice. That's what she gets paid for. I had brain teasers. It's getting a little boring, so I might find a way to quit, but still, I like knowing I'm smarter than any of the other students. Just like I'm better than anyone in my dance class. I could, if I wanted, be a prima ballerina one day. After BT, Cora and I took a cab to the Met. I don't see why we couldn't use a car service. I'm going to ask Daddy about that. I like the art, but mostly everyone who painted anything is dead anyway. I could be a famous artist if I wanted and have my paintings in the Met. People would pay a lot of money just to look at my paintings. But I think I'd sell mine to collectors. I don't want people who don't know anything and don't deserve it to just stand there and stare at my work. Interesting ego, Rourke remarked. Eve glanced up. She had to have written this after her mother called them back home. And still it's full of I. Mira's going to have a field day with this one. She looked back at the book, continued to read. I was supposed to meet my mother for lunch at zoology. It's my favorite place for lunch, and we had to book 3 weeks in advance for the reservation. One day, when I'm famous, I won't need a stupid reservation to go anywhere. People will be grateful if I bother to eat in their restaurant. After, I was going to the salon for a hairstyling and a pedicure. I'd already decided on the carnival polish with glitter.
Then Cora's link beeped, and it was my mother calling us home. We had plans. We had reservations, but I had to come home, and the whole day was spoiled. My mother wasn't even dressed when we got there. She's so selfish. But it's really all that nosy Lieutenant Dallas's fault. I thought at first she was interesting, but she's not. She's just mean and pushy and stupid. Now I've had to fix everything, again. It's just as well, really. My mother's so weak and silly, and my daddy's been paying more attention to her lately than to me, so I've taken care of it. It was easy, the easiest one so far. She hid pills in her lingerie drawer, as if I wouldn't find them. All I had to do was make her some tea and put pills in it, like I did with smelly old Mrs. Versey at the Kinley house last year. I had to use more with Mommy because Mrs. Versey was old and half dead anyway. "Well, Christ," Rourke murmured. "Yeah, I wondered if there were others along the way." Eve read on. "She got into bed just like a baby for me. I watched her drink the tea. That was the best part. She drank it just like I told her. Then I waited until she fell asleep. I left the empty bottle right there so when Daddy gets home in a few hours, he'll find her that way. I'll cry and cry. I've been practicing in the mirror, and I'm so good at it. Everyone will feel so sorry for me and give me whatever I want. Everyone will think my mother killed that idiot Mr. Foster and that nasty Mr. Williams. It's such a tragedy, I have to laugh. I'm going to do some art now and listen to some music. I'll just be in my room when Daddy gets home. His best girl being quiet as a mouse so her mother can sleep. And sleep. And sleep. I have to go put this book in the recycler now. That's annoying, and that's Lieutenant Dallas's fault, too. But it's okay. Daddy will buy me another diary, a better one. He'll buy me anything I want now, and take me anywhere I want to go. I think we should go somewhere warm and pretty with a really nice beach." Rourke said nothing for a moment. "She wrote that while her mother was, as far as she knew, dead or dying in the other room." "Oh, yeah." "She shouldn't waste her time with art and ballet. She should consider becoming a professional assassin. She has the constitution for it. I'm going to make sure she has plenty of time to consider her options, inside maximum security." She looked down at the book again, at the tidy yet still childish penmanship. "Let's get this copied. I want Mira and Whitney to see it ASAP. Then I want to read the rest." It was all there, meticulously documented. Motives, means, opportunities, plans, execution. Raylene didn't stint on details. If it had been the journal of an adult killer, Eve would have wrapped the investigation and the perpetrator in a heavy chain and locked the door. But the sticking point was how to handle a killer of such a young age, whose father was a top defense counsel. By 7 a.m., Eve had Mira and Peabody in her home office, and her commander on hologram. "I'm not going to buy she's legally insane," Eve began. "Did she and does she know right from wrong? Most certainly," Mira agreed. "Her crimes are planned and executed, and her motives in each case are self-serving. The motives are the very reason the psychiatrist hired by the defense will argue insanity." "Will you argue against it for the prosecution?" "Yes. I'll need to examine her, of course, but at this point most certainly I can argue against. Eve, either way, she must be put away, and I believe she will be. She won't stop." Mira drew a deep breath as she studied the pretty face on Eve's murder board. "Unless she's stopped by the system, there's no reason for her to stop. This process works for her. It's satisfying to her and proves her superiority. In a childish way, this gets her what she wants, and getting what she wants is her primary goal." "Her own mother," Peabody added. "She writes about killing her own mother without a moment's regret or hesitation. She didn't feel a thing about it." "I want to get her for the brother. He's not mentioned in the diary. He's not part of her scope any longer." Eve glanced at Mira, got a nod of agreement. It's not just that he's not worth her time or the space. She doesn't think about him or what she did to him now. Everything is now with her. You said before you'd get a confession. See that she wanted to tell you, Mira continued. But I'll get a confession. The hitch will be Strafo. If he decides to protect her, she'll clam. If she believes I can use what she tells me, she'll clam. I have to get to him, through him, first. He's a father who will instinctively want to protect his child. He's a father whose son was carelessly disposed of, and he's a husband whose wife may very well be Raylene's next victim. And those, Eve knew, were her weapons. Hard place for him. He's going to have to choose who he stands up for.
If you give him this information, Whitney cut in, you're giving a potential defense a heads-up, a running start. He could, potentially, erect a shield around his daughter that will take months to hack through.
Yes, sir, he could. And if I don't slap this in his face, knock his feet out from under him while he's still shaky over his wife, he could do that anyway. He needs to see her for what she is. And for that, I could use the expert consultant, civilian. She glanced at Rourke.
Lay it out, Lieutenant,
Whitney told her. It took time, and Eve struggled against impatience. It took care and caution, and she fought not to push. So it was nearing 10 before she, Peabody, and Mira headed out to the hospital, well after Rourke, Feeney, and McNabb were already in play. When her link beeped, she snapped it up. Dallas.
Lieutenant, I don't know if you remember me. This is Billy Kimball, the assistant manager from Klein's. You were in the other day making inquiries about a Go Cup we carry.
I remember you. You got something?
One of our seasonal clerks happened to stop in last night near closing. I mentioned the Go Cup to her just on the off chance that she knew anything about it. She did.
What did she know?
She remembers the sale very well. It was after the holiday. She worked through our January clearance sales. She said a young girl came in with a nanny. She thought it was a nanny. As the girl wanted to purchase something as a surprise, she asked the nanny to go to another part of the store for a while. And this was a bit of a struggle of willpower, as the nanny didn't want it.
Wind this up for me, Billy.
Sorry. Well, the clerk promised the nanny she'd keep a close eye on the girl, so the nanny went to another department. The girl wanted the Go Cup you asked about it and had it engraved. The clerk remembers the girl because she was so bright and charming and very polite. Now, the clerk isn't 100% sure of the name, but she did recall that the girl told her it was a going-away present for her favorite teacher. She paid cash. Since it was after the first of the year, it was easy for me to pull up the store copy of the receipt for cash. It was a Go Cup of the make and model you asked about, in black, with the additional fee for silver engraving in the Roman script font. Does that help at all? It does. Sometimes, Eve thought, the stars just freaking aligned. Good job, Billy. I'm going to pass you to my partner. I need you to give her the name and contact info on your clerk. I want her to look at some pictures, see if she can identify the little girl. I'm sure she'd be glad to help. She mentioned the girl was a pretty little blonde, curly hair, with very unique eyes, nearly purple. And the walls keep tumbling down, Eve mumbled, as Peabody took the data. Outsmarted herself on this one. Should have made it quick, not engaged the clerk, but she's just got to show off. She'd have disposed of his original cup, Mira commented. Yeah, probably carried it right out of the school, right under our noses, God damn it. You're trained, Mira said. So am I. I'm trained in abnormal psychiatry, and I believe she would have carried it out under my nose, too. That ends today. Eve found Strafo in his wife's room, sitting vigil beside her bed. He looked over at Eve with dull, heavy eyes. If you've come to file charges, you can— How is she? Eve interrupted. He dragged a hand through his hair, then reached down to take Alika's again. She's still critical. They're going to run more tests soon. He stroked his wife's hand as he spoke. I don't know. I just don't know. But you won't push those murders on her.
Eve walked over to stand at the opposite side of the bed. "How much do you love your wife?" "That's a stupid question." Some of the steel came back into his eyes, his voice. "However much I love her, I don't have to cover for her or use any legal magic to protect her. She's incapable of hurting anyone. And I'm damned if she tried to kill herself, especially with Raylene alone in the house. She'd never put our daughter through this, never." "I agree with you." He looked up. "Then what is this?" "How much did you love your son?" "How can you come in here at a time like this and bring that kind of pain back to me?" "A great deal, I'm betting. Even though you don't have pictures of him in your home, even though your wife keeps them locked away." "It hurts beyond the telling. You can't possibly understand. Do you think I've forgotten him? It's not how much did I love him, but how much I do." He lurched up, pulled out a small leather folder from his pocket. "Is this one of your essential details to tie up, Lieutenant? Here, then, here. I keep him in here. Look at that face." He held out the photo case, with a snapshot of the little boy smiling out of it. He was the sweetest boy. So happy all the time. You couldn't be around Trev and not smile. No matter how crappy the day had been, 5 minutes with him and everything was good again. The day we lost him was the worst day of my life, up until now. Is that what you need to hear? Yeah, it is. I've got something hard for you, Oliver. Something no one should ever have laid on them. I want you to remember how you feel about your wife and your son. I need you to read this. What is it? She held out the printout from the last pages of the diary. I think you'll recognize the handwriting. I think you'll know what it is. I'm showing these to you now because of her. She gestured toward Alika. And because I saw the pictures of your son. His face is in my head. That made Trevor Straffo hers, Eve acknowledged, as much as Craig Foster, even the pathetic Reed Williams, was hers. Straffo took the pages, scanned the first line. This is Raylene's handwriting. From her diary? What possible... The last entry was written before she tossed it, inside its lockbox, in your kitchen recycler. Date's right there. You're going to want to read the whole thing. As he did, he went gray. As he did, his hands began to shake. This isn't possible. Somewhere in you, you know it is. Your wife knew it was, and even in her horror and grief, she tried to protect Raylene. So Raylene did this to her, to protect herself, to throw suspicion on Alika, to focus you, your time, your attention on her. No. There were other entries, Oliver. Details of how she killed both Foster and Williams, and a mention of a woman named Versi at the Kinley house. No, no, you're out of your mind! He swayed like a man would when the world tipped sharply on its axis. I'm going out of mine. Push, Eve ordered herself. No choice but to push. What isn't in there, as the diary only goes back 7 months, is how she killed your son. Even the gray leached out of his face. That's insane. You both knew Raylene had been up some time before she came in to wake you. You decided it was an accident. What parent wouldn't? That he'd tripped and she'd gone into shock and denial. You put all the pieces of him out of sight because she got upset when she saw them, more if she saw either you or her mother looking at them. For God's sake! She was 7. You can't believe... I can. Look at your wife, Oliver. Does she deserve what was done to her? Take out the pictures of your son again. Did he? She took these lives without a quibble. I have a rock-solid case, which includes her buying a Go Cup with Craig's name engraved on it. What? What? He fisted both hands in his hair, all but tore at it. I have a wit, Eve continued relentlessly. The clerk who waited on Raylene, and who's already identified her photo. Cora verifies they stopped into that particular store on that particular day at Raylene's request. I have a statement from her great-aunt, Quella Harmon, verifying she had interest in and knowledge of how ricin was made. Don't even think of saying circumstantial to me, she snapped. Kick him, and keep kicking him while he's down, she thought. It's the only way.
In her own words, Oliver. She leaned over to pick up the pages he'd dropped. In her own words, she writes how she decided to kill her mother, how she left Alika to die while she herself went to make a snack, to listen to music. She did this without a single twinge of regret. I can't. You can't expect me to believe. You already believe in that place inside you. That's what's making you sick. But you're going to have to suck it in because I'm going to tell you what's going to be done. And look at me, Oliver, look at me. His eyes were glazed over with shock and unspeakable pain when they met hers. She wrote it down, he said dully. She wrote it down while Alika was... That's right. Alika was a barrier, like Trevor was. Use their names, Eve thought. Alika and Trev stood in the way of something she wanted, so she removed them. She's my daughter. She's my child. I'm going to make you a deal right here, you and me. If I don't prove to you that everything I've told you is true, I won't fight any attempt to try her as a minor instead of an adult. She's 10 years old. She's only 10. Multiple premeditated murders. She gets legal adult status unless I pull it out of the mix. That's the deal. I prove to you that she put your wife, that she put Alika in that hospital bed with a machine breathing for her. I prove she pushed Trevor down the stairs on fucking Christmas morning. That she did Foster and Williams and some sick old lady in a nursing home. All of it, without a shadow of a doubt. If I don't, you'll have ammo to break down my case. That's the deal. Take it, or I take her down now.
Raylene was in the CCU family room drawing. When Eve stepped in, she stopped, let her eyes swim with shining tears.
My mommy?
Eve closed the doors behind her. I know the doctor who's been working on her. I think your mother's going to pull through this. She wandered over to the counter. Hospital coffee was nearly as lethal as cop coffee, but it would make a nice prop. Eve poured a cup, turned. Not such good news for you, Ray.
What?
Just you and me, Ray. Door shut. Eve pulled off her jacket, turned. I'm not wearing a wire. Here's my recorder. She unpinned it, set it down, turned off. Haven't read you your rights? Your father's a lawyer, and you're smart, so you know I can't use anything you say to me. Eve sat down, stretched out her legs, sipped at the coffee. Maybe hospital coffee was, actually, worse than cop coffee. I've come across some tricky ones, but I have to say, you're the trickiest. Even if your mother comes out of it, she's not going to point the finger at you. Still, it must have pissed you off when Cora came back and found her before it was finished.
I don't want to talk to you.
The tears spilled out now.
You're so mean.
Oh, come on. I don't scare you. You know I've got zip. I'll give you better. Eve shrugged, chanced another sip. My commander and the house shrink think I'm full of it. Maybe tipping over the edge myself because I tried to sell them on you. I value my career, kid. I'm not going to toss it away on this. I'm done. The investigation will remain open for a while, then we'll move it to inactive, then to cold. She leaned forward. I'm not having the brass and the shrinks looking over my shoulder because of you, screwing up my very excellent chances for promotion over you. I'm riding a wave right now. I-Cove, the black market baby bust, big juicy cases I closed. I can afford to let this one slide. Raylene tilted her head.
You can lie in an interview with a suspect.
Yeah, but I can't even hold an interview with a minor suspect without parental permission, so officially I'm not even here. Raylene went back to drawing.
Why are you here? I can go to my daddy right now and you'll be in trouble.
Shit. I just came in to see how you're doing. No reason for him to think otherwise. If you make a stink about it, he's going to wonder why I'd hassle you. Yeah, Eve smiled, set the hideous coffee aside. Why don't you do that, Ray? He might start thinking how your mother wouldn't have done herself with you alone with her in the apartment. Go ahead and get him. Last I saw him, he was sitting beside your mother's bed.
He shouldn't have left me alone. He should be with me. When she dies,
If, it's still if. Playfully, Eve wagged a finger. Don't count your chickens, kid. I could hang the 2 murders on her, and maybe make it stick, but I'm not quite as practical as you are. I like to close cases, but doing that would stick in my craw, so it goes cold.
You're just giving up?
It's what we call knowing when to fold. A couple of teachers aren't going to get much more screenplay anyway. Casually, Eve crossed her ankles. I can figure out how you did your mother. Can't prove it, but I can get how you played it. You made the tea, you put in the pills. Did she know? Raylene shrugged.
My mother tried to kill herself, and it's terrible. I could be scarred for life. Daddy and I are going to need to go on a long trip, just the 2 of us, so I can adjust.
Then why'd she call you home first? Why did your mother call you back instead of just taking the pills while she was alone?
I guess she wanted to say goodbye.
Raylene lifted her gaze, fluttered her lashes, and was smiling just a little as she worked up a tear.
She loved me more than anything.
Already using past tense, Eve noted. Alika was gone in Raylene's mind. That could work, Eve agreed. Come on, Ray. It must be infuriating for a smart girl like you not to be able to share what you can do with anyone else. I know about taking a life from both sides of it. You've got me cold, tied my hands. You win, I lose. But goddammit, I'm curious.
You use very bad language. In my house, we don't approve of bad language.
Screw that, Eve said, and made Raylene giggle. Why'd you do Foster? I can, again, work out the how. You got the ricin from somewhere. Can't track that either, but you got it, dumped it in his thermos.
It's called a go-cup,
Raylene said primly. Right. You walked in when he had the outside class upstairs, doctored the drink. Then you got your friend to go down to class a few minutes early so you could find him. Slick.
If you were right, you still wouldn't be all right. You don't know everything.
No, you got me. Why would you kill him? Did he try to hurt you? Did he try some sort of abuse? Touch you?
Please, that's disgusting.
I'm not going to buy it was just a whim. You went to too much trouble, planned it out too well. Raylene's lips twitched.
If you were really smart, you'd know everything.
Got me there.
Maybe. And this is just like pretending I'm talking to you about it. Maybe he was stupid and mean, and made a really dumb mistake and wouldn't listen even when I gave him a chance to fix it.
What kind of mistake, since we're pretending?
He gave me an A- on my oral report. A-. I always get an A or an A+. He had no business giving me a minus just because he thought my presentation needed more work. I practiced and practiced. I was the best in the whole class, and getting less than a solid A means I could drop to second instead of first.
You poisoned him because he gave you an A- on a presentation? Eve repeated.
I told him I needed him to change it to an A at least. That I didn't want to drop to second in the class, and how hard I'd worked. Do you know what he said?
I'm riveted.
He said that the grade wasn't as important as the learning and the experience. Can you believe anything that base, that stupid?
Boggling.
And he gave Melody an A, and now we're almost tied for first in the class. I fixed her, too.
It was all in the diary, Eve thought, all these details, but it was fascinating and horrible to hear them out of the girl's mouth. By making sure she saw what happened to Mr. Foster?
She has nightmares, Raylene laughed. And her attendance record's blown. She's such a big baby.
What about Williams? Now Raylene rolled her eyes.
If you're not totally stupid, you know why.
So I'd think he killed Mr. Foster, but
that's so lame-o.
Raylene got up to go to the little pay auto chef, digging credits from the pocket of her pink jeans. She plugged them in and ordered herself a lemon fizzy. Why is it lame-o? Raylene got a straw from the counter, and her lips curved around it as she sucked up the drink.
You were supposed to think Principal Mosley killed them both because of having sex. That's disgusting, too, and she should pay for it. Anyway, she's too strict, and I was getting tired of it.
I looked at her, Eve agreed, and spoke conversationally. I thought initially that Williams did Foster to cover the fact that he was a pervert. Then Moseley killed Williams because he tried to blackmail her. But the timing kept hanging me up, and every time I ran it through, it pulled out to the same killer for both. I couldn't pin Foster on Moseley. Didn't fit.
You could if you wanted. He had the dumb cup in his ugly old briefcase in the class all the time, so she could have. Now I guess you won't ever arrest anyone.
It's looking that way. Eve picked up the dreadful coffee again. Just a couple of girls, she thought, having a drink and talking shop. Where'd you get the drug you used on Williams? It was damn good thinking to get him in the pool. We nearly missed the drug since you used such a small amount. Timing worked against you that time.
Stupid Mr. Williams. The stuff is supposed to be absorbed and be pretty much undetectable after a couple hours. I got it from the old ugly people's home, where I have to go volunteer and pretend not to want to puke. I sing for them and dance and read and listen to their boring stories. And I can go anywhere I want because everyone knows me. They keep it locked up, but it's easy to distract the nurse or the orderly for a few minutes. She studied Eve's weapon. Did you ever kill anyone with that?
Yes.
How did it feel?
Powerful.
Uh-huh. But it doesn't last very long. It's like eating ice cream, and then the bowl's empty.
Raylene set the fizzy aside, did a series of pirouettes.
You can tell everybody in the whole galaxy what I said to you, and not one single person will believe you.
That's pretty much it. Who'd believe me if I said you'd killed 2 people and tried, maybe succeeded, in killing a third? And her own mother, at 10 years old. Raylene executed a graceful plie.
That's not all.
She sang it. What else?
Maybe I'll tell, maybe I won't. People would lock you up in a loony box if you said I did it.
You don't want to tell me? Fine. It's getting late anyway, and it's my day off. Eve got to her feet. I've spent enough of my time on all this. On tiptoe, arms curved overhead, Raylene danced a circle around Eve.
You'll never, never, never guess.
I'm too old for games, kid, and as things stand, the sooner I forget about you, the better it is for me. With a little thump, Raylene dropped down to the flats of her feet.
You don't just walk away from me. I'm not finished. I'm the one who beat you. I won. You're being a poor sport.
Sue me. Eve reached for the door.
I killed the first time when I was only 7.
Eve stopped, turned, leaned back on the door. Bullshit.
If you curse at me, I won't tell you how I killed my baby brother.
He fell down the steps. I read the investigator reports, the notes, all the files.
They were stupid, too.
You expect me to believe you pulled that off and nobody knows?
I can do anything I want. I got him up early. I had to put my hand over his mouth when he giggled, but he listened to me. He always listened to me. He loved me.
I bet he did, Eve said, and almost lost her ability to sound mildly interested.
And he was quiet, just like I told him to be. I said we were going to go down and see the toys and maybe even Santa. He believed in Santa. He was a joke. It was their fault anyway.
Whose?
My parents, for God's sake. They should never have had him in the first place. He was always in the way. And they were always spending time with him when they should have spent it with me. I was the first.
You pushed him down the steps?
It was easy.
Raylene executed a small leap, then picked up her drink again.
Just one shove, and he went tumble, 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 snap. And that was that.
On a giggle, she drank, and Eve's stomach churned.
Things were the way they were supposed to be. I got all the toys that Christmas. All I had to do was cry when Daddy started to put the ones for Trev away. I got them all, and now I always get them all.
She did another pirouette, followed it with a grand plie, then a long, deep bow.
I bet you've never been beaten by a kid before. I'm better than any of the rest, than anyone. Say it. Say that Raylene is better and smarter than anyone you've ever met.
Hold that thought, Eve suggested at the knock on the door. She opened it to Peabody, who handed Eve Raylene's diary. "Well, well, what have we here?"
"Where did you get that? That's mine!"
The smirking child was gone, and it was an enraged killer who charged at Eve.
"Give that to me, now!"
Eve took the vicious shove, even the clawing hands as she held the diary out of reach. "Well, now, that's what we call assaulting an officer. Raylene Straffo, you're under arrest for—"
"You shut up! You'd better shut up right now, or you're going to be sorry. That's my diary, and I want it back. My father's going to make you pay."
Eve tossed the diary to Peabody, then gripped Raylene's arms, spun her around. She clamped on restraints while Raylene screamed and cried and kicked. "You're the one who's going to pay for all of it." "You were right, Ray. I can lie during interviews. I wasn't wired, but the room was."
"You didn't read me my rights."
"True, but I don't need anything you told me in there. I've already got it. From the diary we pulled out of the recycler yesterday. From the clerk who sold you the engraved Go Cup you used to replace Craig Foster's. From your mother, who told us, before you tried to kill her, that she knew you'd been up earlier on Christmas."
"No one's going to believe you."
Raylene's face was wildly red with rage, and not a hint of fear.
"My daddy will fix it all."
Wrong again. Eve took a firm hold of Raylene's arm, while Peabody took the other. A few feet away, Straffo stood staring at his daughter like a man still gripped in a nightmare. "Raylene."
"Daddy! Daddy, they're hurting me! Stop them!"
He took 2 lurching steps toward her. "He was just a baby. He was just a little boy. He loved you so much. How could you do that, Raylene, to people who loved you so much?"
"It's lies, Daddy. She's lying to you. I'm your best girl. Mommy did it. I saw her do it, Daddy. She pushed Trev, and then she killed Mr. Foster and Mr. Williams. I didn't want to tell on her, Daddy. I didn't want them to take her away from us.
Stop! Oh, God!" He covered his face with his hands. "Oh, God!" "Take her, Peabody. Take her, Mira, and the child protection agent to Central. I'll follow as soon as I can." "You'll pay," Raylene said to Eve under her breath, as Peabody signaled a uniform to help her. "You'll pay, just like the others. I'll enjoy you the most." "Spoiled brats don't scare me." "Read her rights, Peabody, and book her. 3 counts murder 1, 1 attempted murder. We'll add on Adele Versi when we have that locked in."
"Daddy! Don't let them take me away from you! Daddy!"
Eve turned away and walked toward Straffo without looking back. "Let's go sit down, Oliver." "I have nothing left. I have nothing. That's my child. I made her." "You didn't. Sometimes the unspeakable can come from the decent. And sometimes it's possible to make yourself decent out of the unspeakable. I know about this." Eve put her hand on his arm, then stood where she was as she saw Louise coming toward them. "Mr. Straffo." He looked at Louise. "She's dead, Alika." "No, she's conscious. She isn't lucid, not yet, and I can't make you any promises, but she needs you with her now. She's confused and disoriented, and she needs you. Let me take you to her now." "Alika." He turned desperate, streaming eyes to Eve. "Raylene, how much do you love your wife, Oliver? How much do you love your son?" Weeping, nodding, he let Louise lead him away. Epilogue. After the long, miserable process, Eve walked back to her office. And there was Rourke, sitting at her desk, working on her comp. "Police property, pal." Just passing the time with a little work, which is now on its way to my home unit." He swiveled around. "You've had a rough one, Lieutenant." "I've had rougher. That's what I keep telling myself. You should have gone home. And I told myself you might need me." He rose, wrapped his arms around her. "Do you?" "Oh, yeah." She let out a long sigh. I hoped I'd feel better after this part was done. When I got the answers, tied it up, got her booked, and started the process, I'd feel better. Satisfied. I can't figure out, not exactly, how I do feel. Sorry for Oliver and Alika Straffo. Sick to think of some poor, innocent little boy. Some old woman or a good man, a good teacher, who died because of a selfish child's ego. And sorry for the wife who will grieve for him. I got in touch with her, Foster's wife, told her we'd closed the case and I was coming by to explain it to her. Jesus. She shut her eyes. You should go home. No, what I'll do is go with you. Yeah. Now she sighed. That would help. She used tears on the CP agent. They're working. They're not working on Mira. The arraignment's set for tomorrow. Meanwhile, due to the heinous nature of the crimes, and with no parental dissent, she's being held in adult lockup, separated from the general population. You heard it, didn't you? All of it. I did, yes. And in my life, I don't believe I've heard anything quite so chilling. Rourke pressed his lips to Eve's hair because he thought they both needed it. No one spoke in the control area. There was none of the asides or bad jokes you often hear during the E part of any op. No one said a bloody thing while you worked her, while she bragged to you about what she'd done. Straffel sat like a ghost through it, like a man who'd already had the guts and heart ripped out of him. She's got a PD now. Her father may decide he's obliged to secure her other counsel. It won't matter. I can't use her confession, but I have everything else. And you know what? I'll get it out of her again, on record. How? The ego. Think of it. Ray, you're the best. Not only the best, but you're unique. You're going to be famous, the only one of your kind. And you say I'm scary. He kissed her brow. It's you who are one of...
By Nora Roberts. Read by Susan Erickson. Directed by Joyce Bean. Engineered by Melissa Coates. Performance copyright 2006 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our by Nora Roberts. Read by Susan Erickson. Directed by Joyce Bean. Engineered by Melissa Coates. Performance copyright 2006 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our